Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗲𝗔𝗂𝗵𝗏 on Wattpad. Now let's start. The sun was at its peak, shining down on the park, but our story begins with a group of children surrounding one lone child who trembled in fear, tears in his eyes as he stood protectively in front of the sobbing kid behind him. Izuku questioned why Katsuki was being so mean, expressing that he could see the hurt he was causing. He declared, albeit shakily, that if Katsuki continued, he would stop him himself. The kids before him smirked and activated their quirks. The chubby child on the left sprouted large red bat-like wings, lifting off the ground, while the boy on the right extended his fingers, and the one in the middle pounded his fist against his palm, creating a small explosion between his hands. Katsuki mocked Izuku, saying he wanted to pretend to be a hero but stood no chance without a quirk. As the bullies charged at him, Izuku felt a surge of pain and a dark emotion began to rise within him, consuming his thoughts. When Katsuki struck him with an explosion to the stomach, Izuku coughed, feeling the intensity of his situation. The crimson color that stained the ground began to cloud his vision. The two kids behind Katsuki struck him, while the chubby boy tackled Izuku, forcing him to the ground. The only thing in Izuku's vision that wasn't red was the boy he once called his brother. In a moment of desperation, Katsuki ran to hit Izuku, but he was suddenly blasted back by an invisible force. The two lackeys stared in shock as Izuku's eyes glowed bright red and orange, and a dark, crimson arm formed over his own. Izuku radiated a wave of malice and hatred that sent the boys fleeing in terror, their instincts screaming at them to escape. The chaos caused other children in the park to scream and run away as well. Izuku looked at his hand in fear, feeling an overwhelming longing to destroy, which terrified him even more than the sight of Katsuki, who had blood trickling down his forehead from hitting a tree. Izuku began to hyperventilate, his breath quickening as panic set in. In sheer despair and terror over what he had done, he screamed out loud. He reflected on the harsh truth that not all people were created equal. At 4 years old, he learned that some kids had more powers than others, while those who were truly unfortunate received more sinister abilities, labeled as villainous quirks. As time passed, Izuku discovered that his curse would lead to judgment and attacks, forcing him to hide his quirk and lie about being quirkless. He endured bullying throughout his life, but it only fueled his determination to do better. An older Izuku was seen running down the street, stopping at a traffic light, waiting for it to turn green. Once it did, he continued on his way, running beneath a group of cherry blossom trees until he witnessed a villain attack, stopping to observe the scene with a smile. He marveled at the sight of the pro-heroes, 𝗓𝗏𝗏 and Backdraft, as they engaged with the giant villain. Backdraft, the water hero, wore a costume resembling that of a firefighter, using jets of water to keep civilians at bay with the help of the police. Meanwhile, 𝗓𝗏𝗏, the punching hero, caught the top half of a destroyed cell tower to prevent it from harming anyone nearby. 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗏, a new hero, swung into action, utilizing his wooden arms to evade the giant villain's attacks. Izuku's excitement grew as he watched 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗏, who was quickly making a name for himself. An old man beside him noticed the bright smile on Izuku's face and teased him about being a fanboy, which made Izuku blush and smile sheepishly in response. As 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗏 prepared to unleash his ultimate move, Izuku felt a rush of anticipation. Just as 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗏 was about to strike, a new pro-hero arrived on the scene, a giant woman in a purple and NDE skin-tight suit. With a powerful kick, she knocked the villain unconscious, causing everyone to freeze in shock. The cameraman began taking photos, chanting in admiration. The new hero introduced herself as Empty Lady, playfully posing for the crowd. Izuku felt a surge of anger at the attention she was receiving, recalling how he had always disliked when random men would stare at his mother. Channeling his father's protective nature, he shouted out that people shouldn't take pictures of a lady without her permission. It was up to her if she wanted her beauty to be captured, and even if she did, it was not for anyone's inappropriate thoughts. Having been called out on their behavior, The cameraman stopped, bowed in apology, and quickly left the scene. This made 𝐿ady blush slightly due to their chivalry, although it also annoyed her that there were no more cameras aimed at her. Meanwhile, Izuku hurriedly made his way to school, worried about being late. After all, who would care about a quirkless Deku? At Adler Junior High, the teacher addressed the third-year students, urging them to think seriously about their futures. He mentioned passing out career aptitude requests but quickly changed his mind as everyone began activating their quirks. The teacher, with a grin, exclaimed that he knew they all wanted to enter the hero track, tossing the papers into the air as the class cheered, using their quirks in excitement. Bakugo leaned back in his chair, scoffing at his classmates. He declared that he was the real deal while the others were just sidekicks for lesser heroes. His classmates shouted back, challenging his arrogance. Bakugo, filled with confidence, shouted that he would take them all on. The teacher, reviewing Bakugo's impressive test results, suggested that he might just get into UA, sparking murmurs among the class about the prestigious school and its low acceptance rate. Bakugo jumped onto his table, proclaiming that he aced all the mock tests and was the only one in the school capable of getting into UA. He envisioned taking down All Might and becoming the richest hero, with people worldwide knowing his name. The teacher then mockingly turned to Izuku, asking if he wanted to go to UA too. The class froze, then erupted into laughter, teasing Izuku about his chances of getting in without a quirk. Izuku stood up, trying to convince them that the rules had changed and he could be the first quirkless student to enter UA. Suddenly, Bakugo exploded Izuku's desk, sending him crashing against the wall. Bakugo taunted him, claiming he was worse than the others and that UA would never accept someone like him. Izuku, trembling, pleaded for Bakugo to understand that he only wanted to be a hero, despite not having a quirk. Bakugo's anger intensified, and he warned Izuku that he would never stand a chance against the best. As the class looked increasingly intimidating in Izuku's eyes, he felt overwhelmed by their harsh words. He packed his things as his classmates left, noticing the incident with 𝗵𝗲 on the news. He chuckled to himself, thinking he had more notes to write, but then Bakugo and his friends appeared, smirking with pride. Bakugo threatened Izuku, claiming they weren't finished yet, while one of his lackeys mocked Izuku's notebook, suggesting he was taking notes on how to become a hero. Bakugo then destroyed the notebook, the scent of burnt paper filling the air as Izuku felt a piece of himself tear away. He cried out in despair as Bakugo tossed the remains out the window. Bakugo placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, using his quirk at a lesser strength, causing smoke to rise as he warned Izuku not to apply to UA. He pushed Izuku back, making him stumble to the ground, and declared that most heroes were recognized from a young age, asserting that he was destined for greatness. As Bakugo and his lackeys walked away, Bakugo turned back, suggesting a way for Izuku to get a quirk. He mockingly advised Izuku to jump off the roof and hope for a quirk in his next life. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, a tear rolling down his cheek as he clenched his fist in frustration. Later, Izuku found his notebook in a pond, a fish nibbling at it. He lamented how his dreams had turned into fish food, angrily retrieving it from the water. Looking at his right hand, he clenched his fist and shut his eyes, reflecting on the curse of being born quirkless. And why couldn't it have been something more heroic? In a flashback, a young 4-year-old Izuku slid into the kitchen of his home, finding his beloved mother washing dishes. He ran to her side, excitedly announcing that it was computer time. Inko, surprised, responded that it was already time. The two then went to the computer room, where Izuku sat in the big chair while his mother prepared the video. Izuku reflected on his mother, Izuku Midoriya, who had once been a hero known as Magnetic. However, when she became 𝗵𝗲 with him, she hung up her cape and dedicated herself to raising him. As he watched the video, he urged her to play it faster, swinging his head back and forth, causing her to giggle. Inko remarked that he had likely added thousands of views to the video himself, questioning why he liked it since she found it scary. The video featured old disaster footage, but more importantly, it showcased the debut of the greatest hero the world had ever known. Izuku's smile brightened as he watched All Might save everyone, his eyes shining with admiration. He declared that All Might was the coolest in the universe and proclaimed that once he got his quirk, he would become a hero just like him. Time passed, and Izuku's face went pale with shock when he heard the doctor's words that he would not develop a quirk. He dropped his toy in disbelief. 𝗏𝗏, concerned, asked if something was wrong, noting that other children his age had abilities. The doctor explained that Izuku was a fourth-generation quirk user and inquired about the quirks of both 𝗏𝗏 and his father. 𝗏𝗏 shared that she had strong telekinesis and her husband could breathe fire. The doctor revealed that based on his examination, it was unlikely Izuku would develop a quirk. He explained that research had shown a connection between the bones of a person's foot and the likelihood of acquiring a quirk. He noted that while people with powers had one joint in their pinky toe, Izuku had two, which was common among about 20% of the population. That night, heavy rain echoed around the apartment complex as the video played in the background. 𝗏𝗏 stood in front of her baby's dark room, the only light coming from the laptop screen. She could hear Izuku's voice, filled with despair, as he expressed his admiration for All Might, who always smiled despite adversity. 𝗏𝗏 felt a knife of sorrow stab her heart as she listened to her son's trembling words. When Izuku turned to reveal his broken expression, 𝗏𝗏's tears fell as she collapsed, hugging him tightly. He asked if he could be a hero too, and she embraced him, wishing things were different. Tears streamed down his face as he expressed his disappointment, feeling that his world was crumbling. He vowed that day to believe in himself and to keep smiling, just like All Might. As he walked under a bridge, laughing like his hero, he suddenly heard a strange noise behind him. Turning around, he saw a large sludge-like villain approaching. Izuku whimpered as the villain towered over him, declaring that he would make a perfect skin suit. In a panic, Izuku ran, but the villain enveloped him in its green sludge, forcing itself into his mouth and nose. The villain reassured him that he would feel better soon if he didn't fight back. Izuku struggled to breathe, feeling his strength fading. He realized he had to use his power. Suddenly, his right arm was surrounded by a crimson-orange aura, becoming more solid. Just then, a manhole cover flew off, and a large figure emerged. It was All Might, who declared that the citizen was safe now that he was there. The villain attempted to attack, but All Might dodged and countered with a powerful punch, sending a blast of air that scattered the villain. Izuku watched in awe as All Might stood before him, and then he fainted, muttering the hero's name. Later, All Might lightly slapped Izuku to wake him up. When Izuku slowly regained consciousness, he was shocked and scooted back, screaming. All Might reassured him that he was all right, apologizing for the chaos. He explained that he had captured the villain and showed Izuku 2 soda bottles containing the defeated foe. Izuku's thoughts raced as he realized he was in the presence of the most amazing hero in the world, All Might, who looked even cooler in person. Izuku was filled with excitement as he searched for his notebook, eager to ask the hero for an autograph. When he finally found it, he approached the man, only to be met with a surprised shout and a flurry of grateful bows. The hero thanked him, saying it would become a cherished family heirloom. All Might responded with a thumbs up, then announced he had to take a villain to the police, promising to see Izuku around as he prepared to leap away. Izuku, not wanting to let the moment slip away, called out to All Might, asking if he was leaving already. All Might explained that pro-heroes must always be ready for another villain, thanking Izuku for his support as he jumped into the air. Suddenly, Izuku found himself flailing and clinging to All Might's leg. All Might exclaimed that while he loved his fans, this was too much. Izuku insisted he couldn't let go, fearing he would fall. Realizing the truth in Izuku's words, All Might reluctantly agreed to let him stay, instructing him to close his mouth and eyes. After a brief moment, All Might landed on a rooftop, where Izuku leaned against his knees, catching his breath. He felt as if his life had flashed before his eyes. All Might prepared to leave, urging Izuku to knock on the door for help, but Izuku pleaded for answers. Memories flooded Izuku's mind as he questioned whether someone with a dangerous power like his could ever become a hero like All Might. All Might, despite his pain, paused to listen. Izuku shared his journey of discovering his ability and the fear it instilled in others. He expressed his longing to be a hero, admired by everyone, just like All Might. However, Izuku was taken aback when he noticed All Might's frail appearance, realizing that the hero he idolized was not as he seemed. In shock, Izuku exclaimed his disbelief, questioning how All Might could look so different. All Might, with a hint of humor, compared himself to someone flexing at the pool, trying to maintain an image. Izuku struggled to accept this new reality, feeling as though he was dreaming about the hero who had always saved the day. All Might, understanding the boy's perspective, revealed the truth behind his smile. He carried the weight of many mistakes and a deep sadness that was hidden from the world. He sat down on the rooftop railing, urging Izuku not to share what he had seen. With a heavy heart, All Might lifted his shirt to reveal a scar, causing Izuku to recoil in shock. The sight of the deep wound was unsettling, and All Might explained that it was a result of a past battle, leaving him unable to perform hero work for long periods. Izuku gasped, recalling the incident with the villain known as Toxic Chainsaw. All Might confirmed that while he had faced many challenges, he had managed to keep this particular fight a secret. As he gazed up at the sky, memories of that fateful night haunted him. He then encouraged Izuku to continue discussing his dangerous quirk, prompting the boy to confront the fears he had tried to bury. He just couldn't help himself. Despite everything he was called, despite all the things it allowed him to do, he needed to know if he could truly be a hero despite his power. Izuku explained that he had an extra joint in his foot, which made it impossible for him to have a quirk, or at least that was what he had been told. He waited for All Might to respond, noting the confusion on the pro's face. It wasn't surprising, after all, he had just told the man that he had a power that wasn't a quirk. All Might expressed his confusion, stating that he didn't understand what this power was. Izuku revealed that he hadn't told anyone about it, not even his mother, because he was afraid of how she would react. He asked All Might if, despite this power, he could still become a hero like him. All Might sighed, admitting that he didn't fully grasp what Izuku's power was, but he cautioned that it could be dangerous for someone who had been told he was quirkless to possess an ability. Izuku interrupted, insisting that it wasn't a gift. All Might flinched at the boy's sudden outburst. Seeing All Might's reaction, Izuku looked down at his trembling hand, guilt washing over him. The memory of the power he felt was intoxicating, but so was the hatred, the intent to harm, the longing to end Bakugo right then and there. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced, strength and speed swirling into a whirlwind of power, and the urge to use that power on everyone around him terrified him. He admitted that it felt like a curse. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed around them, and they turned to see smoke rising from the central plaza. Izuku shouted that a villain was causing chaos. Rushing off the roof and down the stairs of the building, both Izuku and All Might raced to the scene. At the scene, the sludge villain was wreaking havoc in the mall. Stores that had once been filled with bustling customers now lay in ruins, consumed by flames. The police were keeping people behind emergency safety tape as heroes 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 and Backdraft arrived, preparing to engage the threat. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 shouted at the sludge villain, expressing his outrage at preying on a child. He launched himself forward, focusing all his power into a punch meant to scatter the villain and free the spiky-haired teen trapped inside. Unfortunately, his punch barely moved the villain, who laughed maliciously as 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲's fist sank into its body. Distracted by his predicament, 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 failed to notice a tendril extending from the villain's side, which swung into him, sending the colossal hero crashing into a metal wall. His fellow heroes checked on him, alert and dodging another incoming tendril that smashed down on a nearby shop, destroying it in a single hit. The sludge villain threatened to snap the neck of its hostage, who screamed in rage, forcing his head and hands out of the villain's grasp. It was Bakugo. Bakugo roared, declaring that the villain had picked the wrong person to mess with. He attempted to create explosions, but they did little to weaken his restraints. Panic began to settle in as he struggled, igniting the sweat in his palms and creating larger explosions that sent the heroes stumbling back. The sludge villain reveled in Bakugo's power, boasting that with a quirk like his under control, he could take out All Might with one punch. Civilians watched in fear as dread grew within them, but they also felt a thrill at seeing heroes in action. Some commented on the situation, marveling at the villain's power and expressing hope that the new hero, MT Lady, would stop him. However, the lady found herself unable to move through the narrow space between buildings, lamenting her predicament. 𝗵𝗲 swung in, rescuing civilians from the fire while avoiding the flames himself. Backdraft focused on dousing the growing embers with jets of water, calling out for fire trucks to arrive. The heroes gritted their teeth, frustrated at their inability to help Bakugo, while some felt angered by the lack of room to take the spotlight. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 struggled to get a grip on the villain's unusual body, realizing that Bakugo was still alive despite his struggles. The sludge villain took advantage of the distraction to attack again, and 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻 jumped back to dodge another tendril. He shouted that they didn't have the right quirks to take down a villain like this. His fellow heroes agreed, stating they just needed to keep the situation under control until reinforcements arrived. The heroes who had come to save the day could only grit their teeth, feeling helpless in the face of the chaos. And all the while, the flames grew brighter, burned hotter, and consumed more. Fortunately, Backdraft continued using his abilities to keep the flames away from the people. He shouted that there were still plenty of people to save. 𝗵𝗲, though frightened of the flames, swung down to pick up more civilians and take them away from the fight. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻, the muscle of the group, looked down at himself, knowing he lacked the strength necessary to deal with the villain, and his resolve began to dwindle. He thought that he was sorry for the kid and that he would have to hold on a little longer. He lamented that if only he had more power, he could blow the villain away. Meanwhile, All Might and Izuku had just arrived, hearing the people trying to support the heroes, who could do nothing but watch in quiet resentment towards the evildoer. All Might reflected on his mistake, feeling ashamed for having dropped the villain in the air while worrying about his time limit. He gripped the shirt over his wound, feeling pathetic and blaming himself for what was happening. Izuku, in shock, recalled the events of a few hours ago and realized that the villain who attacked him was the same one All Might had captured. He panicked, thinking that if the villain had dropped the bottle, it was his fault. The sludge villain took his chance while the heroes hesitated, swinging a tendril straight at the civilians. They shrieked in terror as 𝗵𝗲 shrank herself enough to stand in front of them, taking the brunt of the blow and holding her arms in front of her face to shield it. She shouted for everyone to stay back, but the impact sent her skidding back to her knees. Though she was a pro, her experience with her smaller giant form was limited. Izuku felt a wave of guilt wash over him, believing it was all his fault. He was horrified, feeling like the true villain for causing the mess in the first place. Meanwhile, the voices of those around him echoed in his mind, expressing confusion and concern about All Might's whereabouts. Both All Might and Izuku looked down in shame, blaming themselves. Izuku thought that he was the one to blame, while All Might felt worthless. They both realized that none of the other heroes had the quirks to stop the monster. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the air, and Izuku focused back on the fight to see 𝗵𝗲 rolling on the ground, fear evident on her face as her costume was torn apart, revealing her skin underneath. In that moment, Izuku felt a surge of determination. He sprinted forward through the crowd, pushing aside his hesitation, fear, and self-blame as he stood in front of the downed heroine. A pro hero urged him to get out of there, but 𝗵𝗲 recognized him as the kid who had defended her earlier and warned him to leave. Izuku, however, replied that he couldn't do that because she needed help. His words, though simple, shone like a beacon of hope for 𝗵𝗲, who had felt fear for her life. With renewed determination, Izuku turned his attention back to the villain who had trapped him earlier, his heart racing as he approached. The villain threatened him, but Izuku felt a surge of courage, recalling the past he wanted to forget. He knew that if he could use his abilities to help save his childhood friend trapped in the sludge villain's hold, he had to act. Despite the memories flooding his mind, Izuku resolved not to let the villain hurt anyone. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power as he called forth his abilities. Lightning surrounded his fist as he prepared to confront the threat. 𝗵𝗲 warned him to look out just as the villain sent a tendril straight at him, but Izuku was ready to protect those around him. A blast of air pressure shattered the tendril, transforming Izuku's entire arm into his impurity arm. Its appearance sent a wave of fear and curiosity through the crowd, but none felt more intrigued or speechless than All Might as he watched the boy protect a downed heroine. 𝗵𝗲 expressed her confusion, while civilians whispered about the boy's quirk, finding it both scary and awe-inspiring. Adrenaline surged through Izuku like a powerful rush, and he smiled as he took a step forward, determined to confront the villain. With a fierce resolve, Izuku declared that he would make the villain pay for everything he had done. The villain recoiled, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Izuku's arm, like a predator stalking its prey. Izuku launched himself forward at incredible speeds, pulling back his arm and delivering a powerful punch. He used his other arm to grab the unconscious Bakugo, all while defeating the villain and extinguishing the flames, as an exorcist star formed in the aftermath. The crowd was left in disbelief, marveling at the boy's incredible feat after the heroes collected the remains of the sludge villain and the police took him into custody. Bakugo received praise for his resistance against the villain. Once he regained consciousness, Izuku was also complimented by some onlookers. He stared at his shaking hand, which had reverted to its normal form, holding it close to his chest as his heart raced. All Might pondered the power that Izuku feared, while Kamui approached him, scolding him for his reckless actions. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏 joined in, expressing concern for Izuku's safety. Izuku looked down in shame until MD Lady placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, defending him and suggesting they give him a warning instead. The two heroes exchanged glances before 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏 ruffled Izuku's hair, acknowledging his bravery but advising him not to take such risks again. Izuku blushed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and pride. MD Lady leaned in and whispered that she thought he was a cool little hero, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek, which made him blush even more, causing the pros to chuckle. Kamui reminded them that Izuku was still a minor, while MT Lady playfully defended her teasing. Kamui then asked Izuku for his name, to which he nervously introduced himself. Kamui offered to take him on as a sidekick in the future, while 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏 insisted he should be the one to mentor him. They both looked at Izuku, who could only stutter in response, feeling overwhelmed as Lady wrapped her arms around him, claiming him as her own. As the heroes bickered over him, Bakugo glared at Izuku, confused about the events that had transpired while he was unconscious. He was told he should thank the green-haired boy for saving his life. Meanwhile, people across the city watched the news, which revealed Bakugo's and Izuku's faces on the screen. Izuku was on his way home, reflecting on how he had wanted to apologize to All Might but couldn't find him in the crowd. He felt fortunate that the reporters had allowed him to leave thanks to the pro-hero's intervention. However, he couldn't shake the feeling of the immense power he had wielded that day. Suddenly, Bakugo ran up to him, demanding to know what had happened. He accused Izuku of being useless and insisted he didn't need his help, leaving Izuku to wonder if he had truly helped by using his power. Just then, All Might appeared, startling Izuku. The hero thanked him and explained that if Izuku hadn't intervened, he would have forgotten why he became the symbol of peace. Izuku protested, feeling responsible for the villain's escape and believing he had wasted All Might's time. All Might reassured him, acknowledging Izuku's fear of his power but praising him for saving the pros and the young man despite that fear. He spoke of how heroes often acted instinctively, their bodies moving before they had a chance to think. Izuku felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he reflected on his fears of being pushed away by others. All Might told him that with his power, he too could become a hero and was worthy of inheriting his quirk. Izuku was taken aback, questioning what that meant. All Might laughed, assuring him he wouldn't force it upon him, and asked if he wanted to inherit his incredible power. Izuku looked at All Might in shock and confusion. All Might explained that there were a few things Izuku should know about his power. Many journalists guessed that All Might's quirk was either super strength or invulnerability. When people asked him questions about it, he often made a joke and dodged the question. This was because people needed to believe that the symbol of peace was a natural-born hero. However, All Might revealed that there was nothing natural about his power. He tilted his head back, spreading his arms in the air, and shared that he had not been born with this power. It was a sacred torch passed down to him by someone else. Izuku could only look at All Might in disbelief, wondering if someone had really given him his quirk. All Might confirmed that it was true and added that Izuku was next in line to receive his abilities. Izuku felt overwhelmed, struggling to process this information. All Might urged him to stop overthinking and to accept this new reality. He explained that he could transfer his quirk to someone else, and that was just one facet of his true abilities. The true name of his power was One for All. Izuku muttered in awe as All Might held out his hand, a celestial glow illuminating from within it. All Might elaborated that one person improves the power and then hands it over to another, allowing it to grow as it is passed along. This cultivated power enabled him to save those in need of a hero, which was the truth behind his strength. Izuku hesitated, expressing his doubts. He recalled how others had called his power scary, and how Kaken had told him he wasn't needed, making him feel like he only caused trouble. All Might reassured him that he had been on the lookout for a worthy successor. He had witnessed Izuku save 𝗵𝗲 while others stood idly by. To All Might, Izuku's curse was a gift. He had been the hero that day, regardless of what anyone else said. All Might asked if Izuku would accept this opportunity. Determined, Izuku clenched his fist and nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Izuku called out to his mother, who rushed to him and hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. The stress and terror she felt when she saw her child fighting a villain on the news shook her to her core. She bombarded him with questions filled with worry and fear about what had happened while she wasn't looking. Izuku nervously admitted that she had seen the news. Inko's relief mixed with disbelief as she expressed her pride in his newfound strength, pinching his cheeks affectionately. Despite her joy, Izuku sensed her underlying anxiety. He realized he needed to explain everything to her, especially about what was happening with his arm and his plans for the future. Gathering his courage, Izuku revealed that he had awakened his quirk and was going to start training for the entrance exam at 𝐻𝐸. He hoped his mother would be happy for him, but her reaction was not what he expected. Inko expressed her concerns, insisting that he couldn't go to 𝐻𝐸. She reminded him of the risks involved, fearing for his safety and well-being. Feeling a dark emotion rising within him, Izuku struggled with the weight of his mother's disbelief. He cried out in frustration, demanding to know why she couldn't believe in him. As his emotions surged, a strange energy flickered around his arm, and his eyes glowed with intensity. Inko's fear was palpable as she urged him to stop. Realizing what was happening, Izuku quickly calmed himself, his eyes returning to their normal color. He fell to the floor, begging for forgiveness, overwhelmed with guilt and fear of losing her. Inko, taken aback by his distress, reassured him that she would never leave him, no matter what. Izuku's words revealed the pain he had hidden for so long. Inko comforted him, expressing her unconditional love, regardless of his quirk. As he held her tightly, he released his frustration and guilt through tears, finding solace in her embrace. She had always been his symbol of light and hope. Inko then asked about his training plans, encouraging him to do his best while reminding him to take care of himself. With his eyes still misty, Izuku nodded, feeling a mix of emotions as he prepared for the challenges ahead. Fear, confusion, shock, and above all, happiness filled Izuku. He wondered if this meant he could train his abilities and attend the entrance exam. Inko, his mother, asked him when he had acquired this power and if it was truly a quirk. She held his right arm gently as she spoke. Izuku hesitated, expressing uncertainty about whether it was a quirk or a curse. All he knew was that it made him stronger and faster. He looked down, feeling the weight of guilt as Inko cried, realizing that her son feared she might abandon him because of his frightening ability. Inko's voice trembled as she processed the revelation. She was shocked to learn that he had kept this secret from her out of fear. All those times their neighbors moved away or his teachers labeled him a monster were now painfully clear. Izuku nodded, feeling shame wash over him as Inko hugged him tightly, apologizing profusely. She expressed her regret for not understanding the true reason behind the mistreatment he endured. Izuku reassured her that he had never blamed her, only himself, for feeling alone in a world that seemed indifferent. Inko cried against his neck, grateful for a son like him, but also anxious about the future as he grew older. Later, after a meal of grilled fish, rice, and miso soup, Izuku lay in bed, his mind racing. Sweat dripped down his forehead as his cursed arm revealed itself once more, its glow bright enough to blind anyone who entered his room. In his mindscape, Izuku found himself hovering in a void of darkness, free from fear and confusion. Perhaps it was the memories swirling around him that illuminated the space, but he felt a sense of belonging. He realized this was his mind, not a place of attack. He marveled at his surroundings, surprised by the state of his mindscape. Suddenly he fell, landing on what felt like solid ground. A crimson light flashed before him, and he looked up to see a figure approaching with a teasing smirk, revealing sharp teeth. The figure introduced himself as 𝗂𝗫𝗵𝗲, one of the twin star exorcists, and welcomed Izuku. Izuku soon arrived at 𝗬𝗏 Beach, once an appealing tourist destination but now littered with trash. 𝗓𝗏, in his smaller form, greeted him enthusiastically. Izuku smiled back, feeling a sense of camaraderie with his favorite pro-hero. 𝗓𝗏 explained that they would be training at the beach for the next 10 months, aiming to restore it to its former glory. He asked to see Izuku's physique to determine where to begin their training. When Izuku removed his tracksuit jacket, 𝗓𝗏 was astonished by the amount of muscle he had developed. He expressed his surprise, realizing that with Izuku's physique, he could likely utilize 10% of one for all. Izuku shared that he had started training at the age of 5, motivated by his longing to attend UA despite his mother's fears. 𝗓𝗏 was impressed by Izuku's dedication from such a young age. With a determined grin, 𝗓𝗏 declared that it was time to start their training, and Izuku eagerly agreed. The two exchanged smiles, and Izuku could hear 𝗂𝗂𝗁's voice in his head, hinting at the exciting journey ahead. For months later, Izuku had dedicated himself to cleaning the beach, balancing his time between workouts and learning to fight from 𝗂𝗂𝗁. He understood that he needed combat skills to defend himself and others, relying on his own strength. Cleaning the beach was a challenge, but he pushed himself, sometimes to the point of exhaustion. 𝗓𝗏 and 𝗂𝗂𝗁 were always there, cheering him on as he tested his limits. 𝗂𝗂𝗁 trained Izuku in his mindscape, teaching him how to harness the powers of his impurity arm. Slowly, Izuku learned to use its basic abilities before tackling the more complex ones. He discovered that the talisman he received in his youth still influenced the arm's powers. However, unlike his wife, 𝗂𝗂𝗁 couldn't teach Izuku how to create talismans to enhance his abilities further. He explained that Izuku's control over the arm stemmed from his own talisman, which allowed him to manage its power. Spending time with 𝗂𝗂𝗁 and 𝗓𝗏 boosted Izuku's confidence. Thanks to 𝗂𝗂𝗁, he began to see the potential in his impurity arm. 𝗂𝗂𝗁 became an ideal for Izuku to aspire to, having endured tremendous hardships in his past, including the loss of friends and family. Izuku felt a deep connection to 𝗂𝗂𝗁's journey, finding strength in the struggles they both faced. But what made Izuku idolize 𝗂𝗂𝗁 was the goal he strived for. Just like Izuku, who wanted to become the #1 hero for the people, 𝗂𝗂𝗁 aimed to eliminate all the 𝗕𝗓𝗄 so that no one else would have to suffer as he did, ensuring that his own child could live in peace. Then one night, something strange happened, something that would change everything. In the beginning of the 5th month, Izuku and 𝗂𝗂𝗁 stood in front of 3 girls. 2 were shorter than their tall friend with purple hair. The blue-haired girl was appealing, with mesmerizing golden eyes and a petite figure that added to her cute appearance. The second girl had light pink hair and eyes, along with 2 horns. She wore traditional Chinese princess attire and looked somewhat shy, which made her utterly adorable. Finally, their more robust friend wore a refined purple suit, the top unbuttoned, revealing a lot of her figure. She had a pretty face and 1 black horn. Izuku and 𝗂𝗂𝗁 were bewildered by the sudden appearance of these girls, wondering who they were and why they were in their minds. The blue-haired girl suddenly fell to her knees, coughing. As her friends rushed to her side, she expressed her horror at realizing she could no longer feel her magic or transform into a slime. The other girls echoed her fear, revealing that their magic had been sealed off too. Seeing their distress, Izuku decided to get to the bottom of this unexpected situation. He asked them what had happened. The 3 girls turned to him, and 𝗂𝗂𝗁, arms crossed with blood-stained tissues at his nose, listened intently. The blue-haired girl explained that they had been in a meeting when a giant beam shot down and struck her. Her friends had tried to pull her out, but they were all 𝗬𝗓𝗍𝗓. As they shared their terrifying experience of witnessing their friends and townspeople being attacked, Izuku felt a pang of empathy. He understood that seeing loved ones in danger could break anyone's spirit. Feeling helpless, he looked down, but then a realization struck him. They were not the only ones to appear in his mindscape uninvited, so he turned to 𝗏𝗏𝗏, hoping he might have an idea of how to help them. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 speculated that, unlike him, the girls were not dead and still had physical bodies, which meant someone had brought them here. He narrowed his eyes, suggesting that this person might be the same one who had killed him, using Izuku as an anchor point for cross-dimensional beings. Izuku was shocked by this revelation. He knew little about 𝗏𝗏𝗏's death, only that a masked man had approached him, seeking help to build a utopia. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had only wanted peace with his family, but the man had threatened them, leading to 𝗏𝗏𝗏's demise. Looking back at the girls, who were still sobbing, Izuku felt a surge of determination. He approached them and offered his hand, transforming the void around them into an appealing landscape filled with green, flowers, and sakura trees. This serene environment represented hope and connection. He assured them that he understood their fear and loneliness, promising to help them return home, no matter the challenge. The girls looked at him in shock as the blossoms from the trees swirled around them. Izuku declared that he would fight for their smiles, even if it meant facing a god. As they fell through the horrifying images of their world being torn apart, the girls caught a glimpse of a single light amidst the darkness, a light that could change everything. Tears filled their eyes as they jumped on Izuku, embracing him. They needed someone to tell them it would be okay, someone who promised to restore their hope. Izuku thought to himself that while evil would always exist, he would do everything in his power to bring back smiles and save those in need. He asked the girls if they felt better, and they nodded enthusiastically, expressing their gratitude. He introduced himself, and as he pointed to 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who smirked playfully, the girls ignored the teasing. Rimyuri thanked Izuku and, as a token of appreciation, kissed him on the cheek, causing him to blush. The other girls quickly followed suit, leaving him bright red and overwhelmed. After this whirlwind of emotions, Izuku woke up to find himself in bed, surrounded by the girls who were cuddling him as they slept. Izuku's mother entered not long after and fainted, causing Izuku to panic. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 found amusement in witnessing Izuku's most embarrassing moments. Later, Izuku and the girls explained everything to 𝗏𝗏𝗏, omitting any mention of 𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was overjoyed to hear about her son's promise to bring the girls back to their world and rewarded him with 𝗬𝗏𝗏. The girls joined Izuku in his final months of training, supporting him alongside 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Initially shocked to meet the girls, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 promised to help them as best he could after hearing their story. On the 9th month, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 finally transferred his hair to Izuku, granting him the quirk despite its unusual method. The quirk proved to be worth it, providing immense strength and speed, though it came with significant physical backlash. Izuku decided to test it with his impurity arm, which doubled the quirk's power. However, controlling it became more challenging due to the darker powers of the impurity arm. Fortunately, Rimyuri, Cheyenne, and Shuna were there to support him, helping him manage One for All's impurity, which surrounded him with an orange and red energy. Izuku had grown extremely close to the girls, learning about their interests, favorite foods, and colors. Unbeknownst to him, the girls harbored feelings for him, which 𝗏𝗏𝗏 quickly picked up on as she became like a second mother to them. After completing his training, Izuku looked forward to a break, but the girls often fought for his attention. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 would distract them by sharing stories about Izuku's favorite foods and how to prepare them. Having grown up quirkless, Izuku had little experience with girls, having faced bullying from his peers. This new companionship brought forth feelings he had long forgotten, filling him with warmth and happiness. Cheyenne, Rimyuri, and Shuna reignited a sense of joy within him, and seeing him happy made 𝗏𝗏𝗏's heart swell with joy. Each moment spent with them filled him with butterflies, and he confided in 𝗏𝗏𝗏 about his feelings. Though 𝗏𝗏𝗏 already knew, he celebrated Izuku's revelation and encouraged him to share his feelings with his mother. When he did, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 embraced him, delighted that he was finally accepting his feelings for the girls, whom she had already welcomed as potential daughters-in-law. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 reminded Izuku to respect, cherish, and treat them right if he truly loved them. That was her lesson about love, but the focus shifted as the day of the exams finally arrived. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, exhaustion still evident on his face, but a new day had begun. He reached to his left, pushing himself up by leaning against the pillow, and his hand grasped something large, warm, and soft. Confusion washed over him as he blinked, his face turning a deep shade of red. What had happened the night before? His thoughts raced back, but the events were hazy, like a dream he couldn't quite remember. They had shared a large meal with his mother the previous day, and he had gone to bed early. When had the girls arrived, and why were they there? He glanced over at the girls, each one peacefully resting, their faces soft with innocence. His body tensed. How could he explain this situation? Rokuro yawned and exclaimed in surprise, prompting Izuku to shift carefully, trying not to disturb the girls. He knew he had to leave the room and quietly crept to the edge of the bed. Slowly, he swung his legs off the bed, feeling the coolness of the wooden floor beneath his feet. He took one last glance at Rimuri, Cheyenne, and Shuna before standing up and tiptoeing toward the door. His heart raced as he cracked the door open and stepped out, careful not to make a sound. Once in the hallway, he sighed in relief, though his mind was still a whirlwind of thoughts. What was he supposed to do? What was happening to him? His hands trembled as he ran them through his messy hair, but a delicious aroma from the kitchen caught his attention. The scent wafting through the air made his stomach growl. Mom was probably already up, he thought, straightening himself out and shaking off the lingering confusion. He made his way down the hallway toward the living room, hoping to find some normalcy. As he rounded the corner, he saw his mother, Inko, in the kitchen, humming a little tune while cooking. Breakfast. The delightful smell of grilled fish, rice, and miso soup filled the air, causing his stomach to rumble louder than before. He greeted her, trying to mask the slight tremor in his voice. Inko looked over with a warm smile, her face illuminated by the soft morning light. She asked if he had slept well, and he nodded, though his cheeks were still flushed. Inko raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. She mentioned that she had made his favorite breakfast, knowing he must be hungry after all the excitement lately. His stomach growled again, making him blush in embarrassment as he thanked her, feeling grateful for the meal. As he sat down at the table, the weight of the day ahead began to settle on his shoulders. He glanced back toward the bedroom where the girls were still sleeping. What was he supposed to do now? How would he face everything that had happened and what was still to come? For now, he focused on the warmth of the food in front of him. He could hear his mom humming softly as she worked in the kitchen, and for the moment, it helped him find some calm amid the storm swirling in his mind. Izuku was just about to take a bite of his rice when the shrill sound of his alarm pierced the air. His heart skipped a beat as the loud, unmistakable voice of All Might blared through the speakers, announcing his presence. Izuku's eyes went wide. Oh no, I'm going to be late. He quickly shoved the rest of his food down, hardly tasting it, and sprang to his feet. He called out to his mom, thanking her for breakfast as he rushed toward the door. Inko turned from the stove, her warm smile still on her face. She wished him a good day and reminded him not to forget something, but before she could finish, the door softly thudded shut as Izuku dashed out of the house, practically flying down the steps. His shoes were barely on his feet as he ran, his mind racing with All Might's voice echoing in his head. As he hurried down the street toward his destination, he could hear the distant sound of a door opening behind him, but he didn't stop to look back. His heart pounded in his chest. A few moments later, the girls stirred from their sleep, stretching and yawning. Rimuri was the first to blink her eyes open, still groggy from sleep. She mumbled, wondering where Izuku was. Shuna, now fully awake, glanced around the room and asked if he was gone already. Just then, Inko walked in from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel. She looked at the girls with a playful smile and informed them that Izuku had rushed out in a hurry, having said goodbye. She crossed her arms, her eyes twinkling mischievously, and noted that he must have been in a bit of a rush to get to school. The girls exchanged glances, their faces turning bright red as the teasing began. Inko grinned, her voice light and teasing, noting how cozy the girls had been sleeping beside her son. Shuna giggled, clearly flustered, insisting they hadn't planned it and had just fallen asleep. Rimuri's cheeks were as pink as her usual blush, and she squirmed uncomfortably, explaining that they were just making sure Izuku was okay after everything. Cheyenne, who had been quieter until now, cleared her throat softly, her expression composed but slightly embarrassed, affirming that it was purely out of concern and they hadn't meant to make Izuku feel awkward. 𝗵𝗄 laughed gently, waving her hand, assuring them that she understood. She thought it was sweet to see them all together but advised them to be careful next time, as they wouldn't want to make her boy too nervous. The girls laughed nervously, exchanging glances before trying to change the subject. Shuna complimented 𝗵𝗄 on the amazing smell of breakfast, eager to move the conversation away from the awkwardness. 𝗵𝗄 smiled warmly and gestured toward the table, inviting them to join her. The warm sunlight bathed the beach in golden hues as Izuku stood there, staring out at the expansive ocean. His heart lifted as he took in the view, a place he had visited many times before, but today, it looked different. The sand was nearly spotless, shining clean under the sunlight, as if nature had given the land a fresh breath. The ocean stretched out ahead, its waves gentle and clear, free from the usual debris that plagued its shores. For a brief moment, Izuku allowed himself to take it all in. The tranquil scene felt like a breath of fresh air, the kind of peace he hadn't been able to fully enjoy in a long time. He had spent many afternoons here before, cleaning up the beach, picking up trash, doing his best to keep this corner of the world from suffering the same fate as so many other places in the city. The effort had been exhausting, and yet, seeing it now in all its pristine beauty made it feel worth every bit of hard work. But even with the beach looking so perfect, there was still a sense of unease deep in his chest. A lingering worry that things might change, that it might slip back into neglect. But for now, it was appealing. A small, hopeful reprieve from the chaos of his everyday life. Izuku took a deep breath, preparing himself to start cleaning once again. He reached for the trash bag he always carried with him and pulled on his gloves, ready to pick up where he left off. The calming sounds of the ocean waves crashing against the shore soothed his nerves, and he felt a sense of determination building inside him. He thought to himself that he could keep this place clean and make a difference as he knelt down to grab a piece of plastic left behind in the sand. But just as he was about to stand up, something caught his attention, a sudden sound. It was distant at first, almost indistinguishable from the rush of waves, but it grew louder, more frantic. A girl's voice, pleading for help. Izuku froze, his heart pounding in his chest as the scream echoed through the air, piercing the calm. The voice was filled with panic, and his instincts immediately kicked in. He turned toward the source, and his heart jumped into his throat. Out in the water, a figure was struggling, waves crashing around them. A girl was thrashing in the water, her orange hair plastered to her face as she kicked and flailed, trying to stay afloat. She was dressed in a loose workout top and shorts, clearly caught off guard by the sudden danger. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized the desperate panic in her movements. She was struggling and she was far from the shore. Without a second thought, he sprang into action. His heart raced as he sprinted toward the water, pushing past the shallow waves that tried to pull him back. Each step became heavier as the current grew stronger, but Izuku didn't hesitate. His goal was simple: save her. When he finally reached her, he could see her face contorted with fear, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. He reached out to grab her arm, but in that moment, the girl's body jerked violently. A strange, powerful force surged through her, and Izuku barely had time to react before massive, oversized hands burst out from her body, pushing against the water with immense force. The quirk was activated. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. Her hands, larger than any normal human's, like two massive, armored fists, flung outward, crashing into the water in a desperate attempt to break free from the waves. But with the strength of her quirk, they only made the situation more precarious. The current began to fight against both of them, and the giant hands only made it harder for Izuku to maintain his hold on her. The girl cried out in panic, urging him not to let go. The large hands flailed wildly, each movement causing her to lose more control, and Izuku struggled to keep up with her unpredictable motions. He shouted for her to hold on, determined not to let her go. The sheer size and power of her quirk complicated everything. Her massive hands sent water splashing everywhere, and the waves crashed against them relentlessly, pulling them both further out. Izuku felt the strain in his muscles as he fought to keep them both from being dragged under. The girl's breathing was ragged as she struggled to focus, her big hands swiping the water in every direction as if she were trying to fight the ocean itself. But with each flail, her movements became more erratic. Izuku reached for her hand again, his grip tightening, urging her to calm down. He reassured her that she was safe and that he wouldn't let her drown. Her eyes locked with his, desperation mixed with fear. Despite the overwhelming size of her quirk, there was a flicker of understanding in her gaze. Slowly, she stopped thrashing against the water. With a strained breath, she retracted her hands, their massive size shrinking back to normal as the power of her quirk subsided. She gasped an apology, her voice barely above a whisper, still shaken. Izuku shook his head, ignoring the exhaustion pulling at his body, and reassured her that she was safe now. He pulled her toward the shore, each step feeling like a battle against the waves. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the beach, both collapsing onto the warm sand, breathing heavily. The girl was still catching her breath, her heart racing as she wiped the water from her face, trying to hide her embarrassment. She looked up at Izuku, her cheeks flushed from the exertion and the close call, expressing her gratitude for saving her. Izuku smiled weakly, still recovering from the adrenaline rush, insisting that there was no need for thanks. The girl laughed softly, though it was shaky, admitting that she wasn't used to being the one who needed saving. Izuku chuckled, acknowledging that it happens to everyone. The girl's expression softened as she pushed herself into a sitting position, her hands resting awkwardly at her sides. She introduced herself as Kendo Itsuka, apologizing again for almost dragging him under. She gave him a sheepish smile, her large hands now back to normal size, though she looked embarrassed by their previous uncontrollable use. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, offering her a hand to help her up and expressing relief that she was okay. As she took his hand and stood, she gave him a more genuine smile, acknowledging that she needed to work on her control and that maybe the beach wasn't the best place for training. Izuku laughed, agreeing that it might not be ideal but assuring her that she would get the hang of it. After catching her breath, Kendo took a step back, brushing the sand off her clothes, still embarrassed but trying to play it cool. She expressed her gratitude again, saying she didn't know how to thank him for saving her. Izuku scratched the back of his head, his face flushing slightly, insisting it was no problem and that it was just a crazy situation. Kendo grinned, her eyes glinting with a mix of gratitude and something playful. She insisted on treating him to lunch to show her appreciation. Izuku blinked, his face turning bright red, stammering that he was fine and that she didn't need to do that. Kendo's longing to take him out for lunch was unexpected, making him truly take in her appearance. She was of medium height with a slim build, and her long orange hair was tied into a high ponytail. All in all, she was one of the most appealing girls he had ever met. Kendo cut him off with a wave of her hand, her smile widening as she insisted on treating him. Izuku felt his heart race as he stumbled for words, feeling flustered. His phone buzzed in his pocket, providing a welcome distraction. He fumbled for his phone and checked the screen, surprised to see a message from All Might. The message encouraged him to accept Kendo's offer and enjoy the time with a fellow hero. Izuku's eyes widened, that didn't help at all. He muttered under his breath, looking up at Kendo and expressing his reluctance to trouble her. Before he could finish, a strange rustling sound came from behind him. Turning, he blinked in confusion at the sight of a familiar figure crouched low behind a nearby truck. It was All Might, or rather, his skeletal form when not using his muscle form. He was crouching behind the truck, giving Izuku an exaggerated thumbs up, a broad grin on his face. Izuku froze, his face going pale, questioning what All Might was doing there. The skeletal hero dramatically nodded, offering support and emphasizing that a hero must embrace every opportunity. Izuku felt a surge of embarrassment as he observed the skeletal version of his mentor, who was enthusiastically waving, completely unaware of Izuku's awkward hiding behind a truck. Kendo tilted her head, her eyes narrowing in suspicion, but she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. She inquired if the figure was someone Izuku knew. Izuku's face flushed as he struggled to articulate a response. He stammered that the figure was indeed his trainer, trying to maintain some semblance of dignity. All Might's skeletal form suddenly stood up and struck a dramatic pose, proclaiming that heroes needed moments of relaxation and encouraging Izuku to take Kendo out. Izuku's embarrassment deepened as he protested, but Kendo's laughter at the absurdity of the situation only amplified his discomfort. Realizing he was in too deep to back out, he reluctantly agreed to go out with Kendo, throwing his hands up in defeat. All Might, still hidden behind the truck, gave an enthusiastic thumbs up before disappearing, leaving Izuku in disbelief. Kendo's excitement was palpable as she asked where he wanted to go. Izuku, feeling cornered by Kendo's persistence and All Might's unexpected approval, muttered that he could go for some ramen. Kendo clapped her hands together, her cheeks turning a soft shade of red as she asked if he could wait for her to change out of her wet clothes. Despite his embarrassment, Izuku agreed, and Kendo's bright smile made his heart race as she took his hand and led him away. As they walked, Izuku glanced back at the beach, hoping his mother wouldn't find out about this spontaneous outing. Kendo was already heading toward the street, waving him along, and he found himself following her, still processing the strange encounter. Back at home, Rim-Yuri sat cross-legged on the floor, engrossed in a Star Wars movie with her friends. Suddenly, she sat up straight, sensing a disturbance in the Force, which puzzled the others. Rim-Yuri dramatically declared that something had happened to Izuku, insisting he was out with a girl, much to the amusement of her friends. Meanwhile, Izuku was trying to maintain his composure as he walked alongside Kendo, who led him to a appealing traditional dojo. She opened the sliding door with a flourish, inviting him inside. Izuku stepped in, his eyes widening at the spacious interior filled with training equipment and a serene atmosphere. Kendo gestured for him to make himself comfortable while she changed. Izuku nodded, feeling out of place but trying to relax on a small wooden bench. He took a deep breath, reflecting on the day's events, Kendo, her quirk, and the bizarre encounter with All Might. Just then, the door opened again, and a tall figure in a kimono entered, exuding strength and authority. Izuku was startled but quickly explained he was waiting for Kendo. The figure smiled warmly and introduced himself as Kendo's father, having heard about Izuku from Kendo. Izuku blinked, taking in the man's solid build and kind eyes, realizing he was in the presence of someone who had trained rigorously. They exchanged introductions, and Kendo's father mentioned that he knew Izuku was going out for ramen, causing Izuku's face to turn beet red at the thought. Kendo's father raised an eyebrow in amusement and reassured Izuku that Kendo was like that with everyone, and he would get used to it. With a chuckle, he turned to leave, saying he would let Izuku wait for her, as she should be done shortly. Izuku nodded, still feeling a bit overwhelmed by the situation. He thought about how embarrassing it was to be in a dojo, waiting like this, and wondered if she would take him into some intense training session next. A few moments later, Kendo returned, looking much more relaxed in a simple green dress and a black leather jacket, her long hair tied up in a ponytail. She approached Izuku with a bright smile and asked if he had been waiting long, her expression softening as she noticed the faint blush on his cheeks from her entrance. Izuku stood up quickly, trying to appear casual despite the awkwardness, and insisted he hadn't been waiting long at all. Kendo's eyes twinkled with amusement as she suggested they get going, mentioning a great ramen place nearby since she was starving. As they walked together through the bustling streets, Izuku felt the weirdness of the situation start to fade. They arrived at a small, cozy ramen shop that had a comforting, homey atmosphere, with a wooden sign reading Takeda's Ramen in big, bold letters. It wasn't flashy, but it radiated warmth, like a cherished memory of a place where people came to enjoy a simple bowl of ramen. Upon stepping inside, the aroma of simmering broth and fresh noodles enveloped them. The chef, an older man with a big, friendly smile, was behind the counter, stirring a large pot. The chef greeted Kendo cheerfully, and she introduced Izuku as her friend, claiming he was about to meet the best ramen chef around. Izuku waved nervously, feeling out of his element, and greeted the chef, who welcomed him warmly and mentioned that Kendo had great taste in food, warning him to be careful around her since she ate more than most adults. Kendo proudly declared that someone had to balance out the world's obsession with small portions. Izuku laughed nervously, already feeling a sense of camaraderie with Kendo. Takeda quickly prepared 2 bowls of steaming hot ramen and set them down in front of them. Kendo enthusiastically thanked the chef and dove in without hesitation. Izuku picked up his chopsticks, hesitating for a moment before slurping up some noodles. The taste hit him immediately, warm, comforting, rich, savory, and just the right amount of spicy. He couldn't help but smile, exclaiming how amazing it was and how he had never had ramen like that before. Kendo grinned, clearly pleased with his reaction, and shared that she had been coming to Takeda's since she was a kid, noting that the flavor was just different. As they continued eating, the conversation flowed easily. Kendo shared her background in martial arts and her aspirations of becoming a pro hero specializing in close combat. Izuku opened up about his dream of being a hero like All Might, despite not having a quirk, discussing his struggles and determination. Kendo expressed her respect for his gutsiness, acknowledging that not everyone could push through without a quirk backing them up. Izuku blushed at the praise, scratching the back of his head as he explained that he had always looked up to All Might as a symbol of hope and wanted to protect people, no matter what. Kendo nodded, her expression serious, affirming that he had the heart of a hero. They shared a brief, meaningful glance, their mutual respect growing with every word exchanged. Suddenly, a tall man in a dark coat barged in, causing the bell above the door to jingle violently. His spiked hair and rough appearance created an unsettling atmosphere. The left side of his body had transformed into something monstrous, resembling a lion with a menacing mane, and his arm was covered in thick, dark fur. His intimidating presence sent a shockwave of discomfort through the restaurant as he announced that it was a robbery, demanding money and valuables in a commanding voice. The customers and Takeda were visibly shaken, some frightened by the imposing figure. Kendo's chopsticks clattered to the floor as her expression shifted from relaxed to serious. The villain's harsh voice demanded more than just a few bills, and Takeda, trembling, reached for the register, pleading for peace. Kendo, standing beside Izuku, felt the tension crack her usual confidence, and she whispered urgently that they needed to leave, suggesting there must be heroes outside. However, Izuku remained still, determination building within him as he observed the unfolding chaos. The villain's gaze fell upon a child crying in the corner, and he sneered, expressing disdain for the innocent wails. The child's cries grew louder, adding to the chaos, and the villain's anger escalated. He roared for silence, the tension in the air thickening as Izuku's resolve solidified. His clawed hand shot up into the air, and with a horrifying screech, he swung it downward, aiming directly at the helpless child. The room held its breath. Kendo's eyes widened in terror, and Takeda let out a strangled gasp. The parents could only scream in helpless fear, unable to protect their child from the monstrous attack. But Izuku didn't hesitate. He shouted with a blend of panic and determination that he would not allow harm to come to anyone. Without another thought, he leaped forward, his body moving almost instinctively. His impurity arm extended outward, glowing brightly as it shot toward the villain's descending claw. With a loud crash, the villain's claw collided with Izuku's impurity arm. The impact was overwhelming, sending shockwaves through Izuku's body, but his arm held firm. He gritted his teeth, pushing back with all the strength he could muster. The villain's predator-like eyes narrowed in disbelief, growling as he tried to force his claw through Izuku's arm. He questioned if the child thought he could stop him. Despite the strain on his body, Izuku's voice remained strong as he declared that he would not let anyone get hurt. His impurity arm glowed brighter as he pushed the villain's claw back, forcing the villain to stumble slightly. The villain snarled, furious that this child dared to stand in his way. As he took another step forward, his eyes narrowed, and his hand reared back for another strike. Kendo, visibly panicked, turned to Izuku, urging him that this wasn't a fight they could win and that they had to get out before it was too late. Izuku snapped back, full of conviction, insisting that he couldn't just run away. His eyes were locked onto the villains, his stance unwavering. He refused to let anyone get hurt while he was there. The parents behind him and the customers in the store could see the transparent back of a figure whose very presence could change terror to hope. Kendo's face softened at Izuku's words, but she was still afraid. She thought to herself that she couldn't stop shaking. They both wanted to be heroes, even if she was scared. She resolved that she couldn't run away. She had to help him. The lion-like villain roared with pure anger, crouching atop one of the tables, his form growing larger and shining with a golden hue, declaring his intent to kill. He launched straight at Izuku, but before his clawed hands could reach the boy's face, he was grabbed by two large hands. Kendo shouted that he wouldn't get away, holding on tightly as the villain scratched and clawed at her hands, trying to escape. Despite the pain, she didn't let go for a second. Izuku, in shock, watched as she smirked and declared her longing to be a hero too. With a smile, Izuku took a running stance, his impurity arm shining with orange flames bursting forth. He launched towards the lion, reeling his fist back, fire surrounding it like a vortex, and struck with all his strength. Upon impact, the villain was sent crashing through the walls, landing on the ground and skidding to a stop just before reaching the street. Civilians surrounding the villain screamed while some recorded the scene, but none were louder than the restaurant patrons who cheered for their heroes. They praised Izuku and Kendo for their bravery, expressing their gratitude for being saved. Izuku, still a little flustered, rubbed the back of his neck, acknowledging the unexpected attention with a shy smile. Kendo chuckled, her eyes glinting with amusement as she teased him about the praise that came with saving the day. Izuku noticed her hands, which had shrunk back to normal size, revealing only small scratches. Before Kendo could respond, the sound of sirens grew louder outside. Moments later, the door to the ramen shop opened, and the police arrived, led by Detective 𝗧𝗵𝗲. He instructed everyone to stay calm and quickly focused on Izuku and Kendo, asking if they were the ones who handled the situation. Izuku stood straighter, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 began to ask questions. Kendo spoke first, recounting how a villain had barged in, demanding money, and how a child's cry had provoked the villain's anger. Izuku nodded, clearly explaining his actions and how he couldn't let the villain harm anyone. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 furrowed his brow, considering Izuku's quirk and acknowledging that they would need to look into it. He commended them for their actions, noting that no one was seriously hurt and that the villain wouldn't cause any more problems. Izuku sighed in relief, feeling his shoulders relax as he expressed his gratitude that no one was injured. After a few more questions and taking statements from witnesses, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 gave a nod of approval, allowing them to leave for now and thanking them for their help. As they stepped out onto the street, the evening sun began to dip behind the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the city. The sounds of the busy streets and the chatter of passing pedestrians contrasted sharply with the earlier tension. Izuku and Kendo walked side by side, the cool night air against their skin making Izuku feel lighter now that the confrontation was over. He began to thank Kendo for sticking with him during the ordeal, admitting that he didn't think he could have done it without her. Kendo raised an eyebrow, playfully acknowledging that he had done well himself and that he had real potential. Izuku protested, insisting he was still trying to get the hang of things. Kendo chuckled, encouraging him that he was on the right track. They both laughed together, the sound light and easy as they walked through the streets, their conversation shifting to small talk about Izuku's training and Kendo sharing anecdotes from her past training sessions. It was easy for Izuku to talk to her, and he genuinely enjoyed the time they spent together. As they reached the gates to her dojo, the atmosphere shifted, becoming quieter and more NTMT. Kendo stopped at the entrance to her home and turned to face Izuku, her expression softening. She expressed her gratitude for his help that evening, unsure of what might have happened if he hadn't intervened. Izuku offered a shy smile, rubbing the back of his neck, and assured her that it was nothing, just glad that everyone was okay. For a moment, they stood in comfortable silence, looking at each other. Just as Izuku turned to leave, Kendo called out to him. He turned back, surprised, and before he could react, she stepped closer, a playful glint in her eyes. Without saying anything more, she leaned up on her tiptoes and gently pressed her lips to his cheek, her touch brief but warm. She thanked him again, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, his heart racing. Kendo laughed softly, her expression softening as she stepped back and wished him good night, calling him a real hero. She turned to head inside the dojo, leaving Izuku standing there, still processing what had just happened. His face turned red, and a goofy smile spread across his face as he watched her disappear through the door, caught in the moment and feeling like a true hero for the first time in his life. As time passed, Izuku's breathing grew ragged as he thrashed in his sleep, drenched in cold sweat. His mind was flooded with vivid, haunting images. He tossed and turned, trying to escape the horrors invading his thoughts. A distant, echoing scream cut through the air, and a flash of light illuminated his mind's eye. He saw a warrior, eyes filled with sorrow, holding the body of a woman. She was pale, her breathing shallow, her once bright eyes now dull. Her hands slipped from his grasp as he cradled her gently. The scene was a grim picture of loss. Izuku winced as the image burned into his mind. The warrior's face twisted in anguish, a deep rage boiling inside him. The kingdom around them had fallen to ruin, flames licking at the sky, buildings crumbling into dust. The earth cracked open, swallowing what remained of the land. The warrior, filled with darkness, raised his hand, sending waves of destructive power rippling outward. Hollow words echoed through Izuku's mind, speaking of a key to their cage. Shadows flickered in the periphery of his vision, figures moving in the gloom, their presence looming. They were the shadows of powerful beings, each carrying a weight of torment and ambition. Their gazes were cold and unforgiving. Izuku clenched his jaw, trying to shut them out, but they pressed deeper into his mind. One voice pierced through, strained with emotion, urging him to rein it in, just once. It was her voice again, sweet yet sorrowful. The memory of her final moments flashed before Izuku's eyes once more. The warrior and the woman were running side by side, determination on their faces, as if they could escape the inevitable. But their world was collapsing around them, and with one final scream, the woman was struck down, a force of unimaginable power ripping through her. The warrior's voice broke through the chaos, calling out, but it was too late. His world shattered in that instant. The coldness and cruelty of it all returned, the warrior's anguish etched into Izuku's mind. He saw the woman die repeatedly, each time as brutal and hopeless as the last. His body shook violently as the images blurred together, crashing like waves on a rocky shore. The faces, the screams, the pain became too much to bear. Suddenly the memories stopped. The fog lifted, and Izuku's eyes shot open. His breath was shallow and erratic, his chest rising and falling with each heavy gasp. Sweat poured down his forehead, soaking the sheets beneath him. His heart pounded as if trying to break free from his chest. Trembling, he looked down to find his hand clutched tightly around something cold and metallic, something small but significant. He lifted it up to examine in the dim light of his room. It was the dragon-shaped key, worn and battle-scarred, its surface rough to the touch. Izuku's mind raced with questions. Why did he have this? How had it ended up in his hand? The weight of the key resonated with his pulse, as if it carried the very weight of the memories that had assaulted him. As he stared at it, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was tied to something beyond his understanding. Still breathing, he tried to shake off the remnants of the vision. He glanced around, his eyes wild, before taking a slow, shaky breath to ground himself. He wondered what it all meant. The room around him was still. His companions lay peacefully beside him, unaware of the turmoil he had just experienced. But Izuku's hand tightened around the key once more, the shadows of those haunting memories lingering in his mind. He knew, somehow, that this was just the beginning. Izuku could be seen walking toward the UA building, his clothes baggy and hiding his physique, though some muscles were still visible underneath his shirt. He felt a mix of determination and exhaustion as he approached. He muttered to himself that he made it just in time. As he arrived, he noticed Rokuro, who commented on how shocking it was. Izuku looked up, revealing tired bags under his eyes from waking up early. He yawned and hyped himself up, ready to face the day ahead. In a flashback, Izuku stared at the dragon handle in his palm, torn between panic and fear. Unfortunately, the sudden movement of his hand caused the girls to wake up. Rimuru called out to him, rubbing her eyes and noticing his panicked figure. She asked what was wrong and what he was holding, concerned for him as he gripped the handle tightly. Seeing that he wouldn't respond, she slowly reached out and touched his shoulder, causing him to jump. Noticing the fear on his face, Shuna gently pulled him into a hug. Despite his shaking, Izuku didn't have the strength to push her away as she held him. Cheyenne and Rimuri joined in, wrapping him in their arms for a soft and gentle embrace to keep him grounded. Izuku stared at the handle in his hand before putting it in his bag. Bakugo approached him in his school uniform, a scarf around his neck. Izuku's expression grew even more tired as Bakugo bumped shoulders with him, causing Bakugo to stumble back instead. Embarrassed, Bakugo clicked his tongue and walked away. Izuku thought to himself that Bakugo was still the same as ever. Ever since that day, Bakugo had eased up on him, but Izuku couldn't say the same for their other classmates. Rokuro commented on Bakugo's attitude, calling him full of himself. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck at Rokuro's remark, trying to defend Bakugo, but Rokuro gave him a deadpan look, making Izuku look away, feeling a bit embarrassed. Izuku sighed, recalling that Kendo wanted to meet him, but her parents were taking photos of her before the big day, so she wouldn't be there for a while. Rokuro reminded him that the girls and Inko had done the same for him, which explained Kendo's annoyance during the call. As Izuku walked towards the entrance, he overheard some classmates talking about him. They mentioned how he had taken on a supervillain and even changed the weather. His face turned bright red, and he quickened his pace, appreciating their words but wishing they were based on his actions rather than his power. Ignoring them, he walked inside to get things started. Unfortunately, he bumped into someone because he wasn't paying attention. The girl fell to the floor, letting out a soft sound as she did. When he looked down, he saw a girl with black hair and blue eyes, her calm expression suggesting she had anticipated her fall. Rokuro exclaimed in disbelief about the number of girls around. The girl, with a soft tone, told him to be careful as she got back up without waiting for his help. Izuku blinked and apologized, expressing concern for her well-being. She simply nodded and observed him quietly, noting that he seemed nervous. Izuku awkwardly laughed, admitting that he had wanted to be there his whole life. Yui studied him for a moment longer before wishing him good luck in a voice as quiet as a whisper in snowfall. She then walked past him, her steps silent and her expression unreadable. Izuku stood there for a moment, stunned, then clenched his fists, feeling determination surge within him. He thought about how composed she was and resolved not to fall behind. He ran after the crowd, his heart racing for a different reason now. In the auditorium, President Mike welcomed the UA candidates with enthusiasm, prompting Izuku to shout in excitement, which drew everyone's attention. Mike thanked him, and Izuku shouted again, only to be growled at by Bakugo, who was annoyed. Izuku whispered an apology, while Rokuro wished he would stand up for himself. Bakugo thought to himself about how he couldn't believe Izuku thought he had a right to be there. Mike announced the mock battles they would be doing, explaining the rules and the types of villains they would face. Bakugo noticed that they were separated into different battle centers, and Izuku confirmed this, noting their examinee numbers were consecutive but assigned to different locations. Bakugo growled at Izuku, expressing his disappointment at not being able to crush him in the battles. Rokuro challenged Bakugo, while Mike introduced the villain types they would encounter. A boy with blue hair and glasses raised a question about the materials, insisting that there were 4 types of villains listed instead of 3. Mike acknowledged the question, and the boy continued to criticize Izuku for muttering during the presentation. Izuku raised an eyebrow at him, while Rokuro glared. Izuku pointed out that if the boy was too focused on him instead of Mike, he was the one distracting everyone. The boy froze, and laughter erupted around them, with comments about Izuku's newfound strength. Mike thanked the boy for his question and confirmed that the answer was indeed on the back of the printout, leaving Izuku feeling a sense of accomplishment. The 4th type of villain was worth 0 points. He was merely an obstacle thrown into the mix. There was one in every battle center, and the best strategy was to avoid it. It wasn't that it couldn't be beaten, but there was little point. The recommendation was to ignore it and focus on the top contender. Ida expressed his gratitude for the answer and bowed before taking his seat. Mike assured everyone that he had shared all the information for the day and decided to sign off with a small gift, a sample of the school motto, as General Neapolitan once stated, A true hero overcomes life's misfortunes. It was a catchy phrase, and he encouraged everyone to strive for greatness, wishing them good luck and hoping they had practiced more than just studying. Izuku stood at the entrance of his practical exam, dressed in standard sports attire that showcased his impressive physique, a gift from his mother and Shuna before the exams. This was high-quality gear, crafted with care. The whispers around him were filled with admiration, but Izuku remained focused on Rokuro and their conversation. Rokuro expressed his frustration about certain competitors, wishing he could confront them directly. Izuku urged him to calm down, reminding him that the event was about to begin. Rokuro, still annoyed, was distracted by a girl with short, black hair and red tips who was visibly anxious. She was trying to gather her thoughts, repeating a mantra of encouragement to herself, though she humorously questioned her own words. Izuku decided to comfort her, but he was abruptly halted by a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he recognized the glasses-wearing competitor in high-grade training tights. The competitor pointed out that the girl was struggling to concentrate and questioned Izuku's intentions. Suddenly, Izuku felt a firm grip on his wrist, which he instinctively tightened in response. Both he and Rokuro warned the competitor to never touch them like that again. Despite his past challenges, Izuku had grown stronger mentally with Rokuro's support. As the gates opened just wide enough for a person to pass through, Izuku dashed inside like a bolt of green lightning, swiftly taking down the faux villains as if they were nothing. The other contestants stood frozen in awe, watching him disappear into action. Mike urged everyone to get moving, emphasizing that there were no countdowns in a real fight. He pointed out Izuku's impressive performance, motivating the others to follow suit. Those who had not mocked Izuku rushed in, while a few lagged behind. As the scene shifted, 3 two-pointers approached Izuku, who effortlessly smashed through them with single punches. A 3-pointer came from behind, but Izuku spun around, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful kick that sent the robot's head flying. He landed gracefully, using his hands to break his fall and backflip over an incoming 2-pointer, punching its head into the ground. Another 3-pointer appeared in front of him, and Izuku stood ready, flicking his fingers and unleashing a blast of air pressure that obliterated the robot. He wiped the sweat from his brow, a smile of triumph on his face. Rokuro cheered for Izuku, celebrating his success and attributing it to All Might's training. Izuku felt confident as he continued to charge toward more robots. Meanwhile, in the teacher's observation room, 𝗎𝗠 noted that the examinees were unaware of the number of villains present or their locations. They had limited time to cover a vast area, and some were using strategy while others relied on speed. Remaining calm under pressure was a significant advantage, as demonstrated by a blonde boy who was using his quirk effectively. The most successful students would be those who combined various tactics to gather the most points. Midnight commented on the promising nature of this year's candidates, particularly Izuku, who was moving with incredible speed and precision. 𝗎𝗠 requested Izuku's file, and one of the teachers approached with it in hand. 𝗬𝗏 observed that Izuku's movements indicated he had been trained rigorously, noting his calm demeanor during the fight. Midnight opened the file, revealing Izuku's name, school, and quirk details. Vlad expressed his amazement at Izuku's potential, highlighting the rarity of having 2 powerful quirks. Midnight noted the mystery surrounding his second quirk, while 𝗎𝗠 acknowledged that they had a special case this year. Aizawa and Vlad both expressed their longing to have Izuku in their class, leading to a light-hearted debate about who would get him. Aizawa insisted on having the young man in his class, and that was final. 𝗎𝗠 suggested they settle the matter later, but for now, they needed to test the young man's spirit to see if he truly had what it takes to be a hero. 𝗎𝗠 pressed a big red button, causing the teachers to focus intently on the screens, while All Might felt a wave of concern. All Might thought about how he believed in young Midoriya and hoped he would show everyone who he truly was. In the arena, an explosion of dust shook the fake city, drawing the attention of all the examinees. They gasped in fear as the destruction unfolded around them. The source of the chaos was the 0-pointer, a colossal robot with shining steel that glinted under the sun. Its massive armored hands grabbed rooftops as if they were mere toys. Izuku stumbled from the tremors, feeling a surge of fear as the giant robot loomed ahead, capable of crushing him with its mere movements. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 exclaimed in disbelief at the size of the robot, comparing it to a keg. Mike announced that there were less than 2 minutes remaining. Izuku decided to leave the area and was about to run when he heard a desperate cry for help. He turned to see a girl he had wanted to assist earlier, trapped with her foot buried under rubble. Without hesitation, Izuku charged toward her, pushing past other participants who were fleeing. He summoned his impurity arm with the talisman and launched himself into the air, the arcs of one for all surging around him at 10%, enhancing the strength of his arm. With determination, Izuku unleashed his power, surrounded by arcs of orange and crimson lightning. He reeled his fist back and struck forward with all his might. The air crackled as a powerful sonic boom echoed throughout the city. His fist impacted the giant zero-pointer's head with tremendous force, sending the robot crashing backward, rolling through the streets and colliding with the walls of the fake city, resulting in a massive explosion. Every examinee watched in awe, their jaws dropped at the seemingly impossible feat accomplished by Izuku, who landed heroically in front of everyone. The protective aura of One for All cushioned his landing, and the teachers erupted in excitement, astounded by his display of strength. All Might felt immense pride watching the young man he had trained for so long begin his journey to becoming a hero, one the world had never seen before. Later, Izuku sat in his room working on his laptop, with 𝗵𝗏𝗏 comfortably settled on his lap. It had become second nature for him to leave space between himself and the desk for her. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 noted that while he had saved someone, he had missed out on the chance to earn more points. She reassured him that he had still acted like a hero and that it would be foolish for anyone to reject him. Izuku expressed his longing to make everyone proud. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 giggled and turned to face him, placing her hand on his cheek. He leaned into her touch, closing his eyes as he held her hand close. They shared a moment of closeness that transcended mere friendship. Izuku mentioned his promise to take her home, but his grip tightened, reflecting their mutual reluctance about the matter. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 admitted she felt the same way, and as they gazed into each other's eyes, they leaned in, their breaths almost touching when suddenly the door swung open. Izuku's mother entered, calling out to him. He jumped, turning to see her in her doctor's coat holding an envelope. Ignoring 𝗏𝗏𝗏's frustrated outburst about the interruption, Izuku focused on his mother, who informed him that his letter from UA had arrived. He stood up to take it from her, and as he returned to his chair, 𝗵𝗏𝗏 smiled at him, expressing her pride in him no matter what. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, and for the first time in a while, a small smile appeared on his face as she kissed his forehead and left the room with 𝗵𝗏𝗏. Izuku opened the envelope, revealing a disc that automatically activated to reveal Nizu. Nizu introduced himself as the principal of UA and informed Izuku that he had placed first in the exam. He had not only broken All Might's highest score but also made history in the UA entrance exam records. Nizu welcomed him to UA Academy and announced that he had been assigned to Class 1A, inviting him to his 𝗓𝗏𝗄. As the message ended, Izuku looked down, his hair casting a shadow over his eyes. He reflected on his achievement of getting into his dream school. This was a significant step toward becoming a hero and fulfilling his promise to help the girls. However, he felt a strange ache in his chest, prompting him to wonder why he felt this way. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 appeared in spirit form, embracing Izuku to help him vent his feelings. He understood the pain of losing someone dear, providing comfort in that moment. At home, Izuku tied his shoelaces, his mother standing behind him with a mix of worry and excitement for the journey ahead. She asked if he was all set, and he confirmed that he was ready. She checked to ensure he had everything he needed, from napkins to pencils and pens. A blanket. Izuku assured his mother that he had everything he needed and was in a hurry to leave, not wanting to be late. As he picked up his bag and opened the door, his mother called out to him once more. She expressed her pride in him, and he smiled back, embracing her tightly. He told her he loved her, and she returned the sentiment, creating a warm moment that filled the hearts of Cheyenne, Shuna, and 𝗵𝗏𝗏 with joy from their spot in the background. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 playfully declared it was time to head to school. With a piece of toast in hand, Izuku sprinted down the street, the morning breeze brushing against his cheeks. The sky was painted in soft shades of lavender and gold as he made his way to Takoba train station. His footsteps echoed on the concrete, blending with the gentle hum of the waking city. In his mind, his ever-chatty companion stirred. Rokuro reminded him that he was cutting it close, joking about how he would end up running to school like an anime protagonist. Izuku chuckled softly, adjusting the strap on his backpack. He explained that he had to make sure his mom finished breakfast first, as she worried if he skipped meals. He mentioned looking forward to seeing Kendo during lunch. As he stepped onto the platform, the familiar screech of metal on tracks announced the train's arrival. A gust of wind swept past him as the sleek, silver train pulled in, its doors sliding open with a low hiss. Izuku rushed inside just before the signal bell chimed, finding a corner by the window to lean against the cool glass, letting out a breath of relief. Rokuro teased him about missing the train, adding that he wouldn't have helped him if he had. Just then, loud voices cut through the murmur of the train. Curious, Izuku turned his head and saw a group gathered a few feet away. At the center was a girl who was nearly as appealing as Rimuru, with a tall, mature physique and long black hair tied into a spiky ponytail. Her determined expression was calm yet strained, and she stood with her arms crossed, surrounded by a group of boys and girls in crisp, expensive-looking school uniforms. The group was pressuring her, and one girl with a sharp face sneered, questioning her worthiness at you. A boy with slicked-back hair smugly suggested she should use her connections to help them get in. The girl, Momo, calmly defended herself, stating she earned her place through hard work. Another girl dismissed her, implying her looks were the only reason she was noticed. The atmosphere grew tense as snickers followed, and a boy made a crude remark. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides, his blood boiling at the unfair treatment. He decided he couldn't let it slide and pushed himself off the wall, stepping into the aisle with a steady heart and calm voice. His presence commanded attention as he declared that it was enough. The group froze, turning their heads toward him. Momo blinked in surprise as Izuku stood beside her. One boy scoffed, questioning who he thought he was, while another girl mockingly suggested he run back to his school. Izuku remained unfazed, locking eyes with the ringleader and asserting that they had no right to belittle someone who worked hard for her achievements. Rokuro complimented Izuku's 𝗕𝗏𝗍𝐻, noting it was impressive. The sharp-faced girl stepped forward, acknowledging his bravery. But before the situation escalated, the boy with slicked-back hair recognized Izuku as the one who had taken down a villain in the 𝐓𝐵 district and had been in the news recently for stopping chaos caused by another villain. The group's confidence faltered as they realized who he was, and they muttered curses before turning away, embarrassed. Silence settled in the train car. Momo turned to Izuku, looking stunned but grateful. She thanked him sincerely, acknowledging that the situation could have turned badly without his intervention. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a flush rise to his face as he explained he couldn't ignore their words, as they were wrong and she didn't deserve that treatment. Momo smiled softly and introduced herself, extending a hand. Izuku blinked and shook it quickly, feeling a bit nervous. She recognized him from the news and praised his bravery, but he quickly downplayed his actions, insisting he hadn't done anything special. Rokuro urged him to be cool about it. Momo tilted her head, still impressed by his feats, and noted that he was clearly brave and skilled. Izuku fidgeted, eager to shift the focus back to her, asking if she was also in UA, which he found amazing. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes lowering slightly. The voices of her past classmates echoed in her mind, filled with mockery and malice. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to speak her truth, expecting the worst. She revealed that she had gained admission through the recommendation exam, her tone soft and cautious, as if bracing for judgment. Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement, stars practically filling them as he expressed his admiration for her achievement. He marveled at the fact that they recognized her potential without needing to see her in a big fight, which he found seriously admirable. Momo blinked in surprise, having expected ridicule or resentment, but instead, she felt a small warmth spread in her chest at his genuine admiration. She thanked him, feeling a sense of gratitude. Just then, the train hit a bump on the track, causing Izuku to stumble. He lost his balance and crashed forward, instinctively causing Momo to lean back. Time seemed to freeze as Izuku found himself directly over her, his arms outstretched against the wall to stop himself from falling. Their faces were uncomfortably close, and Momo's cheeks flushed with surprise. Izuku, realizing the awkwardness of the situation, stammered in embarrassment. They stared at each other for a few tense moments until the train came to a halt. The voice of the engineer echoed through the speakers, but it was drowned out by the rapid beating of their hearts. Flustered, Momo pushed him back and hurriedly exited the train, leaving Izuku standing there, still bright red. Upon arriving at Ue, the atmosphere was buzzing with energy. The grand halls were polished and pristine, sunlight pouring in through towering windows. Students passed by in groups, chatting and laughing, some already exhibiting their quirks. Izuku walked through the center, still feeling embarrassed from the earlier incident, while his friend Rokuro teased him about tripping over the prettiest girl on the train and ending up in an awkward position. Izuku tried to ignore Rokuro's comments, focusing instead on finding his classroom. When he finally located it, he was surprised by the size of the door, imagining the most promising students in the country waiting behind it. He sighed, hoping that his least favorite classmates were not among them. As he entered, he was immediately met with Bakugo's loud voice, demanding that someone remove their feet from the table. Bakugo smirked, clearly enjoying the chaos. Izuku sighed, feeling the weight of his luck. Rokuro pointed out Momo, who was staring at Izuku. When she noticed him looking, she flinched and looked away, causing Izuku to feel a pang of disappointment. Ida approached Izuku, introducing himself and expressing his longing to get along. Bakugo, ever the provocateur, threatened Ida, which only added to the tension. The class turned their attention to Izuku when Ida pointed him out, and he greeted them with a slight nod. Ida acknowledged Izuku's perceptiveness regarding the exams, expressing that he had misjudged him. Izuku, feeling humble, insisted that he had only done what he thought was right and asked Ida not to make a big deal out of it. Before Ida could respond, the girl Izuku had saved during the exams jumped onto his back, hugging him tightly and exclaiming her excitement at seeing him again. Izuku turned to get a better look at her, noticing how pretty and cute she was in her uniform. Rokuro couldn't help but tease Izuku, causing him to blush, while Bakugo glared at Rokuro, but Izuku was too distracted to notice. Memories of Bakugo's harsh words from their childhood resurfaced, reminding him of the doubts that had plagued him. Despite this, Izuku was determined to prove himself and show that he had what it took to be a hero. But Izuku had met amazing people who believed in him, and no one would stop him from achieving his dream. His tone was filled with determination and resilience, and Katsuki knew he meant every word. Suddenly, Izuku pushed him, causing him to fall flat on the ground. He declared that he was not going to be anyone's punching bag anymore. Bakugo growled in anger, vowing to roast that nerd. Izuku looked past Ruby, who was still on his back, to the girl in front of him. She had long yellow hair and a striking figure. He then sensed someone behind him and turned to face their teacher, 𝗎𝗍𝗓. He warned them that if they were there to make friends, they should leave immediately. The entire class fell silent, looking at the man wrapped in a sleeping bag-like cocoon on the ground in front of them, filled with confusion and fear. Rokuro exclaimed in panic, thinking 𝗎𝗍𝗓 was a threat. Aizawa welcomed them to Yue's hero course, unzipping his sleeping bag slightly to sip from a yogurt packet. He noted that it took them several minutes to quiet down. Rising from his cocoon, he revealed a full-body black jumpsuit, dark gray boots, and a bandage-like scarf around his neck. He emphasized that time was precious and rational students would understand that. Izuku thought about 𝗎𝗍𝗓, wondering why he wasn't asleep yet. Rokuro commented that it looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. Aizawa introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, their homeroom teacher. The class was in shock as he instructed them to put on sports uniforms and head outside. Outside, Class 1A found themselves on the field behind Ue, shocked to learn they were going to have a quirk assessment test. They protested, worried they would miss orientation. Aizawa explained that if they wanted to make it to the big leagues, they couldn't waste time on pointless ceremonies. He informed them that they had been taking standardized tests all their lives but had never used their quirks in physical exams. He criticized the country's attempt to treat everyone equally, stating it was irrational. He noted that 𝗵𝗃𝗀 had the second highest record on the exam and asked how far he could throw a softball in junior high. 𝗵𝗃𝗀, annoyed at being second, growled that he could throw it 47 meters. Aizawa instructed him to come forward and throw the ball with his quirk, reminding him to stay in the circle. 𝗵𝗃𝗀, filled with determination, prepared to add some heat to his throw, shouting as he released the ball. Izuku and Rokuro exchanged glances, surprised by 𝗵𝗃𝗀's intensity. Aizawa revealed the distance of 𝗵𝗃𝗀's throw, which was an impressive 705 meters. The class was astonished, expressing their longing to try it themselves. Aizawa smirked ominously, reminding them that they had 3 years to become heroes and that it wouldn't be all fun and games. He warned them that those who failed to show potential would be expelled instantly. Mina protested, claiming it wasn't fair to send anyone home on their first day. Her words echoed the thoughts of many students, who feared being expelled after just 1 day. For Izuku, it felt like a slap in the face. He had been bullied for having no quirk, and even when he finally gained an ability, he was labeled a monster. Izuku spoke up, addressing the class about how the weak were treated in society. He pointed out that people with quirks often believed they could do whatever they wanted, and that evil was a product of a twisted society. He insisted that if they thought it was fair, they should go home. He urged everyone to work harder than ever, emphasizing that the only reason to become a hero was to save others, no matter how small the danger. He declared that he would never give up, challenging his classmates to do the same. Aizawa smirked under his scarf, recognizing the truth in Izuku's words. He acknowledged that it was a hero's job to change society and encouraged them to show that they belonged there. The class gasped in surprise at his words. Izuku felt a mix of disbelief and pride at what he had just said, while Rokuro chuckled. The entire class, especially Momo, looked at him with awe, and a certain spiky redhead shed manly tears, declaring it was a manly moment. The first test was a 50-meter sprint. The first 2 to run were Iida and Tsuyu. The machine signaled them to get ready, and with a bang, they took off. Iida won the race, clocking in at 3 seconds. He explained that he could only reach third gear for 50 meters. Aizawa noted that Iida was definitely in his element, but speed could only take him so far. Tsuyu finished with a time of 5:58 seconds. Next up were Ochako Uraraka, Mishiro Ojiro, and Ruby Rose. Uraraka decided to lighten her clothes and shoes, tapping them to make them glow pink, preparing to use her quirk, Zero Gravity. The machine signaled them to get set, and with another bang, she took off, ready to show her potential. Ruby Rose completed the challenge in 2:76 seconds, leaving her classmates in awe of her speed. Mishiro Ojiro followed with a time of 5:56 seconds, while Ochako Uraraka finished in 7:15 seconds. The class was impressed, and Iida noted how Ruby had exceeded the capabilities of his quirk, while Yang cheered for her sister. Ruby's quirk, Petal Burst, transformed her into a fast blur of rose petals, making challenges like this seem effortless. Next up were Aoyama, Yang, and Mina. Aoyama, with a flair for the dramatic, leaped forward, unleashing a bright beam of light from his belly button, declaring that his powers would shine. Mina and Yang raced after him. Aoyama's quirk, the naval laser, allowed him to shoot a beam of light, but it had its limits. After a burst of energy, he fell to the ground, allowing Mina and Yang to pass him. He managed to get up again, finishing with a time of 5:51 seconds. He remarked that using his beam for too long hurt his stomach, prompting some classmates to tease him. Meanwhile, Yang and Ruby high-fived, celebrating their performance. Aizawa reflected on the importance of testing their limits to assess their growth potential. The next competitors were Izuku and 𝗵𝗃𝗀. As they prepared, Izuku activated One for All at 10%, creating a spectacle of emerald arcs around his body that astonished 𝗵𝗃𝗀 and the rest of the class. 𝗵𝗃𝗀, determined to win, used his explosions to propel himself forward, but Izuku's speed was unmatched. When Izuku stopped, a cloud of dust erupted, leaving everyone in shock. Izuku finished the race in 1 second, while 𝗵𝗃𝗀 clocked in at 4:13 seconds. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 glared at Izuku, frustration evident on his face, while Izuku remained focused on improving his strength. Ruby watched with excitement, thinking how cool Izuku was. The next test involved grip strength, where Izuku shattered the grip test device, surprising everyone and further angering Bakugo. The standing long jump followed, with Aoyama, Bakugo, and Izuku all clearing the pit of sand effortlessly. During the repeated sidesteps, Mineta bounced quickly while Blake cleverly swapped places with her clone. In the ball throw test, Uraraka used her quirk to enhance her throw, impressing everyone. Izuku admired her ability and contemplated the potential of her quirk. As he prepared to throw, Ida noted that Izuku had excelled in all tests except for the repeated sidesteps and wondered why he hadn't revealed his full power yet. Bakugo, dismissive, insisted that Izuku had no chance with what he perceived as a villainous quirk. Ida countered, reminding Bakugo that Izuku had used that same quirk to save a classmate. Izuku warned Jiro to cover her ears just before he unleashed his full power, prompting some students to follow suit. He decided to push himself to 25% of his limit, ready to throw the ball when Aizawa's scarf shot toward him. Reacting quickly to Rokuro's warning, Izuku dodged the capture attempt, leaving the class amazed by his reflexes. Aizawa acknowledged Izuku's impressive speed but challenged him about holding back during the tests. His words sent shockwaves through the class, particularly affecting those who had witnessed Izuku's growth. Aizawa pressed Izuku to consider the consequences of holding back, emphasizing the importance of using his full strength to protect others. Izuku absorbed Aizawa's words, reflecting on the people who mattered most to him. As he clenched his fists, his determination surged, and the energy around him shifted to a fierce orange and red. The spirit of Rokuro coursed through him, revealing his true power. Jiro and Yaoyorozu were taken aback by the transformation, while Ida recognized it as the same power Izuku had used to defeat the zero-pointer. Ruby was thrilled by the display, while Yang made a pun about the excitement of the semester. Bakugo, however, was furious, struggling to comprehend how Izuku could possess such power, suspecting that he had been deceived all along. Izuku was filled with determination as he tossed the ball into the air, reeling his fist back before delivering a powerful punch. With a shout of "One for all full impurity 100% star smash," he launched the ball into the sky, a vibrant stream of orange and red energy trailing behind it. The force of his punch created a sonic boom that sent several classmates tumbling backward, and Jiro let out a startled scream despite covering her ears. As the dust settled, Izuku knelt in a crater 4 feet deep, leaving everyone in shock. Aizawa stood a few feet away, his hair standing on end like present mix, while the distance meter in his hand beeped rapidly, displaying a reading of 800. Izuku looked up at Aizawa with a smirk, asking how he had done. Aizawa's hair fell back down as a smirk appeared on his face, acknowledging the impressive feat after the quirk assessment test. The class changed and began to head home. However, Todoroki lingered behind, waiting for the boys to finish. Izuku noticed his unusual behavior but left school to find Ruby and Yang trying to engage with a quiet girl in their class, who had appealing black hair and golden eyes. The girl noticed Izuku and quickly walked away, leaving him confused. Ruby and Yang then approached him excitedly. Ruby exclaimed how cool Izuku had been that day, while Yang added that it was surprising for someone as cute as him to be so strong. Izuku blushed at the compliments but continued the conversation, expressing admiration for Ruby's speed and the beauty of her quirk. Ruby blushed in response, while Rokuro laughed at the interaction. Yang teased Izuku about his flirting skills, causing him to blush even more as he looked down, fidgeting with his fingers. Ruby and Yang couldn't help but think how adorable he was. Izuku complimented Yang's quirk as well, likening her to a fire princess, and in that moment, he realized he was inadvertently flirting. Rokuro urged Izuku to look up, and when he did, he saw Yang flustered. Apologizing for his comments, Izuku bowed, which only confused the girls further. Yang giggled, assuring him that there was no need to apologize since his compliments made them happy. Ruby then asked if he wanted to be friends, and after a moment of surprise, Izuku smiled and agreed. Ruby jumped on him, hugging him tightly in excitement, while Yang playfully called him a lover boy. Izuku protested, but the laughter continued as they walked away from the school grounds. In class, The curriculum included normal core subjects like English, which Mike taught with enthusiasm. Izuku raised his hand to answer a question, and when he got it right, Mike praised him. The lunch rush was filled with chatter about food, and Izuku suggested a cooking match with Lunch Rush, who accepted the challenge with a competitive grin. As the afternoon approached, it was time for hero basic training. All Might burst through the door in an exaggerated pose, announcing the start of the most important class at UA. He emphasized the significance of looking good while training, showcasing the new suits designed for the students based on their quirks. The class celebrated their new outfits, and All Might instructed them to head to ground beta. Izuku, however, remained silent, staring at his bag, where the broken dragon sword he carried was partially visible. When they arrived at ground beta, All Might welcomed them and expressed his excitement about their new hero training. He noticed Izuku's suit, which resembled his own, and felt a mix of pride and envy as he saw some of the girls blushing at Izuku's appearance. All Might announced that it was time for combat training, and Ida, clad in a white armor-like suit, raised his arm to speak. Izuku recognized the similarities to a certain hero, and Ida mentioned that this was the fake city from their entrance exam, wondering if they would conduct urban battles again. All Might clarified that they would be moving ahead, as most villain encounters occurred indoors rather than outside. In a training exercise filled with backroom deals, home invasions, and secret underground lairs, the students were about to experience a new level of challenge. All Might explained that they would be split into teams of good and evil for 2-on-2 indoor battles. 𝗬𝗠 questioned whether this was too advanced, while All Might emphasized that the best training comes from real battlefield experiences. He reminded them that this time, they would be facing actual opponents, not just robots. Momo asked if All Might would decide the winners, and Bakugo inquired about the extent to which they could harm the opposing team. Mina expressed concern about the possibility of expulsion for the losing team, while Ida wondered if they would be assigned teams randomly or based on skill. Aoyama made a comment about the cape, but All Might interrupted, ready to explain the situation. He revealed that the villains had hidden a nuclear bomb in their lair, and the heroes needed to thwart their plans. The heroes could win by capturing the villains or recovering the weapon, while the villains would succeed if they protected the bomb or captured the heroes. Izuku noted that it sounded like a classic action game setup, to which Rokuro responded that it sounded lame. All Might then lifted a cardboard box labeled lots, and announced that they would draw teams. Ida questioned the method, but Izuku explained that professionals often have to team up with others on the spot, which was likely why they were doing it this way. Ida acknowledged this, and they proceeded to draw lots. The teams were assigned as follows. Team A consisted of Izuku and Blake, Team B was Shoto and Shoji, Team C was Momo and Mineta, Team D was Bakugo and Ida, and Team E included Yang and Ruby. All Might announced that the first teams to compete would be Teams A and D, with Izuku and Bakugo facing off. As the other students left for the monitoring room, Izuku caught Bakugo's glare. Instead of backing down, he met Bakugo's gaze defiantly, which only fueled Bakugo's anger further. All Might instructed the villains to set up in 5 minutes while the heroes prepared outside. He reminded Bakugo and Ida that embodying villainy was key to their success. With that, Bakugo and Ida entered the building, leaving Izuku and Blake outside. Izuku studied the building's map, formulating a plan. Blake asked if he had a strategy, and Izuku outlined it. Bakugo would likely come after him, allowing Blake to sneak in and locate the bomb. Blake expressed concern about Izuku facing Bakugo alone, but Izuku reassured her that he would be fine. He appreciated her worry and asked her to do her best against Ida. Blake hesitated but ultimately smiled and affirmed her trust in him. All Might then declared the start of the combat training, instructing teams A and D to enter the building. As the match commenced, Izuku directed Blake on where to go and anticipated the bomb's location. True to his prediction, Katsuki launched a surprise attack, driven by anger over Izuku's earlier comments about not using his full power. Izuku managed to block Katsuki's strike, seizing his arm and executing a throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Katsuki was left stunned, unable to comprehend how Izuku had managed to do that. There was no way he wasn't that good, Katsuki thought in shock at what Izuku had done. Izuku declared that he would no longer let Bakugo do whatever he wanted to him, stating that he was no longer Deku. Katsuki, fueled by anger, used an explosion to get back on his feet, his expression twisted with rage as he shouted in frustration. Rokuro, eager for action, charged at Izuku, throwing a punch aimed at his face, ready to unleash an explosion. However, Izuku sidestepped, delivering a knee to Katsuki's gut followed by a high kick that sent his head slamming against the wall. With determination, Izuku activated 5% of One for All and punched Bakugo in the face, then swept his legs out from under him. In a desperate attempt, Bakugo set off an explosion at point-blank range, hoping to blind Izuku, but instead, Izuku grabbed Bakugo's face and pulled him in closer. Bakugo caught a glimpse of Izuku's eyes through his cracked mask just before Izuku head-butted him, sending him crashing onto the roof and then back down to the ground. In the watchroom, Kirishima marveled at Midoriya's moves, while Ojiro noted how he was dominating Bakugo. Momo pointed out that Midoriya had prior experience in fighting. Izuku, feeling satisfied, executed a roundhouse kick to Bakugo's gut, sending him flying into the wall and creating a smoke screen. Rokuro cheered for Izuku, who blushed at the compliment, scratching the back of his head until he remembered Blake was still in the fight. He tapped his earpiece, trying to reach her. Blake, hiding behind a wall, was struggling to maintain her composure as Ida took his role as a villain very seriously. He proclaimed himself the embodiment of evil, laughing in a deep voice, which almost made Blake laugh until Izuku appeared beside her, smiling. Neither of them noticed their close proximity. In the watchroom, Yaoyorozu gasped at the scene, while Uraraka commented on how bold it was. Ruby teased her sister about being jealous, causing Ruby to blush and look away. Mineta, meanwhile, was distraught, lamenting Midoriya's prowess. Izuku, towering over Blake and leaning in, made her acutely aware of their position, causing her to turn bright red in embarrassment. Rokuro teased Izuku, wondering how the girls would react. Startled, Izuku jumped back, apologizing softly, while Blake nodded, still embarrassed. They needed to focus on the fight, and Izuku asked Blake about her quirk. She explained that her quirk, called Shadow, allowed her to create clones that could move in any direction, even midair. The clones were solid but could be dispelled easily if hit or if she moved too far away from them. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he listened, and he quickly formulated a plan. Blake entered the room, catching Ida's attention. He laughed, taunting her about giving up, but she challenged him to prove it. As Ida charged, he unexpectedly passed through her, only to be swept off his feet by the real Blake. Izuku appeared out of nowhere, delivering a powerful smash to Ida's face, breaking his helmet and sending him crashing into the wall behind the bomb. They celebrated their victory, with Izuku complimenting Blake on her performance. She smiled back, and as they approached the bomb, Izuku gallantly gestured for her to go first. She placed her hand on the bomb just as All Might announced the hero team's victory. They high-fived and Blake jumped onto Izuku, hugging him and making him blush. She thanked him for believing in her, and after a brief moment, they separated. Izuku helped Ida up, who expressed his gratitude. Just then, a wave of malice washed over them, causing Blake's hair to stand on end. Rokuro shouted for Izuku to look out, while All Might warned Bakugo against his reckless actions. Bakugo, consumed by rage, shouted as he unleashed a powerful attack. In the aftermath, Izuku pulled out a broken sword and redirected the massive explosion back at Bakugo with double the force, sending him flying away. Blake coughed through the smoke and called for Izuku, rushing to Ida's side to help him stand. She asked about Izuku, and Ida called out for him. As the smoke cleared, they saw Bakugo severely injured and embedded in a wall far away, his quirk having saved him from a worse fate. They continued searching for Izuku and, upon hearing a sound behind them, turned to see him, but his condition alarmed them. Ida rushed over, calling out to him, while Blake knelt beside Izuku, who had a sharp bar protruding from his chest. Desperate, Ida called for All Might's help. All Might rushed in, horrified by Izuku's condition. He gently picked him up and cradled him in his arms. Izuku weakly mumbled his name, and All Might felt a surge of urgency. He urged Izuku to hold on, fearing he was losing him. After a moment, Izuku blinked open his eyes, finding himself under an unfamiliar roof. He wondered where he was. Suddenly, Rokuro burst in, overjoyed to see Izuku awake, expressing his relief with tears of 𝗕. Izuku acknowledged he was alive but felt far from okay as he sat up, wincing at the pain in his arm. He noticed a large scar stretching from his shoulder to his neck and cheek, and his thoughts turned to how his mother and the girls would react, feeling a sense of dread. Rokuro confirmed that Izuku was indeed in trouble. Just then, a lovely voice caught his attention. An appealing nurse approached, and Izuku was momentarily speechless. She sat beside him, explaining that he had taken quite a hit and that they couldn't heal all of his injuries. As she traced her fingers over his scar, Izuku felt a mix of comfort and embarrassment. He asked about a girl named Blake, worried about her well-being. The nurse reassured him with a smile, gently petting his head. Rokuro encouraged Izuku to think of Binyo, but his thoughts were momentarily distracted by the nurse's presence. She playfully remarked on his concern for Blake, teasing him about his feelings. Izuku introduced himself, and the nurse revealed her name was Chiyo Hasegawa, the daughter and assistant of Recovery Girl. She handed him a cup of water, which he gratefully accepted. He asked what time it was, and she informed him that school hadn't ended yet, wishing him luck as he prepared to leave the room. As he exited, Chiyo's expression turned serious. Izuku arrived in his classroom, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He opened the door and was immediately surrounded by his classmates, all eager to express their admiration for his bravery. They introduced themselves one by one, each excited to welcome him back. Suddenly, Ruby jumped onto his back, her sweet fragrance filling the air. She was visibly upset, and Yang rushed in to embrace him, relieved to see he was alive. Izuku apologized for worrying them, feeling their concern deeply. Ruby scolded him gently, reminding him to take care of himself. Just then, Blake and Kaminari entered, carrying a stack of papers. Kaminari suggested they grab something to eat after class, but Blake's attention shifted to Izuku. She rushed into his arms, tears in her eyes, and expressed her frustration at his condition. Izuku pulled her close, whispering an apology. Blake noticed the scar on his neck and traced it with her fingers, concerned. Kirishima chimed in, praising Izuku for earning such a scar while protecting his friends. Others joined in, expressing their admiration. Izuku smiled, grateful for their support, but then asked about Bakugo's whereabouts. Ojiro informed him that Bakugo had left class before he woke up, having faced some stern words from Mr. Aizawa. Izuku decided not to pursue Bakugo, feeling content with his friends around him. Blake shyly asked if he wanted to eat together the next day at lunch, and Izuku agreed with a smile. The following day, Izuku faced the aftermath of his previous adventures. His mother and the girls had seen his scar and interrogated him thoroughly, leading to a mix of concern and affection. They had cuddled with him all night, and in the morning, All Might called to check on him, filling Izuku with warmth. However, he soon found himself facing a different challenge: the media. A reporter approached him, asking about his experience working with All Might and commenting on his looks. Flustered, Izuku apologized and hurried past them, making his way into the school building, where the crowd quickly shifted to Uraraka. As the reporters bombarded her with questions about All Might, Izuku felt a sense of urgency. He spotted Ida and, without hesitation, dragged him away from the chaos, desperate to find Mr. Aizawa and escape the attention. Aizawa looked at the reporters, clearly annoyed. He noted their disheveled appearance and questioned their persistence. All Might was not on campus today, and he wanted them to leave his students alone. As he walked away, he could hear the reporters complaining about their lack of information. One woman shouted, expressing her frustration at not being able to get an interview with All Might. Another man recognized a familiar face among the crowd, while the woman commented on how scruffy Aizawa appeared for a teacher. Aizawa couldn't help but wonder how All Might managed to deal with such chaos. The woman, determined to get her interview, attempted to enter the school grounds. Suddenly, the alarm on the gate blared, and it slammed down, nearly catching her. She jumped back in shock, falling to the ground. The man beside her explained that the gate was part of the school's defenses, designed to keep out anyone without proper identification. The woman complained about the school's strict security, and the other reporters echoed her sentiments, frustrated after camping out for 2 days without any news. The announcement that All Might was teaching at UA had spread quickly, leaving the nation in disbelief. Meanwhile, a figure in dark clothing lurked behind the reporters, a malicious smirk on their face. In the classroom, Aizawa addressed his students, praising their performance in combat training. He reviewed the video feeds and acknowledged Bakugo's talent, advising him not to sulk after his victory. He also commended Midoriya but cautioned him to avoid reckless behavior and to better control his new ability. Midoriya nodded, grateful for the encouragement. Aizawa then informed the class that their first task would determine their future, causing a wave of anxiety among the students. They wondered if it was another quirk assessment test, but Aizawa clarified that they needed to choose a class representative. Relief washed over them as they realized it was a normal school activity. Students began to shout their names, eager to be chosen. Aizawa watched as they bickered over who would be the best representative. Ida, trying to restore order, emphasized the importance of respect and suggested a democratic election. Aizawa, uninterested, simply wanted to take a nap. After the voting concluded, Midoriya emerged as the class president, with Momo as the deputy. In the lunch hall, Midoriya sat with Ida, Ruby, Yang, Blake, and Uraraka. Blake sighed, wishing for some quiet time with Midoriya, but Ida insisted on fostering camaraderie among classmates. Yang asked Midoriya how it felt to be president. He admitted to feeling honored yet overwhelmed, worried he might not be good enough. Ida explained that he believed Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were the best choices, citing Midoriya's care for their classmates and his bravery in protecting others. His friends agreed, and Midoriya smiled at their support. Ruby playfully pouted, feeling left out, but Midoriya reassured her with a gentle pat on the head. Blake, feeling neglected, demanded the same attention, and he obliged. Uraraka then asked why Bakugo called Midoriya Deku. Midoriya explained that it was an insult from their childhood when he struggled to control his quirk, and he revealed that some of his scars were a result of their past encounters. Ida was taken aback by this revelation. That's shameful behavior unfit for a student of UA. It's unforgivable. Izuku didn't care what the other student wanted, as long as he was left alone, he could manage. Rokuro nodded beside Izuku in spirit form. Ochako suggested calling him Dikairu, like, you can do it. Izuku agreed, saying she could call him that if she wanted. Yang chimed in that if Ochako got to call him that, then she would call him Aizu. Ruby and Blake joined in, with Blake asking for a nickname too. Izuku was taken aback when Blake approached him closely, her warm breath brushing against him. Suggested, Kitty, and she smiled, hugging his arm and sitting beside him. Suddenly, the bell rang, and chaos erupted in the cafeteria as students began to panic. Yang shouted in confusion, while Uraraka wondered if it was a villain attack. Izuku grabbed a nearby student by the collar, demanding to know what was happening. The student explained that the security alarm had gone off, which was unusual. Izuku let him go but was quickly swept away by the crowd, only to be shoved against a wall. He noticed the alarm was triggered by the media, and he found himself overwhelmed by the frantic atmosphere. As he struggled to regain his footing, a girl with silver hair collided with him, and instead of pain, he felt a comforting presence against his chest. He recognized her as Elizabeth and whispered her name. She looked up, confused, but then yelped in pain, igniting a surge of anger within Izuku. The noise around them intensified, and he felt compelled to shout for silence, his voice booming through the chaos. The glass around him vibrated as students covered their ears, fear evident on their faces. Once the noise subsided, Izuku confronted his classmates, urging them to act like true heroes and help each other instead of panicking. They looked around, realizing their friends were hurt, and quickly began to assist one another. Izuku turned back to Elizabeth, who thanked him for his help. She kissed his cheek and hurried away, leaving him trembling and overwhelmed. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he called out for Rokuro, feeling an unfamiliar flood of memories wash over him. Meanwhile, at the gate, the teachers assessed the situation. The gate had been destroyed, indicating a powerful quirk had been used. 𝗎𝗍𝗂 remarked that it wasn't the media causing the alarm, but rather a warning of something more serious. Aizawa agreed, emphasizing that the students' safety was their top priority. They returned to the classroom, where Izuku was quickly surrounded by his classmates, all praising him for his bravery during the chaos. Kirishima called him Midoriya, expressing admiration for his actions, while Kaminari echoed the sentiment, saying they would have been in serious trouble without him. Mina playfully teased him, getting a bit too close for comfort, prompting Izuku to shyly ask her to back up. The other girls watched, pouting at Mina's attention on Izuku. Aizawa then addressed the class, announcing that today's training would be different, with 4 instructors, including himself and All Might. The class was shocked, and Izuku wondered if this was a response to the earlier incident. Aizawa explained that they would be participating in rescue training simulations, which sparked excitement among the students. He reminded them that their costumes would be important, and they needed to be mindful of their abilities. Outside UA, the students changed into their hero costumes, but Izuku opted for his gym uniform. They gathered in front of the bus that would take them to the USJ for training. Iida organized them into neat lines, feeling frustrated by the open layout of the bus. Ochako asked Izuku what he thought about the training exercise, to which he replied that it might be a good way to practice using their quirks and gain real hero experience. Yang and Ruby expressed their excitement, while Izuku felt a sense of anticipation for what lay ahead. Rokuro reminded him to relax, as they needed to conserve their energy for the challenges to come. Kirishima complimented Izuku's flashy quirk, contrasting it with his own simpler ability. Izuku felt uncertain about his potential to become a popular hero. He admired Kirishima's quirk, noting how impressive it was to have such incredible defensive abilities, like a human shield that protected others. Kirishima appreciated the compliment, expressing his gratitude and calling Izuku a manly dude with a bright smile. Blake acknowledged Izuku's kindness, while Iida affirmed that it was a testament to their decision to elect him as class president. Izuku laughed sheepishly, feeling the weight of their attention. Momo reminded everyone that kindness was important, but intelligence and skill were equally crucial, subtly suggesting that Izuku might not measure up to her standards. Some classmates nodded in agreement, recognizing Momo's intelligence, but others felt uneasy about her comment. Uraraka defended Izuku, arguing that he could be just as smart, if not smarter, than Momo. Blake joined in, urging Momo to stop being a brat about the situation. Momo, feeling challenged, declared that she wanted to compete with Izuku right then and there. Aizawa intervened, reminding them to focus on their upcoming training and encouraging Izuku not to let others' opinions affect him. He assured Izuku that he was a good student and smart, which made Izuku nod in appreciation. Izuku then attempted to lighten the mood by suggesting they could settle their differences over tea, which irritated Momo. She recalled a previous encounter where someone had called her princess in a flirtatious manner, and Izuku's comment felt similarly dismissive. At that moment, she resolved to confront him about it later. Hyuka, observing the scene, remarked on how Izuku had managed to annoy the calmest girl in their class, eliciting laughter from Rokuro. Standing in front of the pro hero 13, both classes 1A and B awaited their training session. 13 greeted them enthusiastically, and the students, including Izuku, were filled with awe at the prospect of what was to come. 13 revealed the various disaster scenarios they would be training for, explaining that the facility was designed to prepare them for real-life emergencies. Aizawa questioned 13 about All Might's absence, suspecting he was caught up in an interview. 13 confirmed that All Might had been busy with hero work, holding up 3 fingers to emphasize the point. Aizawa expressed his frustration, but 13 reassured everyone that they could manage without All Might. As 13 explained the importance of their quirks, she reminded them that while quirks could save lives, they could also be dangerous if misused. She urged them to remember the responsibility that came with their powers. The students listened intently, understanding that being a hero meant prioritizing the safety of others. Suddenly, Rokuro sensed danger and alerted Izuku, who felt a sharp pain in his head. As the lights flickered ominously, dark swirls began to form at the center of the facility, signaling the arrival of villains. Izuku's heart raced as he realized the situation was serious. Kirishima, initially excited about the training, was taken aback by the revelation that the villains were real. Aizawa quickly took charge, instructing everyone to stay together and protect the students. The atmosphere shifted as the reality of their predicament sank in. Kurojirai, one of the villains, noted the absence of All Might and expressed their intent to draw him out by targeting the students. Shigaraki, another villain, ordered his companion to find a specific target, causing Rokuro to panic as he recognized the figure approaching them. Izuku's shock deepened as he realized who it was, while Rokuro's fear escalated. The tension in the air thickened as the villain's presence loomed over them, leaving the students and teachers trembling in fear. Izuku locked eyes with the approaching figure, feeling a mix of dread and determination as the confrontation began. Binio's hairpin dripped with a dark substance as he observed Izuku's reaction before leaving through Kurojirai's portal. Shigaraki commanded Kurojirai to spread the students out, and Kurojirai complied, moving toward the class. Aizawa called out to Midoriya, his gaze fixed on Izuku, who was trembling and clutching his arm as the grip of the arms around him tightened, fueling his anger. Vlad urged Aizawa to focus and move while the villains were distracted. Aizawa agreed, and the two rushed down the stairs, but Kurojirai passed them before they could intervene, reaching the students. Kurojirai introduced himself and the League of Villains, stating that it was impolite to intrude but they had come to say hello. He remarked on the absence of All Might, the symbol of peace, and speculated about unforeseen changes in plans, dismissing it as unimportant since he still had a role to play. 13 prepared to use her quirk, but Bakugo and Kirishima charged in. Izuku shouted for them to stop, but the villain warped them away, prompting cries from their classmates. Izuku found himself atop a shipwreck, plummeting into the water with a startled scream. Regaining his composure, he realized he was in a watery environment and deduced that the villain must have a warping quirk. He wondered where All Might was when he spotted 3 villains attacking 2 girls from Class B. The first villain taunted that they were the first catch of the day, while the second remarked on their tastiness, and the third laughed maniacally. As one villain approached the girls, Izuku intervened, smashing his fist into the villain's face, causing him to recoil in pain. The other 2 villains charged at Izuku, biting and clawing at him. He cried out in pain just as Tsuyu swam toward them. She called out to him but hesitated when she noticed the girls struggling for breath. She quickly rescued them, bringing them aboard the boat and slamming Mineta down for his earlier behavior. As the chaos continued, the one-horned villain sent a wave of water crashing toward the shore, and Izuku swam out of the water just as Tsuyu used her tongue to pull him onto the boat. He sighed in relief, thanking her, and smiled back at her blush. The girls he saved rushed to hug him, tears in their eyes. Izuku comforted them, realizing how terrified they must have been. Mineta grumbled about Izuku's heroics, while one of the girls expressed her gratitude. Izuku reassured them that he was just glad they were safe. Tsuyu noted that their class day had taken a terrible turn, and everyone nodded in agreement. Izuku pondered how the villains had known they would be there and sighed, acknowledging that they needed to escape and help their friends. As they discussed their situation, one of the girls questioned how they could assist the others while trapped. Tsuyu reminded Izuku that they still had no clear idea of the villain's intentions regarding All Might. Mineta insisted that All Might was too strong to be defeated. Izuku emphasized the need to focus on escaping, stating that he couldn't leave anyone behind. They needed to devise a plan, but the villains soon surrounded them, with one declaring his intent to enjoy their defeat. Mineta screamed in fear, and the tension in the air thickened as they prepared to face the impending threat. He shouted in fear as the villains surrounded the boat. Izuku thought about Rokuro, pleading for help, but he clenched his fist in anguish, realizing he couldn't rely on him right now. Rokuro was clearly panicking over Binio, and something must have happened to her. Izuku understood the fear, but he had to focus. He envisioned his mother, Rimuri, Cheyenne, and Shuna in his mind, reminding himself that he had to get back to them. No matter what, they had to survive. He looked at his classmates and the other girls who were afraid and vowed to save them, swearing to himself that he would do whatever it took. He stood up, reassuring them that there was no need to worry. A light shone in the background, catching their attention and leaving them in awe. He declared that he was there to protect them. In the landslide zone, ice crawled up toward 3 villains, freezing them in place. However, the other groups of villains were still a threat. Shoto struggled against the strong opponents, his ice side nearly frozen, so he used his fire side to heat things up, releasing steam. Ruby, Yang, and Shoto, along with Class 1B's Setsuna and Elizabeth, were fending off a massive group of villains. Ruby expressed her frustration about how to defeat them, while Yang encouraged her to keep fighting. Suddenly, an explosion sent some villains flying, revealing Kamui standing behind them with a confident smirk. In the collapse zone, Katsuki shouted in frustration as he unleashed an explosion at one villain, knocking him out. Behind him were Kirishima, Shishida, Monoma, and Tetsu, who were ready to take on the villains. Katsuki shouted for them to get out of his way, determined to fight. In the landslide zone, Momo, Jiru, Kaminari, Kojiro, Komori, and Pony found themselves surrounded by villains. In the fire zone, Ojiro and Kurwaro were battling several villains amidst the chaos of flames. In the squall zone, Tokoyami and Koda faced off against a group of villains. At the entrance, the rest of the students were gathered behind 13, surrounded by the mist villain. Shoji used his enhanced senses to search the area, and Ida asked if he had found anyone yet. Shoji reported that their classmates were scattered but still present. After a collective sigh of relief, they turned to Kurojiru, who posed a threat. Sero questioned what they should do, and Rin noted that their attacks had no effect on the mist villain. Awase agreed, stating that it seemed like the villain was made of air. Tsuburaba added that Kurojiru could also teleport. 13 then instructed Ida to head to UA and request backup, explaining that their communication systems were down, likely due to the villain's interference. Ida hesitated, feeling it would be disgraceful to leave them behind, but Uraraka reassured him that they needed his help. Ida eventually nodded, and Uraraka offered to assist him. He took a running stance, preparing to activate his engines. Kurojiru taunted them, questioning their strategy in front of their enemy and sending tendrils of warp energy toward the group. 13 stood firm, declaring that stopping him was what mattered. She activated her quirk, creating a black hole that began to pull Kurojiru in, immobilizing him. Meanwhile, Izuku faced Mineta, who panicked at the thought of fighting the villains, believing they were outmatched. Izuku urged him to think strategically, noting that the villains likely had an advantage in the water and assumed they would fight there. Tsuyu pointed out that the villains must have known the layout of the USJ before arriving. Izuku realized that the careful planning of the villains suggested they didn't know the full extent of their quirks. They had separated them to overpower them more easily, but this could work to their advantage as the villains underestimated their potential. None were trying to climb into the boat, which proved Izuku's point. Tsuyu suggested they talk about their quirks, and everyone crouched down to speak. Kendo Itsuka went first, explaining that her quirk was Big Fist, allowing her to enlarge her hand for greater strength. Izuku found it amazing, realizing she was even stronger than he had thought. Kendo blushed and thanked him happily. Tsuyu then shared her abilities, mentioning her high jumps, wall clinging, and her long tongue, which could extend about 20 meters. She also noted her ability to expel stomach contents for cleaning, though it wasn't very useful, and that she secreted a toxic mucus that only caused a slight sting. Mineta gasped at the mention of the mucus. Tsuyu concluded that they could likely use her jumping and tongue in their current situation. Izuku expressed his admiration for Tsuyu's quirk, while Yui Kodai introduced herself, explaining her quirk, size, which allowed her to alter the size of any non-living object, though she could only use it on small items for now. Izuku complimented her, causing her to blush. Mineta then shared his quirk, revealing he had sticky ball whose strength varied with his emotions. They could stick for a whole day and didn't adhere to him, allowing him to bounce off them. The group looked at him with deadpan expressions, prompting him to cry out in frustration. Suddenly, a massive arm of water split the boat in half, causing everyone to fall. A villain shouted from underwater, expressing boredom and eagerness to escalate the situation. Tsuyu pointed out that the ship was sinking, while Mineta screamed and threw his sticky ball into the water, panicking. Izuku urged him to calm down, but Mineta continued to cry out in fear. Izuku noticed the villains were afraid of Mineta's sticky ball, which pushed them away. Mineta, feeling overwhelmed, lamented about facing danger so soon after starting at UA and expressed his regret about not being able to touch Yaoyorozu. Izuku, frustrated, grabbed Mineta by his cape and lifted him off the ground, glaring at him with glowing green eyes. He firmly instructed Mineta to stop panicking and follow his plan, threatening to feed him to the villains if he mentioned Yaoyorozu again. Mineta nodded shakily, and Izuku released him. Kendo began to ask Izuku if he was okay, but they all noticed he was shaking in fear, even if he was trying to hide it. Izuku reassured them that they could defeat the villains and had a plan. The villains taunted them, but Izuku stood defiantly, ready to confront them. As he prepared to fight, he pulled out a talisman and called forth a powerful arm made of water. The villains were startled by Izuku's fierce determination. He activated his quirk, One for All, at 10%, feeling the energy surge around him. He leaped off the boat, spinning in the air, and reeled his arm back, unleashing a powerful punch that created a high-pressure blast of air, forming a whirlpool in the water. The villains screamed as they were pulled into the whirlpool. Kendo quickly jumped off the boat, using her enlarged hand to grab Izuku, while Yui held onto Tsuyu, who launched herself away, carrying Mineta under her arm. Later, the group rested on the shore near the frozen water. Tsuyu asked about their next move, and Izuku sighed, indicating that they would meet everyone back at the top of the USJ. Kendo insisted that he should come with them, but Izuku explained that he had something he needed to do. Mineta, concerned, questioned if he was planning to fight someone again. Izuku confirmed that he was and sprinted away from the group, leaving them with worried expressions. In the landslide zone, Shoto lay on the ground with his group, except for Elizabeth. An armored boot pressed down on his head as a man stepped toward Elizabeth, who was on her knees, cuts and bruises marking her body and face. Elizabeth, horrified, accused him of being responsible for the harm done to her friends. Ruin laughed, boasting that a little quirk given to him by his emissary was all it took to defeat them. Elizabeth demanded he leave them alone, but he yanked her hair to lift her up, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. He then kneed her in the gut, forcing the air from her lungs and sending her sprawling backward. Setsuna rushed toward him, but he slammed his staff down, knocking her out and causing blood to trickle from her nose. Ruin continued to mock them, claiming that the creature known as Nomu, created to defeat All Might, would crush their teachers until nothing remained. Ignoring him, Elizabeth stood her ground, shouting for him to leave her friends alone. Enraged by her defiance, he smashed his staff against her head, sending her skidding across the ground. Yang shouted for Ruin to get away from Elizabeth and charged at him, her hair blazing like fire. He retaliated with a punch to her face, creating a powerful gust of wind that knocked her out. Ruin taunted Elizabeth, calling her the Princess of Lyonesse and revealing that the source of her classmates' hypnotism was the bell on his staff, which he intended to use against her friends before he finished them off. But to his shock, he noticed the bell was gone. He turned back to Elizabeth, who smirked despite her injuries and spat the small bell from her mouth. Ruin, furious, charged at her with his fist drawn back, but another fist collided with his face, sending him flying. As he picked himself up, he found Izuku kneeling beside Elizabeth, brushing his hands softly against her cheek. Izuku demanded to know if Ruin had done this to her, his voice filled with anger as he clenched his fist. Ruin feigned indifference, but the intensity of Izuku's bloodlust made him uneasy. Izuku declared that Ruin was dead. In another part of the battlefield, Momo, Jiraiya, Kaminari, Kojiro, Komori, and Pony stood back to back, defending themselves against the enemies. Kaminari panicked, feeling as though he had seen the Grim Reaper. Jiraiya urged him to calm down, while Momo insisted they focus on escaping. Kaminari, feeling helpless, pleaded for them to find a weapon for him. Jiraiya reminded him that he had electrical powers and could zap their foes. Kaminari explained that while he could cover himself in electricity, using it would affect everyone around them, and he was counting on them to help him. As the villains closed in, 𝐒𝐻 kicked one back toward Kaminari, who then shocked the villain, realizing he was stronger than he thought. Jiryu, however, was still on edge as another villain approached with a large rock. Just as he was about to attack, Pony intervened, using her horns to blow the rock apart, causing the villain to strike Kaminari, who retaliated with electricity. Momo then threw a net over another villain, causing him to get shocked as well. With the villains momentarily subdued, Momo revealed her plan, having created a large blanket for protection. She smirked, explaining that it was a sheet of insulation, allowing Kaminari to unleash his electricity without harming his friends. As he did so, the remaining villains were shocked into 𝗬𝗵𝗲. Momo expressed concern for the rest of their class, pulling off the blanket just as Kojiro turned away, flustered by the situation. Meanwhile, Izuku's group, minus Izuku, watched their teachers battle the villains from their hiding spot in the water. Kendo wondered where Midoriya was, while Azui admitted she didn't know. Mineta alerted them to the approaching boss, Shigaraki, who charged at Aizawa. Aizawa quickly wrapped his scarf around himself and threw it at Shigaraki, who caught it, pulling Aizawa closer. Just as Shigaraki was about to grab Aizawa's head, Aizawa elbowed him, but Shigaraki managed to catch him, causing Aizawa's sleeve to decay. Vlad intervened, smashing his fist into Shigaraki and sending him flying. Aizawa thanked Vlad, who nodded and took down 3 more villains while Aizawa struggled to regain his strength. Shigaraki, frustrated, demanded to know how long they planned to obstruct him. Time seemed to slow as Aizawa's eyes widened, watching the monstrous creature charge at Vlad with incredible speed, ready to strike. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the plaza as everyone turned to see the water fountain completely destroyed. Amid the rubble lay Ruin, his armor shattered and smoke rising from his body, deeply injured and muttering incoherently about monsters and demons. Kendo, Yui, Azui, and Mineta smiled at his arrival. Izuku stood his ground, declaring that everything would be all right because he was there. At the entrance, Kurogiri was still being absorbed into a black hole, rendering him immobile. He remarked on the power of the black hole quirk, which could turn matter to dust, but noted that the rescue heroes were failing to see the analysis they lacked. He opened a warp gate behind 13, intending to absorb her, which resulted in 13 being gravely injured. Mina cried out for 13, who apologized to everyone before losing consciousness. The class quickly sprang into action, ensuring Ida's escape, prompting Kurogiri to return to Shigaraki's side to deliver the bad news. The villains, Aizawa, and Vlad stared at Izuku in shock as he glared at them, while the Nomu stood still. Kurogiri appeared next to Tamura, informing him of the situation. Tamura reacted angrily, blaming Kurogiri for the failure and urging everyone to move. Mineta expressed his excitement at the villains preparing to leave, but Tsuyu felt a sense of foreboding. Kendo shared her concern as Shigaraki declared they would destroy the symbol of peace's pride. In a flash, Tamura lunged at Izuku's group, aiming to disintegrate Tsuyu. Fear gripped Tsuyu as she saw death approaching, but Aizawa and Vlad shouted in protest. A gust of wind rushed past them as Izuku charged at Tamura, his impurity arm glowing bright red, determined to protect Tsuyu. The force of Izuku's punch created a powerful shockwave, sending residual villains and debris flying. Once the dust settled, Izuku stood before his friends, breathing heavily and feeling the effects of his power. He thought about how his arm felt fine, wondering if the impurity had protected him. Rokuro warned him just in time as the Nomu struck Izuku in the gut, causing him to cough as he realized the creature's strength. Tamura taunted Izuku, acknowledging the power of his quirk but asserting that it wasn't enough to defeat the Nomu, which had shock absorption. Kendo, Tsuyu, Yui, and Mineta shouted his name as Izuku was thrown against a wall. Aizawa cried out in despair as Tamura commanded the Nomu to attack. The creature vanished and reappeared behind Vlad and Aizawa, striking them down with tremendous force. Tamura laughed maniacally, reveling in the chaos. He attempted to grab Yui and Mineta, but was interrupted by an explosion that sent him flying. Yang and Ruby, injured but determined, faced the Nomu, which let out a fierce roar and charged at them. Izuku intervened, smashing the Nomu into the ground before throwing it aside. He checked on Yang and Ruby, who were worried about his injuries, but he urged them to go to Aizawa and Vlad to help them escape. As Izuku turned his attention back to the Nomu, he was shocked to see it was unharmed and moving at incredible speed. It struck him in the face, causing him to spit. Yang and Ruby rushed to his side, but Izuku smirked defiantly at Shigaraki, challenging him. The Nomu charged again, and Izuku, instead of panicking, raised blocks of cement around him and the girls, causing the Nomu to crash into one of them. He landed a powerful kick reinforced with his quirk, but the creature remained unfazed and grabbed him by the leg, slamming him repeatedly into the ground. BLD stained the ground as Izuku was thrown around like a rag doll. The girls and Mineta cried out for him, desperate to help but paralyzed by fear. Izuku felt rage consume him as Tamura commanded the Nomu to finish him off. Just as the creature lunged again, Ruby charged at it, surrounded by rose petals, but her attack had no effect. Yang followed, her hair ablaze, but the Nomu brushed her aside effortlessly. As the Nomu approached Izuku, its form shifting ominously, Rokuro shouted in alarm, urging Izuku to wake up. Izuku was in a dire situation, with the Nomu towering over him, relentlessly striking down with its fists, sending shockwaves that echoed through the area. The girls, Mineta, and Aizawa watched in horror, fearing for Izuku's life. But within Izuku's mind, a storm of emotions raged. He felt an overwhelming urge to destroy, fueled by the voices of his inner turmoil. As he clenched his fists, the aura of one for all around him shifted to a sinister purple and red. In his mind, Rokuro and Izuku shared a moment of determination, vowing to make their enemies pay. Together, they unleashed their fury, a primal scream echoing in the depths of Izuku's being. Suddenly, darkness erupted from beneath him, propelling the Nomu away. Izuku stood, surrounded by swirling smoke, BLD trickling down his forehead, his eyes glowing a fierce red. His arm, infused with a dark energy, pointed menacingly at the creature, its voice echoing ominously, sending chills through everyone present. With a burst of speed, Izuku launched himself at the Nomu, delivering a punch reinforced by one for all that sent the creature crashing through several trees. Tamura, witnessing this display of power, was taken aback. He commanded the Nomu to eliminate Izuku, but as they clashed, a colossal shockwave erupted, sending everyone nearby reeling from the force of their confrontation. Kirishima, Bakugo, Tetsutetsu, and Minoma arrived just in time to witness the chaos. Kirishima exclaimed in disbelief, while Tsu called out to her friends, urging them to understand the gravity of the situation. Mineta, overwhelmed, labeled Izuku a monster. As they turned back to the fight, they saw Izuku skidding across the ground, bloodied but refusing to back down. He dug his claws into the earth, determined to rise again. The Nomu loomed over him, ready to strike, but Izuku unleashed a torrent of fire and fury, launching a series of rapid punches that pushed the creature back, the ground beneath them cracking under the strain. Despite the toll it took on his own body, Izuku fought on, his roars echoing through the battlefield. Slowly, he transformed, becoming something more than just a boy. His friends watched in horror as he seemed to lose himself to the rage. Mina cried out for Izuku, while Uraraka feared for him. In a final surge of strength, Izuku soared into the air, delivering a devastating blow that sent the Nomu crashing to the ground, its form disintegrating upon impact. With a powerful strike, Izuku's fist connected with the Nomu's gut, causing shockwaves that rippled through the creature's body. Together, Rokuro and Izuku shouted their attack, sending the Nomu flying through the USJ, shaking the entire facility and leaving the onlookers in shock. Shigaraki, filled with disbelief, questioned how this boy could defeat something designed to take down All Might. In a fit of rage, he charged at Izuku, but before he could reach him, Izuku appeared before him, eyes glowing crimson, a sinister smile on his face. Fear gripped Shigaraki as he felt the weight of impending doom. Just as Izuku was about to strike, the door to the USJ burst open, and bullets flew, striking Shigaraki and causing him to fall. Kurogiri quickly warped to his side, asking if he was all right. Despite his injuries, Shigaraki laughed maniacally, realizing they were up against a formidable force. As the heroes arrived to confront the villains, Izuku's gaze remained fixed on Shigaraki, a chilling smile on his face. Sensing danger, Shigaraki ordered Kurogiri to warp them away just in time, leaving Izuku to punch the ground, creating a massive crater that shocked everyone present. Izuku roared once more, gritting his teeth before an unsettling laugh escaped him, sending chills down everyone's spines. He began huffing and puffing, tears streaming down his face as he fell to his knees. His arm transformed into a red fog, and in front of everyone, Rokurou appeared in spirit form, embracing Izuku. Their eyes widened in awe at the appealing sight. Although Rokurou was blue and transparent, he shone like a star. All Might rushed to Izuku's side, kneeling beside him and gazing at Rokurou, who shook his head sadly. He took Izuku into his arms, hugging him close. All Might expressed his gratitude, promising that everything would be okay and thanking Izuku for saving the day. Meanwhile, the teachers and students from classes 1A and 1B at the entrance were still in shock, trying to catch their breath. Kaminari stammered in disbelief, while Mineta cried out in terror, comparing Izuku to a demon or monster. Snipe muttered to himself, trying to process what had just happened. Once the chaos subsided, the police arrived to escort everyone out and arrest the remaining villains, who turned out to be thugs and criminals. The villains Izuku had defeated were wanted felons for serious crimes. The only injured individuals were Aizawa, Vlad King, Elizabeth, and 13, who were taken to the hospital, while Izuku was rushed to Recovery Girl, with All Might never leaving his side. Detective Tsukachi began questioning some of the Class 1A and 1B students about the events that had transpired, and they answered truthfully. Tsukachi noted that everyone had a few scratches, except for the boy taken to Recovery Girl. He closed his notebook and was approached by some girls from Class 1A and 2 from Class 1B, who were concerned about Izuku's condition. Tsukachi reassured them that he was in good hands with Recovery Girl, but he couldn't help but think about how popular Izuku was with the girls. He reflected on how grateful he was that Izuku had stopped the monster from harming All Might, acknowledging that without him, the world could have lost its symbol of peace. In an unknown bar, Tamura lay on a couch, clearly exhausted and frustrated by their failure, yet still managing a slight smile. A shadowy figure asked about the Nomu Tamura had been given. Tamura explained that they lost it before All Might arrived, as a boy with a strange quirk had easily defeated the Nomu, forcing them to retreat. The figure inquired why Tamura seemed to take the loss so well. Tamura grinned, revealing that he had found a demon, the boy who had defeated his Nomu. He described the chilling feeling he experienced when the boy locked eyes with him. The imsar behind Tamura remained silent for a moment before chuckling, intrigued by Tamura's discovery. He asked what Tamura intended to do with the boy. Tamura nodded, revealing the dragon handle that Izuku had possessed. The MSTR praised him for his efforts and instructed him to keep an eye on this new threat. In another unknown place, a teacher, connected to machines and with a damaged face, speculated whether the demon who defeated the 𝐒𝐻 could be the one they had been searching for. A voice giggled in agreement, expressing excitement at the prospect of seeing Rokurou again. Behind them, chained up and hidden from view, a girl with dark brown skin and glowing yellow eyes shed a tear, silently pleading for Rokurou to save her. Back with Izuku, he awoke in the nurse's office at U. Turning around, he noticed Hasegawa at Recovery Girl's desk. She approached him, cheerfully announcing that he was finally awake. Izuku inquired about how long he had been unconscious, to which she replied that it had been about 3 hours. He looked down at his bandaged chest and right arm, which he subconsciously held. Hasegawa informed him that he had suffered 3 cracked ribs and that his right arm had been nearly destroyed. She had healed him, but he needed to learn not to be so reckless. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, All Might burst through the door in his smaller form, wrapped in bandages. Upon seeing Izuku awake, he rushed over, exclaiming his relief. He transformed into his buff form and hugged Izuku tightly, but Izuku remained unresponsive. Hasegawa urged All Might to let Izuku go, warning that he might reopen one of his wounds. They both halted when they noticed Izuku crying. He apologized, expressing his regret and frustration. All Might, concerned, asked why he was apologizing. Izuku confessed that he had wanted to kill the villains and felt like a monster for his anger. He lamented that no matter how hard he tried, he could not save anyone and only became worse than the villains. As Izuku clenched his fists, he broke down, feeling like a monster who should be locked away. All Might, filled with determination, delivered a powerful punch to the ground, startling Hasegawa. He looked at Izuku with fierce blue eyes, ready to impart a lesson. You saved your friends, you fought the Nomu, you suffered, and you alone took my burden, fighting a monster that could have ended my life. Just because you let your anger out and lost control doesn't mean you are a villain or an animal that should be caged. It means you are willing to give above 100% for your friends. So you, young Midoriya, are nothing short of a mighty hero. All Might hugged Izuku again, but this time not as tightly. He whispered how proud he was of Izuku for saving every single student and pro-hero. The arm he referred to as impurity was a gift in disguise, one that not only saved him but also gave him the strength to protect everyone around him. He urged Izuku never to doubt himself because he had never doubted the incredible hero living inside him. Izuku hugged his teacher and broke down in tears, his heart aching as he did so. Hasegawa smiled at the scene, unable to hold back her own tears. Hours passed, and the sun began to set as Izuku left the recovery girl's office with a cast on his right arm to keep it still. He stared at his phone, filled with countless messages from Rimuri and his mother. Rokuro expressed his concern, feeling they were in trouble, and Izuku acknowledged it. As he made his way home, he spotted several people waiting at the front gate. He soon realized it was some of the girls, mainly Ruby, Ochako, Tsuyu, Yang, and Blake. Ida was also with them, along with Kendo and Yui. Izuku flinched at the thought of them being afraid of him. He greeted them, unsure of their intentions. Before he could receive an answer, Ruby and Blake charged toward him, and he felt a wave of fear wash over him. However, that feeling quickly faded as both girls hugged him tightly, disregarding his injury. Blake expressed her concern for Izuku, worried about what she had seen during the fight. Yang echoed her sentiments, admitting they had all been scared. Izuku yelped in pain as their embrace tightened, prompting Kendo to intervene and pull Blake away while Yang did the same with Ruby. Yui chimed in, warning them that their hugs could worsen his injury. Finally, the girls relented, and Ruby pouted, expressing her worry for their classmate and friend. Izuku, still feeling uncertain, asked if they were afraid of him. Ruby was confused, asking why they would be. He explained that he felt like a monster after losing control. Tsuyu reassured him, suggesting that he must have had a good reason for his actions. Yui and Kendo nodded in agreement, recalling how he had looked in pain. Izuku managed a faint smile, grateful for their understanding. Ida reminded him that they were his classmates and friends, and there was no need for thanks. As Izuku noticed Tsuyu staring at him, he approached her to check if she was all right. She thanked him for saving her from the villain, and he humbly brushed it off. As he prepared to leave, Ruby pulled him into another hug, explaining it was a thank you gesture for saving her. The girls, except for Tsuyu, attempted to pull Ruby away, reminding her of Izuku's injury. Despite their efforts, Ruby held on tightly, causing Izuku to step back and trip, bringing down all the girls except Tsuyu onto him. He winced in pain but couldn't help but blush at their closeness. As the girls quickly got back up, they all blushed, including Izuku. He finally managed to escape the pile and headed home, bidding everyone goodbye. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Aizawa lay in bed, wrapped in bandages, watching TV until he turned it off with a sigh, wishing time would pass faster. He closed his eyes, recalling what had happened to Izuku and feeling the need to apologize. His room door opened slowly, and a doctor entered, greeting him with a sweet voice. Aizawa was taken aback by her appealing smile. Inko, the doctor, checked on him, and Aizawa stammered that he was fine. She assured him that was great and began a routine checkup. Meanwhile, at the Midoriya home, Izuku was being hugged tightly by the girls, who were crying into him as he comforted them. He promised himself that he would never let such a situation happen again. Previously, in the events that unfolded, the villains had attacked them at the USJ, an incident that quickly caught the attention of the news. Thankfully, no detailed information about what transpired was released, so only those present knew the full story. Izuku realized that the dragon handle he had was taken from him, and he worried about his family and friends, vowing never to put them through that again. On live TV, people crossing roads and driving through streets saw a news report about the USJ incident. The news anchor provided an update on the attack at the UA training center, where the Hero Corps students faced a group of villains known as the League of Villains. Investigators uncovered a plot by a group targeting UA teacher and popular hero All Might since the spring of that year. Police arrested 72 villains at the scene, but the League managed to escape, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Meanwhile, in a rundown apartment, a small old man dressed as a hero sat in a dark room, the only light coming from the television. He was snacking on taiyaki while reading a letter from All Might. The letter conveyed warm sentiments, expressing hope that the recipient was in good health and spirits. All Might shared that he had taken a position as a teacher at UA High School, guiding the next generation of heroes. He was searching for someone worthy of his power, a hero in training with outstanding test scores and a powerful quirk. Before starting his tenure at UA, All Might had met a young man who, despite not being strong and possessing a peculiar quirk, displayed incredible bravery. This young man rushed into a dangerous situation that caused pro-heroes, including All Might, to hesitate, ultimately saving a classmate's life. All Might reflected on how this young man's actions reminded him of the virtues necessary to be a true hero. He encouraged the young man, telling him he could become a hero too. Soon after, All Might revealed the secret of his quirk, the power he could transfer to someone else. This ability, passed down through generations, was known as One for All, a power that binds itself to a courageous heart for the good of those in need. The young man accepted the responsibility without hesitation, and All Might began training him for the challenges ahead, preparing him for acceptance into the hero course at UA High School. Though the young man sometimes struggled with his abilities, he never gave up, always giving his all to 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝑆 One for All and his mysterious powers. All Might felt immense pride in having met and entrusted his powers to this young man, who consistently demonstrated the qualities of a true hero. As he finished reading the letter, the old man smirked, realizing that Toshinori had finally found a worthy successor. In a meeting room, nearly all the teachers of UA were gathered to discuss the USJ incident. The attendees included Principal Nizu, Present Mike, 𝗬𝗵𝗲, Midnight, Snipe, and All Might, who was in his smaller form. 𝗬𝗁𝐺 stood before them, sharing updates from the investigation. 𝗬𝗁𝐺 explained that their investigators had tried everything to uncover information about the so-called League of Villains, but so far, they had found nothing. They had also searched for information on Shigaraki and Kurojirai, but without success. Unless the villains were using aliases, they were proving difficult to track down. Snipe expressed frustration, noting that he had shot their ringleader, but once he healed, he would likely try something similar again. All Might agreed, recognizing the ringleader's aggressive nature. Nizu inquired if something was on All Might's mind. All Might shared his thoughts on the attack, noting that it had been too bold. The villain seemed unaware of the students, and Shigaraki had boasted about the Nomu, revealing his volatile temperament. Midnight speculated that Shigaraki likely never received proper counseling when he unlocked his quirk. Snipe acknowledged that it didn't matter now, as Midoriya had ended the conflict by defeating the Nomu. 𝗬𝗁𝐺 then shifted the conversation to Izuku Midoriya, expressing concern. Nizu asked what was troubling them about Midoriya. 𝗬𝗁𝐺 revealed that Midoriya had saved All Might but had nearly lost his life in the process. The students reported that he had gone on a rampage, pushing himself to the limit. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 noted that something had felt different when they arrived, almost as if Midoriya could have harmed them at any moment. Midnight agreed, recalling how Midoriya had emitted an overwhelming aura that had left her feeling unsteady, even when he was merely laughing. Snipe added that they had entered to save everyone, only to find themselves frozen in place by Midoriya's intense gaze. Nizu acknowledged that while Midoriya had indeed changed, it appeared he was in pain, which caused him to lose control. All Might defended Midoriya, asserting that he was not a monster. Instead, he was a hero who had taken on the pain that should have been All Might's. 𝗬𝗁𝐺 supported All Might's view, emphasizing that despite Midoriya's loss of control, he had still saved the symbol of peace, preventing widespread panic and chaos in society. Midnight expressed admiration for Midoriya's selflessness in a life-and-death situation, smiling as she reflected on his bravery. The other teachers exchanged looks, acknowledging the young hero's courage and the challenges that lay ahead. As they discussed their problem at the Midoriya house, Inko, Rimyuri, and Shuna were cooking in the kitchen while Cheyenne napped on the couch. Izuku sat in his room, hugging his knees and staring at his laptop, watching his favorite All Might video. He thought about how far he still was from becoming a real hero, and recalled the incident at USJ, where he lost control of his emotions and nearly harmed the villains. He felt regret for worrying his friends and mother. Determined to improve, Izuku began doing crunches while holding weights of about 105 kilograms on each side. He thought about how he needed to master one for all and his impurity arm, embodying their power until it became second nature. Time was running out. Rokuro entered the room, and Izuku looked up, surprised to see him. Rokuro apologized for leaving Izuku alone, explaining that he had been distracted by Binio's hairpin, which he had given her. Izuku expressed his need to know the truth about Rokuro's past, and Rokuro sighed, preparing to share his story. He recounted the tale of his impurity arm, the Hinatsuki tragedy, 𝐬𝐻𝗫, and 𝐬𝐻𝗫 corruption. He explained how he received his arm, which was alive, and how he and Binio were destined to have a child to end the 𝐬𝐻𝗫. Instead, they chose to fight the 𝐬𝐻𝗫 themselves to spare their child from the burden. Rokuro also shared how he and Binio fell in love despite their initial animosity and spoke of Yuto, who had caused them much pain. He concluded by revealing how he had died when a man had attempted to recruit him and killed him when he refused. Izuku was moved to tears by Rokuro's story. He expressed his sorrow for Rokuro's loss and promised to help him uncover the truth about Binio. Rokuro, touched by Izuku's words, hugged him and expressed his gratitude. Just then, the door swung open, and Shuna entered, wearing a pink sweater and jeans. She announced that dinner was ready, and Izuku thanked her, wiping away his tears. Shuna smiled, leaned in, and whispered that she thought he was brave for saving everyone despite his struggles, leaving Izuku blushing. Rokuro teased him, and Izuku insisted it wasn't like that. Later, Izuku joined his mother and the girls at the dinner table for a delicious meal and pleasant conversation. The next day, a bright Monday morning, Izuku experienced an embarrassing moment waking up with Cheyenne hugging his head. He walked toward his classroom and spotted Kendo with some classmates. She greeted him warmly, but Monoma looked at Izuku with disdain, while another girl with thorny hair regarded him with curiosity. Kendo asked how Izuku was feeling and if his arm hurt, noticing the bandages. Izuku explained that Recovery Girl had insisted he keep them on. Monoma, with a sneer, made a derogatory comment about Izuku, causing Kendo to glare at him. Despite the tension, Izuku walked past Monoma, who attempted to provoke him. Izuku merely glared back, causing Monoma to falter in fear, and he fainted. Kendo called after Izuku, asking him to wait, while she instructed the girl with vine hair to take Monoma back to class. Izuku reached his classroom and overheard his classmates discussing the previous night's news. They shared their excitement about their screen time, but concern for Izuku surfaced as they speculated about his condition after the fight. They noted that he had been injured but was still brave, even in the face of danger. Some students expressed fear about his transformation during the battle, while others defended him, insisting he was not a monster. The conversation continued, filled with a mix of admiration and apprehension about Izuku's recent challenges. Midoriya lost control but still tried to save everyone, which Blake, Ochako, Mina, Tsuyu, Ruby, and Yang all agreed upon. Mineta, desperate for someone to side with him, exclaimed that Midoriya had almost harmed them. Before the discussion could continue, the door swung open, and Izuku walked to his desk. Bakugo thought to himself that Deku was foolish. Ruby and Yang called out to him, but they noticed he was looking down. Kirishima approached and greeted Midoriya, who looked up with a hurt expression. The rest of the class smiled at him, except for Mineta, who was tied up in tape, Todoroki, who remained silent, and Bakugo, who was being difficult. Kirishima expressed gratitude for Midoriya's bravery, calling him super manly and dismissing Mineta's comments. Ojiro added that they could only imagine what would have happened if Midoriya hadn't intervened. Toru noted that they had all been scared, but Midoriya had remained fearless despite his injuries. Shiro praised him as a true hero, while Tokoyami referred to him as a mighty warrior destined to conquer his darkness. Aoyama remarked that Midoriya almost sparkled as brightly as he did, and Kaminari admitted to being scared but still considered him a super cool dude. Mina thanked Midoriya profusely. Izuku's eyes widened, and tears began to form as Rokuro chimed in, agreeing with the others. Ruby thanked him for saving her, and Yang echoed that sentiment, calling him her hero. They leaned in and kissed both of his cheeks, causing him to blush as the class erupted in laughter. Midoriya expressed his gratitude to them. Suddenly, the door swung open again, revealing Kendo, who called out to Midoriya. She wanted to discuss what Monoma had said, but Aizawa interrupted, asking if he could assist her. Kendo squeaked a little and turned to face Aizawa, explaining that she just wanted to thank Midoriya for saving her. Aizawa instructed her to do that later, as he had a class to run. Kendo quickly apologized and turned back to Izuku, whispering her thanks before rushing out. Aizawa then returned to the matter at hand. Ida expressed relief that Aizawa was okay, while Uraraka questioned his definition of okay, noticing his arms wrapped up. Aizawa dismissed his well-being as irrelevant, emphasizing that their fight was not over yet. Bakugo questioned what fight he was referring to, and Izuku feared the worst. Mineta trembled at the thought of more villains. Aizawa revealed that the UA Sports Festival was about to begin. The class erupted in excitement, with Kirishima leading the charge. Kaminari interrupted him, cautioning that it might not be wise to hold the festival so soon after the villains had infiltrated. Ojiro echoed that concern, suggesting they could attack while everyone was gathered. Aizawa explained that the administration believed the festival would demonstrate that the threat had been handled and that the school was safer than ever. They were increasing security compared to previous years, and this event was an opportunity for all students at UA that could not be cancelled due to a few villains. Mineta questioned why they couldn't cancel the festival, to which Izuku responded that the competition was incredibly important. Mineta flinched at Izuku's words, insisting he was just worried about his safety. Aizawa elaborated that the sports festival was one of the most watched events globally. In the past, people had been obsessed with the Olympic Games, but with the emergence of quirks, the focus had shifted. Momo added that top heroes would be watching, and this was where students were scouted. Mineta pointed out that some students might not make it as pros and could end up as sidekicks. Aizawa emphasized that joining a famous hero agency could lead to greater experience and popularity, making the festival crucial for anyone aspiring to be a pro hero. He warned that this was a once-a-year opportunity, and no aspiring hero could afford to miss it. The class responded affirmatively. Aizawa then addressed Midoriya, thanking him for saving his life but advising him to gain better control over his quirk. Izuku, feeling both embarrassed and happy, acknowledged the advice. As the class was dismissed, the students buzzed with excitement about the sports festival. It was lunchtime, and Izuku was on his way to the cafeteria with his friends Ochako, Ruby, Blake, Yang, and Ida. He paused to ask Uraraka why she wanted to become a hero. She hesitated, admitting it was partly for the money, which surprised everyone. She explained that her family owned a construction company that had been struggling, and she wanted to help them. Ida noted her choice of career, and Izuku realized that if she obtained a license, she could use her quirk to lower machinery costs. Uraraka confirmed that her parents had encouraged her to follow her dreams, and her goal was to help them as much as she could. Her determination inspired her friends, who hugged her and cheered, prompting Izuku to laugh. As they continued to the cafeteria, All Might suddenly appeared, calling out to Midoriya. Izuku asked what he was doing there, and All Might sheepishly offered to share lunch with him. Rokuro jokingly questioned if All Might was acting like a maid. Izuku looked at his friends, who nodded encouragingly, and he agreed to join All Might, leaving his friends behind. Izuku sat in front of All Might in his office as the hero prepared tea, and they discussed the remaining time limit and the significance of being the symbol of peace. All Might explained that his ability could only be used for a limited time now. He acknowledged that if Izuku hadn't defeated the Nomu, his time would have been even shorter. It took a lot out of him, and unfortunately, All Might could barely maintain his form for an hour and a half. He offered Izuku a cup of green tea, which Izuku gratefully accepted. All Might brought Izuku there to discuss the upcoming sports festival, noting that Izuku couldn't fully control his arm yet. He suggested focusing solely on using one for all, but ultimately left the decision up to him. Rokuro enthusiastically declared their plan was to win the entire event. Izuku, while eager to use one for all, mentioned he had discovered something new during a past incident when he was saving Elizabeth. All Might inquired if it was a new power, to which Izuku admitted he couldn't remember it clearly. He looked at his palm, recalling only the anger and a burning feeling in his chest that he didn't understand. All Might speculated that Izuku's anger might have subconsciously awakened a new aspect of his mysterious power. As the tea cooled, All Might stood by the window and expressed his limited time as the symbol of peace, hinting that soon he would have to retire that title. Izuku felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Rokuro encouraged him to cheer up, stating that soon it would be their turn to take over as the new symbol. All Might affirmed that he had given Izuku his power for a reason, because he believed Izuku would be the hero to take his place. He reminisced about Izuku's growth and asked if he still felt the same way as before. Izuku confirmed his feelings, and All Might declared that the time had come for Izuku to prove himself. The sports festival would be closely watched by professionals and the entire country. He urged Izuku to introduce himself to the world and proudly declare his presence. However, Izuku hesitated, expressing that while he was proud to be All Might's successor, he didn't want to become him. He wanted to be his own hero, a beacon of hope. He recalled a promise he made to defeat all the 𝐒𝐻𝗫 and expressed his longing to save people. All Might looked at Izuku with wide eyes, feeling the light of a new age shining upon him, and smiled. All Might encouraged Izuku to become his own hero and promised to support him in achieving his dream of being a beacon of hope. Izuku nodded, smiling back at him. Rokuro, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed how appealing that moment was. All Might then instructed them to head to class but reminded Izuku to hold on to the feelings he experienced during their training at the beach. As Class 1A prepared to leave for food, they were halted by a crowd of students blocking the door. Uraraka exclaimed in frustration, while Ida questioned if the other students had business with them. Ruby found it odd that they were just standing there, and Mineta panicked, insisting they wouldn't be held hostage. Bakugo walked past the crowd, explaining that they were scouting the competition, as Class 1A had survived a real villain attack. Izuku hoped Bakugo wouldn't cause any trouble. Bakugo rudely told the others to move, asserting his superiority. Ida protested against Bakugo's behavior, and Yang chimed in, urging him to stop being a JRK. Another student, who had been observing, remarked on the arrogance of Class 1A, expressing disappointment at finding egomaniacs instead of heroes. This student explained that he had wanted to be in the hero course but had to choose a different path. He warned that if any of them didn't bring their best to the sports festival, he would take their spot. Class 1A was taken aback by his bold declaration. Tetsu, from Class 1B, confronted Bakugo, reminding him that they had also faced villains. Class 1A felt the weight of the situation, realizing they were being viewed negatively. Ignoring the tension, Bakugo continued to walk through the crowd, annoyed by the confrontation. Frustrated with the escalating situation, Izuku decided to intervene. He approached Shinso, Tetsu, and the other students, addressing them as a representative of Class 1A. He apologized for Bakugo's behavior, clarifying that he didn't represent their class. He cautioned them to be careful with their words, prompting Shinso to ask what he meant. Izuku explained that they had not wanted to be attacked by villains and were not happy about having to fight. He asserted that they had no right to judge Class 1A based on their experiences. They had nearly faced disaster that day, and the fear still lingered. How could anyone come up and call them jerks, especially someone from Class 1B who had experienced it all alongside them? Izuku narrowed his eyes at Tetsu, who looked down, unable to meet his gaze. Izuku declared that if they wanted to be heroes, if they wanted to enter the hero course, and if they wanted to challenge them, then they could do so. But if they were going to insult his friends, the same friends who had fought alongside him that day, then they were picking a fight with the wrong person. He was serious and determined, ready to accept any challenges thrown their way. The room fell silent as everyone reflected on Izuku's words. Class 1A felt a wave of relief and gratitude that Izuku had defended them, while some were upset with themselves for having thought harshly of their friend. Shinso remarked that maybe they weren't so bad after all and thanked them for accepting his declaration, hoping to see them at the festival. As the students left, Class 1A felt grateful that they were no longer viewed with disdain. Mina expressed her appreciation for Izuku's efforts, hugging him from behind with her usual smile. Uraraka questioned Mina's actions, but Mina simply stated she was giving Izuku a thank you hug. The other girls helped pull Mina away, and Izuku stammered about feeling her against his back, causing Mina to blush and tease him playfully. As they prepared for the upcoming festival, Izuku reminded everyone they had 3 weeks to get ready. The class cheered enthusiastically, and Rokuro added to the excitement. The UA Sports Festival was just around the corner, and it would be broadcast live on television. Izuku was sprinting at high speed with Rimuri and Shuna timing him while Cheyenne chased him, attempting to strike with her sword. He utilized his one-for-all to evade her attacks. Izuku was also training mentally with Rokuro to better control his abilities and learn new techniques. He knew they had to prepare for any challenges that might arise during the festival. As he worked out, he noticed Rimuri, Cheyenne, and Shuna watching him with admiration. Meanwhile, Inko was happily chatting on the phone, giggling as she lay on Ranga's soft fur. Days passed quickly with all the training, and soon the day of the festival arrived. Inko expressed her concern for Izuku, urging him to be careful and not get hurt. He reassured her that he would be fine, finishing up his preparations. As he left, he kissed his mother's cheek and ran out, excited for the day ahead. At the festival, outside the arena, long lines of security and reporters gathered, eager to cover the event. A reporter noted the heightened security due to recent villain activity, while another mentioned that controversy always brought in viewers. Inside, people wandered among the stands selling food and hero merchandise. The excitement was palpable as attendees anticipated the performances of the first-year students, especially since Endeavor's son was among them. Empty Lady, accompanied by 𝗵𝗃 and 𝐒𝐻𝗵𝐿, approached a food stall. She playfully flirted with the vendor, who blushed at her attention. After a brief exchange, they continued on, discussing the need for vigilance against potential villain threats. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as everyone prepared for the thrilling events of the festival. I was totally hoping to be in my costume. Ojiro mentioned that at least everyone else would be in their sports uniforms too, which made things fair. Sato wondered what they had in store for them in the first round. Tokoyami affirmed that no matter what challenges they faced, they must persevere. Shoji nodded in agreement behind Tokoyami when the door opened, revealing Ida. He urged everyone to get their game faces on since they were entering the arena soon. Ruby expressed her nerves, and Yang echoed the sentiment. They hugged each other, feeling someone pat them on the back. Looking up, they saw Izuku smiling and reassuring them that they had nothing to worry about. They would do great. Several girls in the room watched them with envy while Ruby and Yang blushed at Izuku's encouragement. When Shoto approached Izuku, he remarked that from an objective standpoint, it was clear that Izuku was the strongest in their class, especially with his powerful arm. Izuku's eyes widened slightly before he clenched his right arm, narrowing his gaze. Shoto continued, noting that Izuku also had All Might supporting him. He wasn't trying to pry into their relationship, but he made it clear that he intended to beat Izuku. Kaminari questioned the sudden declarations of rivalry. Kirishima ran up to them, placing a hand on Shoto's shoulder, asking why he was picking fights all of a sudden, but Shoto brushed his hand away. He reminded them that they were not there to be friends and that this was not a team effort before walking away. Izuku called out to Shoto, expressing his confusion over why he felt the need to declare his intent to beat him. He acknowledged his own strength but recognized that Shoto had immense potential to become a pro hero, which was why he had been accepted so easily. Kirishima suggested that Izuku was being too hard on himself. Izuku raised his voice, asserting that they were all facing fierce competition from the other courses, and they would all have to fight to stand out. He declared that he would aim for the top as well. In the arena, The cheers of dozens of people filled the air as fireworks lit up the sky, marking the beginning of the sports festival at UA. President Mike welcomed everyone back to the UA Sports Festival, where students would showcase their abilities, vying for fame and recognition. He introduced the first group of heroes, the students from Class 1A, who had survived a villain attack and were ready to shine. 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗵𝗏𝗎 arrived at the teacher's booth, where 𝗎𝗎 ensured they were comfortable as a gesture of gratitude for Izuku's bravery during the USJ incident. Aizawa, noticing 𝗏𝗏, blushed and looked away as she waved at him, causing some teachers to exchange confused glances. 𝗵𝗏𝗎 wished Izuku good luck, while Cheyenne encouraged him to do his best, and Shuna expressed her confidence in him. All Might reminded Izuku that this was his moment to introduce himself to the world as the next number one. As Class 1A stepped out onto the field, Izuku looked around nervously, unlike his classmates who seemed unfazed. He remarked on the large crowd, while Iida hoped they could give their best performances despite the pressure. Kirishima noted that President Mike had hyped them up, which made him nervous, while Katsuki felt motivated to win. Rokuro joked about someone getting punched for saying the wrong thing. President Mike continued to introduce the other classes, building excitement among the audience. As the cheers grew louder, Midnight appeared, ready to deliver the introductory speech. Her presence captivated the crowd, and the male students couldn't help but admire her. Kirishima suggested someone should talk to Midnight about her outfit, while Kaminari agreed that it seemed a bit much for a school event. Midnight called for silence and announced that the student pledge would be delivered by Izuku Midoriya. Izuku was taken aback, feeling the weight of the moment. Bakugo expressed his frustration at Izuku being chosen, while Iida noted it was expected since Izuku had excelled in the entrance exams. Despite his nerves, Izuku approached the stage and stood before the microphone, visibly anxious. Midnight encouraged him with a smile and a wink. As Izuku looked out at the stadium, he could hear murmurs and felt the weight of his past, the pain, the loneliness, and the struggles he had faced. He was ready to share his pledge, one that represented his destiny. He began by stating that not all people are created equal, a lesson he learned at a young age. He acknowledged the unfairness of the world, where some were born with strong quirks while others, especially those without, faced judgment. He spoke about the quirkless, setting the stage for his heartfelt message. These are the people who suffered the most, as they lose hope in their dreams because they don't have the quirks that many take for granted. In Hosu, people were watching Izuku's speech on TV, and even the hero killer paused his work to listen. At UA, Izuku reflected on his childhood, recalling the times he was bullied and beaten simply for wanting to be a hero. He questioned whether it was a sin to aspire to such a noble goal. Each person has their reasons for wanting to be a hero, and he had his own, which included everyone watching him at that moment. He wondered why the quirkless deserved to be mistreated for something beyond their control. Despite being bullied and having his confidence shaken, he never gave up. His mother had always supported and loved him, and that belief drove him to push through adversity. Izuku declared that it wasn't about how much one could endure or the strength of their quirk, it was about the person behind the quirk and their determination to achieve their dreams. His words ignited a flame of determination within all the students present, while the girls, All Might, Class 1A, Aizawa, and 𝗏𝗏 smiled proudly. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, expressing his longing to be a hero who saves those in need, even when it seems impossible. He vowed to stand for those he cared about and to fight for what was right. He encouraged everyone watching to never give up, regardless of their quirks, to face their obstacles, and to rise above challenges to become who they wanted to be. With his fist raised high and his eyes closed, he concluded his speech, and the stadium fell silent. Then, someone began to clap, followed by others, until the entire stadium erupted in applause and cheers for the young hero. Their admiration and inspiration for Izuku were palpable. He stood in awe of their support, realizing that the audience was cheering for him. The students behind him joined in, cheering him on as well. Midnight praised Izuku for his appealing speech, prompting another round of applause from the crowd as he walked toward his friends, many of whom were in tears of pride. Meanwhile, Bakugo glared at him, visibly frustrated. Midnight announced that it was time to begin the first game, which would be decided by a spinning wheel. She explained that all 11 classes would participate in a challenging contest that would take them outside around the stadium. She encouraged the contestants to give their all, as long as they stayed on course. The crowd cheered in excitement as the students took their positions at the start of the obstacle course. Rokuro encouraged Izuku to win, and Izuku smiled in response, feeling ready for the challenge. Suddenly, a cold breeze brushed against his feet, and he looked down to see the air shimmering. He realized that Todoroki was nearby, radiating cold air from his hand. As the countdown began, Izuku focused, deciding not to use his impurity arm but instead to rely on One for All. Green arcs of energy surrounded him, and electricity sparked in his eyes as he prepared for the race. He hoped All Might was watching. When the signal to start was given, Todoroki immediately froze everyone in place with a blast of cold air, causing chaos among the students as they struggled to break free. Yaoyorozu, Bakugo, Aoyama, Kirishima, Ruby, Yang, and Blake managed to break through the ice. Yaoyorozu complimented Todoroki on his trick just as Izuku dashed past them like a bolt of green lightning, zigzagging to avoid slipping on the icy ground. Bakugo shouted that he wouldn't let Izuku get away easily. Ojiro used his tail to break free from the ice and bounced toward Todoroki and Izuku. Mina maneuvered on the ice, using her quirk to help her move, albeit clumsily. Izuku had already passed Todoroki, who attempted to freeze him again but was too slow. Todoroki was surprised by how many students managed to dodge his attack, especially those from other classes. Mineta, using his quirk, tried to outsmart Todoroki, boasting about his special attack. However, as he approached Izuku, he failed to notice an army of robots ahead, and one of them hit him, sending him rolling away. Robot. Target acquired. Terminate. Several zero-pointers stood behind the 3- and 2-pointer robots, staring down at the contestants. Izuku thought about the zero-pointers from the practical exam. Rokuro wondered where the funding for such advanced robots came from. Present Mike announced that enemies had appeared out of nowhere, declaring it a test of strength and cunning, a robot inferno. Kaminari shouted in fear, questioning if those were the same robots from the exam. Shoto observed that this was what the others had faced during their entrance exams. Momo echoed Rokuro's concern about the school's resources for such creations. Todoroki placed his hand on the ground, noting the effort put into preparing the challenge, especially with his father watching. He unleashed a powerful blast of ice that encased one of the robots, immobilizing it. As he took a deep breath, mist escaped his mouth from the exertion, and he dashed under the robot's legs. His classmates marveled at his feat, realizing they could slip through as well. Todoroki cautioned them, reminding them that he had intentionally frozen the robots when they lost their balance. The ice began to crack, causing the zero-pointer to topple as he sprinted away. Izuku had an idea. He charged at one of the 3-pointers, breaking it with a single punch. He grabbed a piece of it and used it to propel himself forward, catching up to Todoroki. Present Mike highlighted Todoroki's impressive display and noted that Midoriya had caught up to him. In the teacher's booth, Rimyuri expressed relief, while Shuna shared her own fears. Shine confidently stated she knew Todoroki could handle it, and Inko admitted her worries but felt reassured by Nisa's faith in Izuku. Back with Izuku, he and Todoroki ran at equal speeds. Todoroki declared he wouldn't let Izuku pass him again and froze the ground beneath him, causing Izuku to worry about falling. However, when Izuku stepped on the ice, it turned to steam, allowing them to reach the second obstacle. Present Mike announced that the second challenge would be even tougher, requiring creativity to avoid falling. Todoroki quickly used his ice to slide across a tightrope, while Izuku sighed as his classmates caught up. Ochako marveled at the construction of the obstacle. Tsuyu crouched down and leaped onto a rope, confidently crawling forward. Izuku, inspired by his peers, prepared to use One for All on his legs, increasing the percentage to his limit. With determination, Izuku leaped high into the air, landing on one of the stone pillars. Realizing his plan was working, he continued jumping from tower to tower, gaining speed and joy as he laughed. Present Mike excitedly compared Izuku's movements to that of a ninja. Meanwhile, a girl with pink hair and a jetpack approached Mina and Uraraka, eager to showcase her gadgets. She explained that students in the hero course could bring their own inventions to the games, adding a competitive edge. As she activated her devices, she soared off the cliff, hoping employers were watching. Uraraka and Mina, feeling the pressure, decided not to fall behind. The boy with dark circles under his eyes observed the competition with a smile. Present Mike remarked on the importance of having a flashy quirk in the hero world, but Eraserhead was distracted, focusing instead on Inko cheering for her son. Todoroki was nearing the end of the second obstacle, sliding on a rope coated with ice for balance, when Izuku landed in front of him. With a smirk, Izuku accelerated past Todoroki, reaching the finish line first and leaving him behind. Present Mike announced that Midoriya had taken the lead, successfully passing the second hurdle. Amazing! In the audience, one person remarked on how the competitor in first place had just overtaken Endeavor's child, expressing amazement. Another noted that while the quirk seemed powerful, it was the competitor's natural athletic talent and sheer determination that kept him in the lead. Someone else was surprised that he had passed the Flame Hero's child, while another person exclaimed in disbelief. A different spectator pointed out that this competitor was second only to All Might himself, and now everyone would be aiming for that kid. In the teacher's booth, Inko cheered for Izuku, while Rimuri encouraged him, and Cheyenne urged him to kick their butts. Shuna motivated him to show everyone what he was made of. As Izuku focused on the race, Present Mike announced that they were approaching the last obstacle, warning everyone to tread carefully because they were stepping onto a minefield. He explained that the landmines were designed for the game, flashy and strong, but not overly powerful, just enough to make someone jump. Aizawa urged Izuku to get a hold of himself, but Izuku was so focused on the minefield that he let other students pass him, including Todoroki, who continued carefully. When one student activated a mine, it caused a chain reaction, leading to another explosion. Todoroki thought about how clever it was that those in the lead were actually at a disadvantage, which made for good entertainment. Suddenly, he heard an explosion behind him and turned to see Bakugo approaching quickly. Bakugo laughed, declaring it was over as he passed Todoroki, who felt Bakugo's declaration of war was misplaced. Present Mike noted that another student had taken the lead, but he questioned why Midoriya had stopped. Inko, the girls, and Toshinori were frozen in shock at Izuku's sudden halt. Meanwhile, other students, like Ida, tried to navigate past the mines, but his footsteps triggered explosions that caused him to stumble. Todoroki and Bakugo were still caught up in their rivalry. Izuku observed everything around him, using a piece of scrap metal to dig up some landmines, which drew curious glances from other students. Once he had a stack of mines piled up, he stepped back and prepared himself. Rokuro questioned Izuku's plan, to which Izuku confidently replied that he was ready. Rokuro, half-jokingly, remarked that they were off to their doom. Izuku smirked and ran forward, jumping onto the mines, which caused a massive explosion that caught everyone's attention and sent a powerful gust of wind toward the spectators. Present Mike exclaimed about the unexpected strength of the explosion. Uraraka noticed someone shooting out of the smoke, and the audience reacted with excitement. Toshinori cheered, while Inko gasped in shock, and the girls expressed their determination. Present Mike announced that Izuku Midoriya was suddenly in hot pursuit for first place, reclaiming the lead. As Izuku passed Todoroki and Bakugo, he realized he had forgotten to plan his landing. Rokuro expressed concern about their impending doom, but Izuku dismissed it. Bakugo shouted at Izuku, demanding to know what he was doing as he exploded toward him in anger, with Todoroki following closely behind, creating an ice path. Present Mike noted the twist in the competition, as Bakugo and Todoroki had shifted their focus from fighting each other to chasing Midoriya. Izuku felt himself losing speed as he neared the ground, panicking about falling behind. He knew he had to make another leap to stay ahead and show the world who he was. With Bakugo and Todoroki right beside him, Izuku grabbed the scrap metal by its cable and placed his feet on both of their backs before swinging the metal into the ground, causing a landmine to explode. This propelled him forward while causing Todoroki and Bakugo to stumble. As Izuku flew forward and rolled upon landing, he managed to regain his footing and sprinted with one for all at 5% toward the tunnel ahead. Present Mike marveled at how Izuku had cleared the minefield in an instant. Aizawa, watching from the sidelines, remarked that each student was driven by their own determination. Present Mike continued to comment on the surprises of the race, announcing that the first to emerge from the tunnel would be the winner. Finally, he declared that Izuku Midoriya was their champion. Inko cried tears of joy, hugging Shuna, while Rimuri and Cheyenne jumped out of their seats in happiness. Izuku looked around the stadium, seeing everyone clapping and cheering for him, which made him smile with glee. He noticed All Might and his mother beaming with pride, and Toshinori nodded in approval, making Izuku's smile grow even wider. A few feet away, Bakugo was catching his breath, his hands shaking from overexertion. He winced in pain, realizing that Izuku had once again outdone him. Todoroki, breathing and surrounded by cold air, glanced at Izuku before turning away as other contestants filled the stadium. Present Mike encouraged the audience to applaud all the competitors as they prepared for the results. Rokuro cheered for Izuku, who wiped the sweat from his forehead just as he heard his name called. Ruby, Yang, Blake, Uraraka, and Tsuyu approached him, with Ruby excitedly exclaiming how amazing Izuku had been during the race, describing his impressive moves and the explosion that had captivated everyone. Izuku felt a rush of gratitude as he thanked Ruby, attributing his success to luck while rubbing his head. Tsuyu chimed in, insisting that he had truly been amazing. Izuku, blushing, turned away, still getting used to the compliments from girls despite his growing confidence. Rokuro teased him about being bashful from the praise, to which Izuku silently told him to be quiet. The group began to survey the stadium, noting who had qualified for the next stage of the festival. Momo was struggling with Mineta clinging to her back, his cheek swollen and nose slightly bruised. Mineta boasted about his cleverness, while Momo expressed her frustration. Midnight announced that the first-year games had concluded, and she was eager to reveal the standings. The screen displayed the race placements, with Izuku Midoriya in first place, followed by Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Baku. The list continued with various names, showcasing the competitive spirit of the festival. Midnight encouraged those who didn't make the cut not to be discouraged, hinting at other opportunities to shine. She teased the audience, building anticipation for what was to come next, promising excitement and challenges ahead. Kaminari expressed his apprehension about the upcoming cavalry battle, while Tsuyu wondered how the teams would be formed. Midnight explained that participants would form teams of 2 to 4, with a point value assigned based on their performance in the obstacle course. Sato grasped the concept, likening it to the entrance exams, while Uraraka and Mina confirmed their understanding. Midnight playfully urged them to be quiet and listen as she detailed the point assignments, which increased in increments. The first-place contestant would earn a staggering point value, creating a competitive atmosphere. Izuku felt a mix of fear and excitement, his determination shining through as he embraced the challenge. As Midnight laid out the rules, she emphasized that the game would last 15 minutes, with individual points contributing to the team total. Contestants were encouraged to steal headbands to increase their scores, and even if a headband was lost, they could continue playing until time was up. Momo and Sato acknowledged the unpredictability of the game, while Tsuyu suggested waiting to see how the teams formed before strategizing. Midnight warned that while quirks could be used freely, there were still rules to follow. Disqualification awaited anyone who intentionally caused a team to fall. Bakugo, irritated, clicked his tongue at the announcement. In the pro-break room, 𝗳𝗏𝗏 watched the festival unfold on television, reflecting on the nature of the competition. He explained to MT Lady that the festival was more about simulating the challenges they would face as heroes rather than merely showcasing their preparation. Kamui interjected, recalling how MT Lady had overshadowed him on his debut day. 𝗳𝗏𝗏 countered, noting that despite the rivalry, collaboration was often necessary, just like in the cavalry battle where every point scored benefited the entire. Plus, one must consider how their quirks work together and whether they are compatible. Kamui mentioned that it was akin to coordinating with a sidekick or engaging in quirk training with other agencies, though he struggled to drink water while still wearing his helmet. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗲 noted that some of the students were likely thinking about these factors, as becoming professionals would mean this was their way of life. MT Lady added that they still had a long journey ahead of them. Back with Izuku, everyone began forming their teams. Unfortunately, no one wanted to partner with him due to his high point total. Izuku thought to himself that it was expected, everyone was teaming up with classmates, as it was too risky to partner with someone whose quirk was unknown. He felt a sense of urgency to find a team quickly, but he sensed that everyone was avoiding him because of his worth in points. As he walked slowly toward Ojiro, he greeted him, but Ojiro nervously apologized and walked away, leaving Izuku frozen in place. He thought about how everyone was preoccupied with their own strategies, aiming to steal points at the end. Despite using one for all, not much was known about his quirk, which made others hesitant to rely on him. Feeling disheartened, Izuku realized they should prepare to go solo when suddenly Uraraka called out to him, suggesting they team up. Overwhelmed with joy, Izuku expressed his disbelief at her offer, worried that everyone would target him for his points. Uraraka reassured him that if they kept running, they could win. Izuku was taken aback by her confidence, realizing that teaming up with someone he could communicate well with was a smart move. Uraraka nodded enthusiastically, and Izuku shared his plan with her. He envisioned the three of them working together, with Ida leading, using Uraraka's quirk to make them lighter and more agile. No one would be able to catch them. Uraraka agreed, and Rokuro chimed in, affirming it was a solid plan. However, Ida turned them down, explaining that he needed to grow stronger on his own and that he saw them as rivals. He walked away, leaving Izuku and Uraraka in shock. Izuku thought about how everyone was now an enemy, and he couldn't rely on anyone this time. Just then, a girl with pink hair appeared, giggling and jumping in front of him, startling him. She introduced herself as myheroacademia, a student from the support course, and expressed her longing to team up with him to leverage his fame for her own advantage. Uraraka, feeling confused, tried to interject, but May focused on Izuku, excitedly revealing her gadgets. She explained that her course specialized in creating equipment to help heroes enhance their quirks. As she opened a treasure chest filled with her inventions, Izuku's eyes lit up when he spotted a familiar gadget. May noticed his interest and confirmed it was inspired by a well-known hero. As they geeked out over the gadgets, Uraraka felt a pang of jealousy watching them bond. Izuku, while grateful for Uraraka and May's support, realized he still needed one more teammate. Just then, Rokuro alerted him to someone behind him. Izuku turned to see a floating hand, which startled him, but the girl attached to it quickly introduced herself as Setsuna Togeki from Class 1B. She thanked him for saving her friend and expressed her longing to join his team. Izuku, surprised and pleased, eagerly accepted her offer, feeling a sense of hope as his team began to take shape. Welcome to the team. Setsuna felt excited to work with Midoriya. She glanced at Elizabeth in Kendo's group, who was pouting angrily at her, causing Setsuna to chuckle nervously. She thought to herself that she was sorry for Ellie. Meanwhile, Rimuri and the girls, along with Ruby, Yang and Blake, who were on the same team as Tokoyami, glared angrily at Izuku's team. Rokuro commented that Izuku took being a chick magnet to a whole new level, leaving Izuku puzzled. As time passed, Midnight announced that it was time to get the party started. Mike encouraged everyone to look alive, stating that after 15 minutes of teaming up, 12 teams were ready to go head-to-head for the win. Aizawa noted some unexpected student combinations. Mike rallied everyone to get their hands in the air for an arena-bending battle royal, urging them to scream. Izuku tied his headband and put on a serious expression, asking if they were ready. Uraraka responded enthusiastically, and they prepared to launch into action. Present Mike declared it was time to start the party, leading to a countdown. As the game began, everyone charged at Izuku's team. Tetsu announced that it was essentially a massive battle for 10 million points, while Hagakure declared she would take Izuku's headband. Ruby shouted that this meant war, and the teams charged forward. Izuku thought it would be fun despite not being given a chance. Rokuro expressed confusion about the situation, while May warned that they were coming. Uraraka urged Izuku to take charge, and he decided their best option was to run away. 𝗧𝗧 declared they wouldn't let them escape, and 𝗔𝗂 used his quirk to turn the ground into liquid, attempting to trap Izuku's team. Setsuna and Uraraka were caught off guard, and Izuku quickly assessed the situation, realizing it was 𝗧𝗧's quirk at play. He instructed Uraraka and Hatsumei to watch their faces as the jetpack activated, launching them into the air. 𝗧𝗧 was surprised they had flown, and 𝐒𝐻𝗄 called for 𝗔𝗂 to act. 𝗔𝗂 fired her ear jacks at the team, but an unexpected hand swatted them away, leaving her shocked. Izuku praised Setsuna for her incredible work, making her blush with happiness. As they landed safely on the other side of the field, Izuku admired Uraraka's quirk, noting how she was floating everything but herself and the equipment. Mei proudly showcased her inventions, claiming they could be manufactured. Izuku complimented her on her brilliant gear, causing her to blush. Uraraka, feeling left out, pouted about her contribution to their floating. In the teacher's booth, Rimuri commented on Izuku's flirting, while Shine expressed her longing for compliments too. Shuna noted that Izuku's team was all girls, calling him foolish. Inko thought to herself how Izuku was becoming quite the charmer, just like his father. Back in the arena, 𝐻𝗄 urged 𝗔𝗂 to speed up, but Sato noticed something was amiss. He pointed out that 𝐻𝗄's headband was missing, and Monoma was seen spinning it around his finger, mocking them. Present Mike announced the chaos unfolding, noting that it had turned into a free-for-all. Mineta, hiding behind Shoji, found the situation amusing. Izuku realized Shoji was alone and wondered where his team was. Setsuna spotted the approaching teams and suggested they needed breathing room. Mei asked what they should do, and Uraraka revealed she was stuck. Izuku quickly deduced it was Mineta's quirk causing the trouble. Mineta greeted Izuku from behind Shoji's arm, and when Izuku questioned the rules, Midnight confirmed it was allowed. As the chaos continued, Tsuyu joined the fray, showcasing her impressive moves. Izuku was surprised to see her and dodged the incoming attacks from both Tsuyu and Mineta. Setsuna urged them to escape, and Izuku activated the jetpack again, launching them into the air but accidentally damaging one of Hatsumei's boots in the process. Mei cried out in distress over her ruined invention, while Izuku apologized, relieved they had escaped. However, an explosion caught their attention as Bakugo charged at them. Ruby attempted to grab Izuku's headband, but Setsuna intervened, causing Ruby to fall back dramatically. The crowd cheered, and Present Mike expressed his excitement over the unexpected turn of events. Midnight confirmed that Ruby had not hit the ground, so it was allowed. Izuku's team found a moment to rest, and he complimented Uraraka on their successful escape. She noted it was challenging to control their direction with just one foot. Rokuro reminded them they would need to rely on Setsuna's quirk and their own powers moving forward, and Izuku felt ready for whatever came next. Present Mike announced the rankings after 7 minutes, revealing that Class 1A was not doing as well as expected, with Bakugo realizing Monoma had taken his headband. Monoma taunted Bakugo, suggesting that their class was too small-minded. Bakugo, furious, demanded Monoma return, while Monoma explained their strategy to stay in the game. From their positions at the lower end, they could fully observe the quirks of their rivals and assess their capabilities. Only a fool would obsess over winning the preliminary rounds, wouldn't one agree? Bakugo was growing increasingly frustrated with Monoma's comments, who noted that while the plan wasn't entirely unanimous, it had turned out well. It was better than chasing after a temporary frontrunner, like a horse with a carrot dangling in front of it. Monoma, with a smirk, brought up Bakugo's infamous encounter with the sludge villain, suggesting it must be strange to always find oneself in the role of the victim. Bakugo, filled with determination, called out to Kirishima, announcing a change in plans. His team looked at him in alarm as he radiated intense energy, declaring that before they took down Deku, they would take out every last one of the B-list competitors. Izuku, surprised, turned to Setsuna, asking if her class had a plan before the festival began. Setsuna confirmed they did, though she hadn't fully agreed with it, offering Izuku some relief that they were not solely targeting him. However, before they could relax, Setsuna halted the team as they faced their toughest opponents yet, Todoroki. Present Mike announced they had reached the halfway point of the games. As the cavalry battle entered its second half, it was anyone's game. Class 1B had made an unexpected showing, but the question remained, who would win the 10 million points in the end? Shoto declared he would be taking that prize now, causing Izuku to narrow his eyes at him. To his left, he noticed Shoji charging at them with his arms outstretched. Setsuna remarked on how she hadn't expected this confrontation until later in the game, noting that Todoroki seemed particularly focused on Izuku. Izuku, realizing the game was only halfway over, insisted they couldn't stop now. Todoroki commanded Ida to move forward, and Ida dashed toward Izuku's team. He instructed Yaoyorozu to be ready to protect them, and she quickly created 2 items, one being a blanket she had used to deflect electricity during a previous encounter. Kaminari, aware of his role, prepared his attack. Izuku noticed other teams closing in and realized Todoroki was planning something. As electricity surged from Kaminari, Izuku felt a sense of urgency. Uraraka called out to him, asking how to block the incoming attack. The blanket enveloped Todoroki and his team just as Kaminari unleashed his powerful electric shock, sending waves of energy toward every team. Izuku, feeling cornered, realized he had no choice. He began to absorb the electricity as if slurping a smoothie, leaving his teammates in shock. Setsuna exclaimed in disbelief, while Uraraka questioned what he had just done. Mei found it amusing and expressed her fondness for Izuku's quirks. Meanwhile, Todoroki continued his advance, using his quirk to freeze the ground and hinder the other teams while taking their headbands in the process. Kendo shouted angrily for them to come back as Izuku's team retreated to avoid Todoroki's approach. In another part of the arena, Monoma was provoking Bakugo, who was losing control. Kirishima urged Bakugo to calm down, but it was too late. Bakugo unleashed a powerful explosion, insisting he was completely calm. He commanded Kirishima to pursue their opponents. Bakugo charged at Monoma, shouting fiercely, but Monoma easily dodged his attack, causing Bakugo to be shocked by his own explosion. Monoma taunted Bakugo, noting how he understood why Bakugo liked his quirk. Bakugo, frustrated, realized Monoma had copied his power. As Bakugo attempted another explosion, Monoma blocked it using Kirishima's quirk, boasting about the superiority of his abilities. Bakugo, enraged, recognized Monoma's quirk allowed him to copy others. Just then, glue shot out between them as other Class 1B members arrived to assist Monoma. Monoma thanked his teammate for the backup, while Bakugo shouted for them to stop. Kirishima found himself stuck in the glue, unable to move. Mina offered to help by melting through the sticky substance with her quirk. Siro urged them to hurry, as they were currently sitting at 0 points. Bakugo watched as Monoma and his classmates moved further away. Monoma turned back with a smile, reminding Bakugo that he had provoked them, questioning the heroism of his threats. Bakugo, filled with determination, thought to himself that this wasn't over yet. He would still become the indisputable champion. Present Mike announced that Team Midoriya had nowhere left to run, as both sides were covered in ice. Izuku insisted they couldn't let their headbands be taken. With only 1 minute left, Todoroki seemed poised to seize the ultimate prize. However, Team Midoriya had managed to evade him for the last half of the game. As Todoroki advanced, Team Midoriya stepped back, with Izuku warning them to stay back. In his thoughts, Toshinori commended Izuku for his performance, while Endeavor cautioned him not to be foolish. Todoroki recognized Izuku's strategy of keeping his distance and staying to his left, realizing that if he attempted to freeze them, he would hit Ida. If he keeps moving like this, there's no way to get a clear shot at his team. Somehow, he managed to protect his team from Kaminari's electricity, and there's not much time left. Ida announced that they had less than 60 seconds and was about to do something that would make him useless to his teammates, but he believed it was worth it. Izuku felt a sudden jolt of pain in his head and looked at Ida, noticing the peculiar stance he was taking, as if he was preparing to launch himself forward. Rokuro wondered if Izuku was thinking the same thing. Izuku confirmed his thoughts and asked Setsuna to lend him her hand. Momo, Todoroki, and Kaminari turned their attention to Ida, who was preparing to sprint. Ida instructed them to ensure they got the headband. Izuku quickly figured out Ida's plan and shouted for everyone to brace themselves. Present Mike exclaimed in surprise at the sudden blur of motion. Ida explained that he had forced his quirk into overdrive, giving him explosive power, but the recoil would stall his engines for a moment. It was a secret move he had kept hidden from the class. As Ida smirked at Izuku, he noticed Izuku's confident stance, with his upper body twisted and his fist clenched tightly. Todoroki and the rest of the team looked up to see Setsuna's hand in Todoroki's grasp. Present Mike shouted in disbelief at how Izuku had somehow outpaced Ida and secured the 1,000,000-point headband. Izuku, holding the headband, smirked and teased Ida about what he had said. Aizawa noted the impressive decision-making and quick action Izuku had displayed, something that could take years of training to achieve. Uraraka marveled at Izuku's success and asked how he had done it. Izuku explained that it was all thanks to Setsuna. He recalled how, when Todoroki reached for the headband, he had already turned and grabbed the bottom of the 10,000,000-point headband while Setsuna suched hands, creating the illusion that he still held it. Uraraka praised Izuku and Setsuna for their teamwork. Setsuna blushed at the compliment, feeling happy with the praise. Kaminari was astonished that Izuku had managed to keep the 1,000,000 points. Momo questioned how Izuku had known Ida would use that move. Ida felt regret, believing he should have anticipated Izuku's abilities. Todoroki, annoyed, insisted they couldn't stop now and urged his team to pursue Izuku's group. Uraraka warned everyone that they were coming, and Setsuna asked for the plan. Izuku encouraged them to let their opponents come, confident they could take them out of the running with less than 60 seconds left. The girls agreed to follow his lead, and Izuku signaled for them to charge at Todoroki's team. As Izuku activated One for All in his arm, Todoroki ignited his left arm in a rare display of anger. The two teams clashed in a fierce battle for victory. Meanwhile, Present Mike announced that with time running out, Team Midoriya was in first place, while Team Todoroki struggled to catch up. Monoma noted that they were in second place and could let the clock run out. Bakugo, frustrated, shouted for them to come back. Monoma sighed, acknowledging that knowing when to concede was part of being a hero. As Bakugo launched himself off his team, Kirishima urged him not to go off on his own. Monoma instructed Tsuburaba to stop Bakugo, who created a transparent shield to block his path. Bakugo began to punch the shield, but as Team Monoma attempted to retreat, he broke through the barrier and snatched some headbands from Monoma. Present Mike announced that Team Bakugo had stolen several headbands and returned to third place. Zero complained about Bakugo's reckless jump, but Kirishima reassured him that they were still advancing. Bakugo declared they would be the undeniable champions of the game, playfully punching Kirishima as they charged toward Monoma's team again. Aizawa observed that Class 1B's strategy was reasonable, but they had overlooked Bakugo's relentless determination. Bakugo urged his team to get closer to reclaim their points, and Kirishima and Zero smirked, realizing Bakugo wasn't giving up. Zero encouraged Bakugo to act, and Bakugo shouted for him to use his tape. Bakugo then instructed Mina to lay down some acid in their path. She corrected him, asserting her name was Mina Ishido, as she shot acid onto the ground in front of Kirishima. Toshinori reflected on Bakugo's understanding of a crucial truth. The difference between those who aim for the top and those who settle is significant. Bakugo propelled himself forward with explosive speed, breaking through Tsuburaba's shield and claiming the points. Present Mike exclaimed that Bakugo was a merciless force in the competition. What an incredible hop that was, a shield breaker that shook the arena, and the anticipation for the replay was palpable. Bakugo was determined, focusing on Deku and Todoroki. Izuku swiped the air using One for All, causing Todoroki's flame arm to swing aside, breaking his defenses and making Todoroki realize his mistake. In his thoughts, Todoroki gasped, questioning what he was doing. Rokuro urged Izuku to act, and Izuku seized one of the headbands from Todoroki's neck as he and his team sped past. Izuku checked the points and noted it was just 70, not much but better than nothing. Todoroki's frustration grew as Izuku not only retained his original points but also claimed another for himself. Present Mike announced that with just 11 seconds left, Team Midoriya was racking up points. Midnight began the countdown, and Momo expressed her frustration at Izuku's persistence, realizing he had underestimated them. Shoto shouted for Kaminari, while Bakugo blasted through the ice toward Izuku, shouting his name as both attacks headed straight for him. Izuku clenched his fist, activating One for All and preparing for the incoming challenge when Present Mic declared that time was up, signaling the end of the game. Bakugo fell face-first onto the floor, and Izuku wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhausted. Kirishima checked on Bakugo, who was throwing a tantrum on the ground. Todoroki also landed, frustrated. Present Mic announced the top 4 teams, with Team Midoriya in first place. Uraraka celebrated with a high five to Setsuna, who cheered in excitement. Izuku smiled at the girls, grateful for their support, causing them to blush slightly. Mei, adjusting her steampunk goggles, commented on Izuku's gaze, and he complimented her eyes, making her blush and look away, feeling a warm sensation in her chest. Present Mic announced Team Todoroki in second place, and Momo reflected on their performance, feeling they had lost despite advancing. Tenya expressed regret over his use of Recipro Burst, but Momo reassured him it wasn't solely his fault. They had underestimated Midoriya's abilities. Kaminari's antics in the background didn't help the mood, and Todoroki remained silent, staring at his left hand. Present Mic then announced Team Bakugo in third place, with Mina lamenting their near victory. Shiro tried to remain positive, but Kirishima noted that Bakugo was not in agreement as he raged at the ground. To everyone's surprise, Present Mic announced Team Shinso in fourth place, leaving many confused about how they had returned from the brink of elimination. Shinso smirked and thanked his teammates as he walked away. Present Mic suggested a lunch break before the afternoon festivities, calling out for Eraserhead, who was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Tetsu and his team were left bewildered about their sudden loss of points, with Ibra suggesting it was karmic retribution for their underhanded tactics. Tetsu demanded a do-over while the other students headed to the cafeteria. Tsuyu expressed her disappointment, and Mina congratulated her friend, though she felt her contribution was minimal. Ochako was surprised to learn about Ida's abilities, and Tenya clarified he hadn't meant to deceive anyone. He simply wanted to prove he could compete with Midoriya. As they spoke, they wondered where Deku had gone. In a hallway, Izuku and Shoto stood opposite each other, both silent. Izuku broke the silence, suggesting they should eat soon to avoid the busy cafeteria. Todoroki simply stared at him, leaving Izuku feeling awkward and unsure. Rokuro wondered about their tension. Eventually, Todoroki spoke, admitting he had been overwhelmed and had broken a promise to himself. Izuku reflected on how using his left side could have given Todoroki an advantage, but he hadn't done so. Rokuro sensed that Todoroki was about to reveal something important. Shoto looked at his hand and recalled how he was the only one who sensed Izuku's true power, which reminded him of All Might's overwhelming strength. Izuku was concerned that Todoroki might have figured out his secret. Shoto asked if Izuku was really All Might's secret love child, leaving Izuku frozen in shock with a deadpan expression, while Rokuro burst into laughter. Todoroki questioned if Izuku was truly okay, to which Izuku quickly denied, insisting that wasn't the case at all. He felt compelled to clarify that even if he were, he would probably deny it, and he sensed that Todoroki wouldn't believe him regardless. He promised Todoroki had the wrong impression and wondered why he would think such a thing. Todoroki noted that the way Izuku phrased his response suggested there was something unspoken between them. He mentioned that his father was 𝗏, the number 2 hero, which meant that if Izuku had any connection to All Might, the number 1 hero, there was even more reason for him to want to surpass Izuku. All Might greeted 𝗏, expressing a longing to catch up. 𝗏 turned to face All Might with a hint of anger, acknowledging their long absence from conversation since a press conference. All Might had seen 𝗏 and decided to say hello. 𝗏, dismissive, continued his way down the stairs, muttering about their interaction being a joke. Suddenly, All Might performed a somersault in front of him, halting his progress. All Might playfully questioned why 𝗏 was so cold, pointing out that he should be proud since his son was doing well with only half his power. 𝗏, with a dismissive attitude, brushed past All Might, bumping shoulders and asserting that he wouldn't share any of his training secrets. All Might, undeterred, watched as 𝗏 continued on his way. Endeavor assured All Might that, no matter what, his son would eventually surpass him, a promise he intended to keep. He left with a malicious smile, leaving All Might in disbelief. Endeavor declared that his son was currently in a rebellious phase but would take All Might's place one day. Todoroki reflected on his father's ambition, explaining that Endeavor had used his power to establish himself as a hero but had never managed to surpass All Might. He lamented that Endeavor was still trying to defeat All Might, despite his failures. Izuku, confused, asked what Todoroki meant, prompting Todoroki to mention the concept of quirk marriages. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he felt anger rise within him at the mention of such an unethical practice. Todoroki elaborated that quirk marriages had become problematic as people sought partners solely for the purpose of producing powerful offspring. Many were forced into these relationships, which were often viewed as outdated arranged marriages. He revealed that his father had not only a rich history of accomplishments but also the means to manipulate situations to his advantage, even purchasing his mother's relatives to gain her quirk. Now, Endeavor was raising Todoroki to surpass All Might. Todoroki expressed his frustration, vowing not to be a tool for his father's ambitions. He recalled painful memories of his mother crying and how he had reached out to her as a child. He remembered her calling his left side unbearable before she had scalded him. He declared that the reason he had challenged Izuku was to prove to his father that he didn't need his fire quirk to succeed. He intended to show that he could take first place without it. Izuku felt the weight of Todoroki's struggle and the corruption that surrounded him. Rokuro urged Izuku to calm down. After a moment, Izuku managed to regain his composure as Todoroki began to walk away. Todoroki acknowledged that Izuku had a connection to All Might, asserting that no matter how fiercely Izuku approached him in the future, he would still defeat him using his left side. Izuku contemplated why Todoroki was so fixated on this rivalry, questioning the nature of heroes. Rokuro clarified that it wasn't about heroes but rather about Endeavor, whom he deemed nothing but some. They needed to focus on Todoroki for now. Izuku nodded and chased after Todoroki, calling out to him. He expressed that he was only there because of the support he had received from others, feeling fortunate for the help he had gained since arriving at UA. He recalled all those who had encouraged him and felt the wind pick up around them. Izuku admitted he didn't understand why Todoroki felt compelled to share his past or the pain he had endured, but he made it clear that if Todoroki believed he could defeat him with only half his power, he felt sorry for him. Todoroki's eyes widened in surprise, anger bubbling within him as Izuku walked away. Todoroki clenched his fist, icy air escaping from his palm. Rokuro asked what Izuku's plan was, to which Izuku confidently replied that it was obvious. Rokuro smirked, confirming he just wanted to ensure they were on the same page. Izuku resolved to win the upcoming sports festival, determined to prove himself before anything else. Rokuro was determined, declaring that he was coming for Todoroki, and his friends needed to watch out because they were on their way. Inko and Aizawa were having a conversation in the hallway. Inko asked Aizawa if he needed help with something, and Aizawa stammered, wondering if she would like to have dinner sometime. Just then, Present Mike rushed in at super speed, grabbing Aizawa's arm and shouting that the next event was about to start. Aizawa turned pale, but before he could react, Inko took his arm, breaking him out of his shock. She asked if he was indeed asking her to dinner, and he nodded, causing Mixed Jaw to drop in disbelief. Inko giggled and suggested they go out this Saturday, wanting to have dinner with her son before the next event. Aizawa nodded with a shaky smile, and Inko kissed his cheek, whispering "Eraserhead," which left him with a love-struck expression as she walked away. Mike was in shock, exclaiming that Aizawa had just asked a woman out, and she was his student's mother. Aizawa quickly grabbed Mike by the throat, prompting Mike to plead for mercy. As the event continued, Mike encouraged everyone to get their hands in the air for the next round. He announced good news for those who didn't make the finals, revealing extra activities and cheerleaders for them. Aizawa looked on, puzzled by what was happening. Mike exclaimed that Class 1A was going full-on fan service, while Vlad smirked from the teacher's booth, teasing Aizawa about his inability to control his class. Meanwhile, the students were giving each other thumbs up with prideful smirks. Momo realized she had been tricked and warned 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗲 that he would regret it. She fell to her knees, but just then, a male sports jacket was thrown over her shoulders. She looked up to see Izuku smiling warmly at her, which made her blush. Izuku reassured her, saying the girls looked cute, and he walked away, leaving them all flustered. As the girls reacted with steam coming out of their ears, Yui asked Izuku what he thought of her cheerleading outfit. He chuckled, calling her adorable and patting her head, which made her blush even more. Rokuro declared that the girls were theirs, while Izuku's thoughts were focused on Rokuro. In the teacher's booth, Rimuri asked Shine to remind her to get cheerleader outfits, and Inko felt proud of her son for being such a gentleman. Present Mike announced that it was time to start the draw for tournament matches, with the 16 students who qualified for the finals set to compete until only one remained. Kirishima was excited to finally show what they were made of, while Siro explained that the finals were always a one-on-one competition, with different formats each year. Midnight instructed the students to draw lots to see their opponents and enjoy the recreational games before the finals. Ojiro, however, shocked everyone by expressing his longing to withdraw from the competition. Izuku was taken aback, urging him not to. Ojiro explained that he didn't remember much from the cavalry battle and felt it wouldn't be right to advance without earning his spot. Izuku, crossing his arms and narrowing his eyes, asked if he was certain. Ojiro affirmed his decision, apologizing for letting their class down. Izuku took a moment before smiling warmly and reassuring Ojiro that he had been amazing throughout. Ojiro felt grateful for Izuku's support. Shota from Class 1B approached, stating he also wished to withdraw for similar reasons, believing it was against the festival's values to advance without truly earning it. Kirishima was moved by their manly resolve. Mike noted the unusual turn of events, and Aizawa mentioned they would need to hear Midnight's thoughts on the matter, as she was in charge. Midnight remarked that such talk was incredibly naive. Midnight announced that they would need to move up 2 students from those who didn't pass. Kendo spoke up, expressing that her team had been frozen for most of the time during the cavalry battle. She asked her teammates if they agreed. Kendo suggested they choose the group that kept fighting the whole time, referring to Team 𝗧𝗧𝗧. 𝗧𝗧𝗧 thanked everyone for their support as Ibra and Tetsu said their goodbyes, one of them shedding manly tears as they separated. Midnight then revealed the students who advanced to the finals and instructed them to prepare for their matches. The monitor displayed the upcoming battles, and the competitors reacted with a mix of excitement and determination. Izuku noted that he would be battling someone named Shinso, and depending on the outcome of Todoroki and Siro's match, he might face one of them next. Shinso appeared unexpectedly, startling Izuku, who jumped in fright. Shinso introduced himself, and Ojiro quickly intervened, wrapping his tail around Izuku's mouth to prevent him from speaking. Shoto glanced at the screen, contemplating the possibility of facing Izuku after their respective matches. Bakugo asked Uraraka about someone, while Mei approached Ida with enthusiasm, eager to share something with him. Present Mike then announced a temporary interlude before the battles began, introducing some side games. As the side games commenced, Izuku found himself resting on Inko's lap, surrounded by the girls. In his mind, he and Rokuro were training to prepare for the finals. Some competitors were strategizing, while others were resting or trying to hype themselves up. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the finals approached. Cementos took center stage, using his quirk to create a ring from liquid cement. He declared that he was nearly finished, and Present Mike rallied the audience, building excitement for the real battles to begin. Izuku stood at the entrance to the ring, ready for his match. Elizabeth, wearing a sports uniform, ran up to Izuku, catching his attention. She tripped but quickly got up, rubbing her head. She expressed her clumsiness and thanked Izuku for saving her in a previous incident, describing him as a knight in shining armor. Rokuro, watching from a distance, felt a pang of jealousy. Elizabeth insisted that Izuku's actions were significant and wanted to give him something before his match. She asked him to close his eyes, and after a moment of hesitation, he complied. In a sweet gesture, Elizabeth pressed her lips against his cheek, both of them blushing at the moment. Unbeknownst to them, Tashinori observed from a distance, smiling at their interaction. He decided to let Izuku enjoy this moment before addressing him after the match. Present Mike then introduced the first contestants, building anticipation for the battle between Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinso. The rules were simple: immobilize the opponent or force them out of the ring. Present Mike reminded everyone to keep the competition fair, emphasizing that real heroes put villains in jail, not harm them. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 assured the audience that he would intervene if things got too rough. As the match began, Shinso taunted Izuku, suggesting that it was a test of spirit. Izuku felt anger rise within him as he approached Shinso, who smirked and used his quirk to immobilize Izuku, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ojiro watched with frustration, knowing he had warned Izuku not to engage. Toshinori, observing from the sidelines, clenched his teeth in concern for Izuku as the match unfolded. The first match was expected to start with excitement, but Izuku Midoriya found himself completely frozen in place. Concern spread among his classmates from both Class 1A and Class 1B, as well as Inko and Toshinori, who were all worried about him. Rokuro, trying to lighten the mood, playfully gave Izuku a noogie. Mike commented on the unexpected turn of events, noting that while Izuku hadn't stood out in the earlier rounds, Shinso's power was formidable. Aizawa pointed out that the entrance exam was flawed, as it favored those with physical superpowers, which gave an advantage to certain candidates. As the match continued, Shinso taunted Izuku, suggesting he should walk out of bounds like a good hero. Izuku, feeling an overwhelming force controlling him, began to turn away, much to the horror of his classmates. Uraraka and Ida urged him not to listen, while Kirishima shouted for him to stop. Toshinori and Aizawa both recognized that Izuku had the potential to win if he could break free from Shinso's mind control. Izuku struggled internally, realizing he was falling victim to Shinso's quirk despite Ojiro's warnings. Just as he felt hopeless, a surge of power activated within him, shocking the crowd. Rokuro reassured Izuku that he would handle the situation. With newfound determination, Izuku flicked his fingers, releasing a powerful burst of pressurized air that broke Shinso's control just before he crossed the boundary. The audience erupted in cheers as Izuku regained his composure. Ida and Uraraka expressed their relief, while Aizawa was astonished by Izuku's resilience. Shinso, realizing he had underestimated Izuku, grew frustrated and demanded to know how he had fought back. Angered by Shinso's taunts, Izuku advanced toward him, refusing to be provoked. In a swift motion, Izuku delivered a punch to Shinso's gut, causing him to gasp for air, followed by a knee to the face that sent him stumbling back. As Shinso clutched his nose, Izuku continued to approach him, undeterred by the insults. With a powerful strike, Izuku sent Shinso flying out of the ring, securing his victory. Midnight announced Izuku as the winner, and while the crowd cheered, whispers about Shinso's earlier comments circulated. Ignoring the murmurs, Izuku approached Shinso, who was leaning against the wall, slightly injured. He offered his hand, asking if Shinso was okay. Shinso, surprised by Izuku's kindness despite their earlier confrontation, questioned why he was still there. Izuku explained that he wanted to help him up, regardless of the names he had been called. He expressed curiosity about Shinso's longing to become a hero. Shinso shared his struggles, feeling that his quirk labeled him a villain. Izuku empathized, revealing that he too had faced similar challenges due to his own quirk. He encouraged Shinso not to let the negativity of others dictate his path. As they spoke, Izuku pointed out the heroes in the crowd discussing Shinso, who was receiving praise for his abilities. Shinso felt a mix of emotions, happy to be recognized but also guilty for the way others spoke about Izuku. Izuku reassured him that he didn't mind the labels as long as he remained true to himself. Shinso smiled, feeling inspired by Izuku's words and determination. Midoriya was an interesting guy, and Shinso was determined to work hard to get into the hero course. He made Izuku promise that they would see each other there and urged him not to lose the tournament, as it would reflect poorly on him. Izuku, smiling, assured Shinso that he never broke a promise to a friend. Surprised by being called a friend, Shinso turned and began walking away, wishing Izuku good luck and expressing his belief in him. They exchanged smiles before leaving the stage. In Recovery Girl's office, She gently kissed Izuku's fingers, healing them from the damage he had sustained while breaking free from Shinsu's hold. Recovery Girl remarked that he should be fine now. Izuku reflected on his match with Shinso, admitting that he couldn't smile through it like Recovery Girl would. All Might rubbed the back of his neck and sighed, acknowledging the painful things Shinso had said, especially the comparison to a demon. He hoped Izuku was alright after that. Izuku reassured All Might that he was fine but couldn't help feeling angry about how Shinso was treated, despite his quirk being less intimidating than his own. Recovery Girl sighed, expressing concern about the pressure Izuku had been putting on himself. All Might winced as Recovery Girl playfully punched him for his role in the situation. Izuku then recalled a vision he had during the match. He described seeing 8 or 9 figures while under Shinsu's control, feeling as if his mind was enveloped in fog until the vision cleared it away. He managed to move his fingertips just for a moment and noticed one of the figures had eyes like All Might's. He wondered if the spirits of those who had used One for All in the past were there to support him. All Might found the idea spooky but acknowledged that he had experienced something similar in his younger days, indicating that it was a sign of Izuku getting closer to making One for All his own power. All Might explained that it was likely a trace of the user's spirit left behind in One for All when it was passed on. He reassured Izuku that whatever he saw wouldn't interfere with his progress, emphasizing that it was his passion that allowed him to overcome Shinsu's power, even if it was only for a brief moment. Izuku sighed, feeling unsatisfied with the explanation. All Might then reminded him to focus on his next opponent. As Izuku left the office, he encountered Todoroki, who was walking down the hall. Todoroki acknowledged that Midoriya had won. He turned a corner and came face to face with his father, 𝗵𝗲, who criticized him for acting disgracefully. 𝗵𝗲 mocked him for not using his left side during the first rounds, insisting that he had a duty to surpass All Might. Todoroki felt anger rise within him as he walked past his father, who continued to assert that Todoroki was his greatest masterpiece. Todoroki declared that he would win the match using only his mother's quirk, refusing to give 𝗵𝗲 the satisfaction of seeing him use his own. Meanwhile, Izuku returned to his classmates, who welcomed him with cheers. Uraraka praised him for his performance, and Ida invited him to join them, having saved a seat. Izuku smiled, grateful for their support. Ruby ran up to him, hugging him tightly and lamenting that she hadn't made it to the third game. Izuku chuckled, petting her head and then giving Ojiro a thumbs up in response to his gesture. As the next match began, Present Mic introduced the competitors. Hantashiro, known for his skills despite his unusual elbows, faced off against Shoto Todoroki, an early frontrunner in the competition. Shiro launched his tape at Todoroki, capturing him, but expressed his determination not to lose. The crowd was excited by Shiro's unexpected moves. Todoroki retaliated by creating a massive glacier that shook the entire stadium. As he broke free from the frozen tape, Shiro struggled to move, feeling the effects of the cold. Midnight, observing the scene, asked Shiro if he could move at all, to which he admitted he could not. The crowd fell silent before offering their sympathy to Shiro, repeating words of encouragement. Todoroki approached Shiro, apologizing for going overboard and using steam to free him. He admitted he had been angry. In that moment, Izuku and Rimuri noticed something in Todoroki's expression that seemed sad. Present Mic announced the next competitors, introducing Ibra Shizuki from Class IB and Denki Kaminari, generating excitement among the crowd. He encouraged everyone to keep their eyes peeled for a flashy battle. Ibra interrupted, ready to begin the match. Pardon the interruption, but the character expressed confusion about being called an assassin. They had come to the festival in search of victory, not to take anyone's life, as that would not align with the values of a hero. Present Mic nervously apologized for the misunderstanding. The character clarified that they did not enter UA for wicked or selfish reasons, but to deliver salvation to others. Rokuro exclaimed in surprise at the sudden appearance of a bright light. The character continued to express their humble quest to spread true goodness across the world. Present Mic, still flustered, repeated his apology, acknowledging his mistake. The character thanked him for his understanding and bowed their head. Kaminari, observing the scene, initially thought everyone in Class 1B was unpleasant. However, he found himself captivated by the character's big, appealing eyes and wondered if she might be strong as well. Despite reminding himself that this was a competition, he couldn't help but think she was cute and considered asking her out after the event. 𝗵𝗃 signaled the start of the match, and Kaminari proposed they go out for a bite after the competition, offering to comfort her after her anticipated loss. As electricity began to surround him, he unleashed his attack, declaring it to be an indiscriminate shock of 1.3 million volts. However, the character simply turned, her vine-like hair rushing into the ground to create a protective wall. In a swift motion, one of her vines captured Kaminari, sending him soaring into the air. 𝗵𝗃 announced that he was immobilized, and the match was over in an instant. Midnight declared the character the winner, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The character expressed gratitude for the opportunity she had been given that day. In the stands, 𝗧𝗏 cheered for Class 1B, while 𝗔𝗂 acknowledged the character's skill. 𝗵𝗲, leaning over the wall between the classes, mocked Class 1A, questioning their superiority. Kendo, tired of 𝗵𝗲's antics, karate chopped his neck, knocking him out. She then greeted Midoriya, complimenting his performance in his match. Meanwhile, Izuku was muttering to himself, jotting down notes about the character's quirk and how to improve his own abilities, which made Uraraka and his classmates uneasy. Uraraka suggested he take a moment to relax instead of planning 2 matches ahead. Izuku apologized, explaining that he sometimes spoke out loud when taking notes, especially when observing incredible quirks from others. Uraraka giggled at his enthusiasm, and Izuku shared that he had been taking notes on everyone in their class, including her quirk and those of Ruby, Yang, and Blake. The 3 girls eagerly looked through his notebook, impressed by the detail. Uraraka praised Izuku for his drive and focus, reminding him how amazing he was, especially during the sports festival. 𝗵𝗃 excitedly announced the next match, introducing Tenya Iida from the hero course and myheroacademia from the support course. 𝗔𝗂 wondered how the fight would unfold, while Tsuyu expressed her uncertainty about Iida's unusual gear. Yang made a light-hearted comment about the upcoming match, prompting a collective sigh from Class 1A. Midnight reminded the hero course students that they couldn't use support gear unless they had the proper paperwork. Iida was surprised to learn this, as he thought it was acceptable since Aoyama had worn his belt. He explained that he wanted to honor Mei's integrity by wearing the gear she offered for a fair fight. Midnight, impressed by his youthful vigor, granted permission for him to use it. As the match began, Iida dashed toward Mei, who taunted him through a microphone about the speed of his gear. Iida was caught off guard when a metal pole shot out from Mei's backpack, causing him to trip. Mei boasted about her hydraulic attachments, which allowed her to evade him easily. While Mei was distracted by the excitement of the audience, Iida took the opportunity to charge at her from behind. However, her gear automatically avoided him again, showcasing its advanced sensors. Iida stumbled but managed to regain his balance with the help of Mei's equipment, which propelled him back toward her. Mei noted how adeptly Iida adjusted his course, demonstrating his resilience in the face of her challenges. It's all thanks to the ingenious auto-balancer Mei created, and she was quite pleased with herself. 𝗵𝗃 found the situation strange, while Aizawa noted that she was turning the sports festival into one big commercial. Mei expressed her frustration at not having enough time to showcase her inventions, explaining that the auto-balancer was equipped with a custom 32-axis gyro sensor, which prevented the user from falling unless they wanted to. Frustrated by the humiliation, Iida charged at her once more, declaring that he thought she wanted a fair fight. Just as he was about to reach her, Mei leaped high into the air, leaving Iida stunned. She laughed, reveling in her ability to fly through the air thanks to her electro shoes, which utilized electromagnetic induction for perfect evasive maneuvers. Iida vowed to stop her as soon as she landed, but before he could get close, Mei shot a net at him from a launcher. Iida was taken aback, struggling to free himself from the net. Mei explained that it was a capture band designed for use against villains, loaded into small cartridges that allowed for 5 shots before needing a reload. She proudly introduced herself as myheroacademia, the support course prodigy, and encouraged any support companies looking for strong recruits to consider her. 10 minutes later, May stepped out of bounds, satisfied with her performance. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and decided it was time to wrap up her show. Midnight announced that since May had stepped out of bounds, 𝗧𝗓 would advance to the next round. 𝗧𝗓 couldn't believe he had been tricked, feeling foolish as May walked away, winking at Izuku, which caused him to blush. Meanwhile, 𝐭𝐸 noticed the girls' intense expressions and tried to calm them down, smiling warmly despite the intimidating aura they were giving off, which unnerved the teachers except for Nizu. As the next match began, Present Mic introduced Yuga Aoyama from the hero course, who winked and greeted the audience. His opponent was Mina Ishido, who confidently declared the match would be easy. Aoyama retorted that she would soon be eating her words. Tsuyu encouraged Mina, while Mineta, in a rather inappropriate manner, urged Aoyama to show no mercy. Izuku, observing the match, placed his bets on Mina, believing her flexibility would help her dodge Aoyama's attacks despite his long-range advantage. Present Mic signaled the start of the match, and Aoyama activated his naval laser, firing a beam at Mina, who skillfully dodged by sliding around him. Mina recalled their previous teamwork during combat training and used her knowledge of Aoyama's quirk to her advantage. As she danced around his attacks, she noticed he was starting to struggle. Aoyama unleashed his strongest beam, but Mina managed to get close enough to damage his belt with her acid, causing him to panic as his breaths began to slip. With a swift uppercut, Mina finished the match, and Midnight declared her the winner as the crowd erupted in cheers. Present Mic commented on the impressive victory, while Tsuyu praised Mina's performance. Mineta, however, was frustrated that he had only seen Aoyama's breathes. As the sixth match approached, Kamui reminded everyone to stay focused. Present Mic introduced Setsuna Tokage from the hero course, who could separate her body like a ghost, and her opponent, Momo Yaoyorozu, who had been admitted based on recommendations. Ojiro asked Izuku for his thoughts on the match, and Izuku speculated that timing would be crucial. Yaoyorozu realized that Setsuna's abilities were formidable, and she needed to act quickly to defend herself. As the match began, Setsuna launched her hands at Momo, who quickly created a shield to block the attack. Despite her efforts, Setsuna's relentless punches pushed Momo back, leaving her struggling to maintain focus. Momo realized she had to regain her balance and take advantage of the moment when Setsuna paused. She created a staff, preparing to counterattack, but the match was far from over. Momo's eyes widened in shock as she realized her foot was over the line. Midnight announced that the match went to Setsuna, and Present Mic commented on how quickly the match had ended, praising Setsuna's skills with her quirk. Yaoyorozu stood frozen in place, feeling defeated and reflecting on her inability to make a move. Izuku sighed, noting that Yaoyorozu had underestimated Setsuna's quirk and failed to consider its weaknesses. Ojiro questioned Izuku's assessment, and Izuku explained that Yaoyorozu could have used a net to capture Setsuna's limbs, which would have given her the advantage. Ojiro was impressed by the strategy, but Izuku then noticed that Uraraka was missing from her usual spot beside him. Present Mic excitedly announced the next match, introducing two students with identical quirks. Tetsutetsu, a passionate fighter made of steel, faced off against Ejiro Kirishima, a fighter made of rock. Kirishima expressed his surprise at their similar introductions, while Kendo encouraged Tetsutetsu to win just like Ibra had. Mineta was snoring, prompting Jiro to poke him awake. Present Mic called for the match to begin, and both teens charged at each other, their hardened fists clashing. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Ida entered with a tired sigh and noticed Uraraka's nervous expression. He asked about her face, and she admitted that she wasn't good at hiding her nerves, especially since she was up against Bakugo. Ida reassured her, but Uraraka confessed her fear. After seeing Ida's match, she felt a bit better. When Izuku entered, Uraraka questioned why he wasn't watching the matches. He explained that most had ended as he expected, and Kirishima's match seemed to be dragging on. Uraraka acknowledged that she was next and felt the weight of the upcoming fight. Ida tried to comfort her, suggesting that Bakugo might not use his full power against her. Izuku, however, pointed out that everyone was competing for the top spot and that Bakugo would likely not hold back. He offered to help Uraraka with a plan to use her quirk against Bakugo, pulling out his notebook. Ida was excited about the plan, but Uriarika hesitated, expressing her admiration for Izuku's abilities and her longing to stand on her own. She stood up, determined to face her future as a rival to her friends, and left the room. Outside, Kirishima and Tetsu knocked each other out, and Present Mic expressed his excitement at the match's intensity. Midnight confirmed that both contestants were out, resulting in a draw, and suggested they could compete in a small game later. The pro heroes discussed the similarities between Kirishima and Tetsu while the crowd cheered for the next battle. Izuku felt a surge of worry but was comforted by Ruby's hand in his. He thought about Uriarika and hoped for her best. As Uriarika and Bakugo faced off, Present Mic introduced Bakugo with his usual flair, highlighting his fierce reputation. Uriarika stood her ground, determined not to back down despite Bakugo's taunts. In the stands, Ida asked Izuku about the strategy he had devised for Uriarika. Izuku explained that while Bakugo was strong and rarely left openings, Uriarika could use her quirk to make him float if she managed to touch him. He emphasized that this was the key to gaining the upper hand. Present Mic announced the start of the 8th match, and Uriarika charged at Bakugo, declaring that giving up was not an option for her. Bakugo prepared to strike, but when the smoke cleared, it was revealed that he had only hit her jack. She threw her jacket as a decoy, showcasing her quick thinking. Uriarika thought this was her chance to make him float, but unfortunately, Bakugo reacted swiftly, creating an explosion that sent her flying. Thankfully, Uriarika got back on her feet quickly. Ciro commented on her impressive reaction time, while Kaminari noted that it was nearly impossible to catch Bakugo off guard, given his insane reflexes. Since Uriarika couldn't use her quirk unless she touched him, his speed put her at a significant disadvantage. Uriarika charged at Bakugo again, but he taunted her, sending another explosion her way. She dodged and shouted that she had him, only for Bakugo to unleash yet another explosion. Tsuyu expressed her concern for Uriarika, while Jiro covered her eyes, unable to watch. Mineta remarked that Bakugo was a total SDST as the explosions continued, making it difficult for the audience to bear. Uriarika declared that it wasn't over yet and attempted to attack again, but Bakugo countered with another explosion, sending her back once more amidst the rubble of the arena. Present Mic noted that despite the relentless attacks, Uriarika was not giving up. She charged at him again, only to be met with an even stronger explosion. Izuku sat with his arms crossed, his eyes narrowed, while Monoma pointed out that Uriarika was getting desperate. As Bakugo launched another explosion, a voice from the audience suggested that a teacher should intervene, expressing concern that the match was too rough. Uriarika, breathing and tired, found herself on her knees in front of Bakugo, who was surrounded by smoke. She got up and charged at him again, only to be hit by yet another explosion. A pro hero criticized Bakugo for his bullying tactics, urging him to end the match instead of toying with Uriarika. The crowd began to boo Bakugo, and Present Mic admitted he agreed with their sentiment. Aizawa questioned the man who had stirred the crowd, suggesting he reconsider his career path. Bakugo's fierce determination acknowledged Uriarika's strength. He knew she had made it this far, and he was intent on keeping her at bay. Despite her exhaustion, Uriarika stood before Bakugo, who proclaimed they weren't finished yet. He thought to himself that she was still standing, not defeated. Uriarika expressed her gratitude to Bakugo for keeping his focus on her, which surprised him. Monoma noted that it was embarrassing for a pro to witness Bakugo's oversight. Uriarika kept low to the ground, using Bakugo's explosions to create debris as weapons. She relentlessly attacked him, keeping his attention on her and rendering him oblivious to her strategy. Suddenly, she released her hold on the items, letting them fall like a meteor shower. Present Mic exclaimed about the spectacle, while Aizawa pointed out that Bakugo had finally noticed. Ida laughed, claiming Midoriya had been wrong, but Izuku disagreed, his expression serious. Rokuro declared Uriarika had lost as she charged at Bakugo, thinking that with all the debris, there would be an opening. However, Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion that obliterated the debris and sent her flying. As Uriarika slowly pushed herself off the ground, Bakugo acknowledged her plan, recognizing her connection to Deku. She noted that it had taken him one shot to defeat her. Present Mic remarked on Bakugo's display of power, while Bakugo reflected on how close he had come to losing. Ida asked Midoriya how he knew what was happening, and Izuku explained it was from his first-hand experience with Bakugo's explosions. Uraraka, determined, thought she could still stand. Bakugo smirked and declared it was time to get serious. He charged at her, and Uraraka thought that if Deku were in the ring he wouldn't give up. She attempted to run at him, but before she could, Bakugo shouted and sent an explosion her way, knocking her into a wall and rendering her unconscious. Present Mic announced that she was down, while Midnight declared Bakugo the winner. Only a few cheered as Bakugo left the ring, and the robots carried Uraraka out. Present Mic expressed his disappointment, while Aizawa reminded him to remain unbiased. With the first round complete, Present Mic announced a short break before the next matches. Meanwhile, Izuku walked through the halls toward his waiting room, preparing for his fight. Although he wanted to check on Uraraka, he decided it was best to let her rest. His thoughts were interrupted when he bumped shoulders with Bakugo, who demanded he watch where he was going. Izuku didn't respond, continuing on his way until Bakugo called out to him. He turned, asking what Bakugo wanted. Bakugo accused him of being behind Uraraka's desperate plan, but Izuku defended her, stating that it was her strategy, not his. Bakugo dismissed her as weak and pathetic, which angered Izuku. He told Bakugo to shut up, standing inches away and glaring at him. He warned Bakugo to make it to the finals because when he did, he would make him regret it before walking away. Bakugo scoffed in response. Izuku paused in his tracks, taking a deep breath as he confronted Bakugo. He expressed that he didn't care about his position or having a quirk, but he couldn't tolerate Bakugo's arrogance toward others. With that, he left Bakugo to his thoughts. As Izuku turned a corner, he heard sobbing and found Yaoyorozu in tears. She felt useless and regretted her choice to become a hero. Izuku approached her, concerned about her well-being. She assured him she was fine, having received care for her injuries, but he could see through her facade. Izuku recognized that she was holding back her feelings, having experienced similar emotions for years. He encouraged her to express what she was feeling, promising to be there for her. Yaoyorozu expressed her frustration about feeling weak and useless after her fight, but Izuku firmly disagreed. He highlighted her many strengths, recalling her courage and skill, and how she always helped her.